Grease brings the wicked. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, The Sacred Cloth and the Holy Grail. As the trial against Poseidon was about to begin, the main gods who were busy loving each other entered the great temple one after another and took their seats one after another. However, seeing the unfamiliar face next to Athena appear in the hall, several main gods couldn't help but frown. This is Aunt Hestia's subordinate god, responsible for attending the divine power meeting on her behalf. Aunt Hestia just moved to a new house recently, and she has to study recipes, so she really can't get away. Athena explained with a faint smile, and the gods couldn't help but smile knowingly when they heard it, and their slightly tense expressions relaxed. Throwing things to subordinates and hiding away for peace and quiet, this is indeed what the stove goddess would do. Realizing the importance of the subordinate god in front of them in Hestia's heart, the gods who took the seat smiled and nodded, releasing a faint kindness to Lorne. Lorne also smiled in response, put himself in the position of the subordinate god, and lowered his posture to respond. Such a knowledgeable and interesting behavior made the main gods who were at the same table feel good, and they also felt more pleasing to the newcomer. After all, their goodwill was for the goddess of the hearth, not really wanting to befriend this subordinate god. But Artemis was very happy to hear the news. If Lorne could attend the meeting on behalf of Aunt Hestia, it would mean that she and her lover would have more frequent contact and more ways to be together openly. However, some were happy and some were sad. Regarding Lorne's joining, a certain god of light and prophecy was obviously not very happy. Although his handsome face still maintained an elegant smile, strong disgust had filled the depths of his eyes. Aunt actually gave up her power to him, a mere subordinate god who had just been promoted. When Apollo thought about the object of his pursuit, he actually valued this guy so much, he felt even more depressed. Fortunately, the gods' noisy discussions were soon interrupted by the solemn thunder in the great temple. For a moment, the gods hurriedly shut up and returned to their positions. The hall was silent, and you could hear a pin drop. However, after waiting for a while, the Olympian god king still did not come out to preside over the situation and announce the start of the trial. Even looking around, even the Queen Hera was absent. Suddenly, the gods had a bad premonition in their hearts. And as expected, accompanied by a light cough in the corner, Hermes with a pair of black eyes stood up from his seat, walked to the center of the temple, and announced with a dry laugh. Father God has been entangled in trivial matters recently, and the trial will be postponed for the time being. You can go back first. As soon as these words came out, the gods immediately understood the implication, and each of them pretended to be indifferent, and stood up, and left one after another. Needless to say, the God King was definitely out to cheat again, and the Queen Hera, who heard the news, was probably on her way to catch the adulterer. The long-awaited grand trial turned into such a scene with a strong start, but a weak end. Lorne was a little amused. As the figures in the great temple gradually became sparse, he also learned from the questioning of several main gods to Hermes that Zeus's affair partner was Antiope, the princess of Thebes. At night, the main gods also left the great temple one after another and returned to their respective sanctuaries. As the spokesperson of Hestia, Lorne naturally lived in the temple of the goddess of the hearth. Since Athena, who was in charge of the trusteeship, often sent people to take care of it, the furnishings inside were clean and tidy, which saved Lorne a lot of effort. As soon as he sat down and closed the door, Lorne took out the paper and pen he carried with him from the magic circle map and made a series of summaries and inductions of what he saw and heard during the day. This is a good habit he has developed since his student days. Antiope, the princess of Thebes, is it the seventh one? Lorne wrote this name on the paper, and his eyes were thoughtful. According to the prophecy of fate, Zeus will successively combine with 12 mortal lovers, give birth to sons of God, let his bloodline rule the states on earth, and consolidate his kingship. In order, they are: first, he indulged himself in the heifer Io, gave birth to his son Epiphas, and ruled Egypt. Second, he turned into a bull and abducted Europa, gave birth to his sons Rhadamanthys and Minos, and ruled the islands of Crete. Third, he became the bride of the supreme ruler of Olympus, Pluto. Fourth, he turned into a golden rain to become Dana's bedmat, and gave birth to the demigod hero Perseus. 5th. He entered into a flaming marriage with Semele, and gave birth to the god of wine Dionysus. 6th. He turned into a condor to abduct Aegina, and gave birth to Aeacus, the last judge of the underworld and the original grandfather of the great hero Achilles. 7th. He pretended to be a satyr, the god of the forest, and possessed Antiope, and gave birth to 2 sons, Amphion and Zeus. 8th. He transformed into a swan, possessed Leda, and gave birth to the famous beauty Helen. 9th. He transformed into a noble stallion and chased D. 10th. He blessed Alcmene for 3 days and 3 nights, and gave birth to the great hero Hercules. 11th. Marry Laodamia as a bride, give birth to Sarpedon, become the king of Lycia, and become a firm ally of the Trojans in the Trojan War. 12th. Seduce Olympias, and give birth to Alexander the Great. The reason why he cares about these is that, based on the above clues, Lorne can probably figure out the order in which some things will develop. At present, the entire world of the Age of Gods is still in the early stage of the coexistence of humans and gods. It is still a long time before the events that he is familiar with, such as the Argo expedition, 12 trials, Caledonian hunting, Trojan War, etc., occur. In other words, he can take advantage of the gaps when Zeus runs out to have an affair, slowly prepare, and pry the development of things to his advantage. The 2 offensive and defensive battles of Crete contributed to incarnations of divinity to him. Now that he is facing this group of relatives day and night, he estimates that, as long as he does a few more things, the remaining 10 blanks will be filled soon. By the way, if Zeus is not here, who should he choose as the first target? Just as Lorne was thinking secretly, there was a light knock on the door. He immediately put the paper and pen into the magic circle cautiously, and after cleaning up the scene, he opened the door. Athena, wearing a plain long dress, stood quietly outside the door. "Follow me." Without waiting for Lorne to respond, he was pulled out of the door, and after turning around, he walked into a fiery red temple. As soon as he stepped into it, the scorching air wave hit him in the face, and a crisp sound of knocking came from the forging table in front of him, which was engraved with secret texts. Hephaestus, the god of fire, wearing an animal skin apron and naked upper body, was holding a forging hammer, hammering the metal embryo that had just taken shape over and over again, while ordering several metal men to blow air for him to increase the firepower. These metal men were the size of normal people, their movements were steady and agile, and they were extremely obedient. If Lorne hadn't known that he was in the Age of Gods, he would have thought he had entered a science fiction world. At this moment, sensing the familiar breath approaching, Hephaestus immediately stopped the forging work in his hands, wiped his hands on his apron, looked back, and his rough face was full of smiles. "Athena? Why are you here? Is it for the 88 sets of divine tools that can be given to mortals?" Then, Hephaestus glanced at the metal embryos that had just taken shape on the forging table, as well as the pieces of mountain copper waste in the corner, and scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. "Sorry, the number of orders is a bit too large, and many of the designs are too idealistic. Only 3 sets have been completed so far, and I still need to think about the rest." As he said, the god of forging ordered the metal man beside him to open the basement and move out 3 half-human high golden metal boxes. The star map drawn on the outside of the box corresponds to the constellation of Olympus one by one, and a majestic, sharp, or obscure atmosphere permeates from it. As one of the metal men pressed the mechanism in the center of the box, a sound of metal friction sounded, and the entire metal box automatically broke apart, splitting into multiple parts such as breastplate, armrest, skirt armor, and crown, and automatically flew to the metal man's body, merging with it to form a full set of armor. Looking at the scene in front of him, and the gorgeous armor that was exactly the same as in his impression, Lorne's eyes passed over the familiar manuscript on the table, and he was full of admiration for the unprepossessing, even ugly, god of forging in front of him. The divine armor was actually made by this guy. Awesome. That's right, the design manuscripts of these things were written by Lorne. Athena knocked a large amount of materials from the temple of Poseidon in order to create a batch of divine tools to enhance the strength of her warriors, so as not to repeat the mistakes of Crete. After he got the news, he volunteered to participate in the design of each set of armor and proposed to combine the magic circle inside the armor with the star map to attract the power of the stars and amplify the user. As a goddess of wisdom who is good at accepting new things, Athena naturally agreed and even improved the initial design with Lorne. After several modifications by Athena and the practice of Hephaestus, the sacred cloth that originally existed in Lorne's fantasy was actually gradually realized. When the metal man wearing the sacred cloth burst out with several times the combat power of the previous one, Athena nodded with satisfaction, first praised her friend's forging skills, then waved her hand to put the 3 metal boxes into the opened magic array, and smiled. The matter of the sacred cloth is not urgent for the time being. I want you to take some time to help him make a divine tool. While speaking, Athena pointed to Lorne behind her and told her the purpose of tonight. Hephaestus was embarrassed when he heard it. It's okay to give the artifact to mortals. If you want to forge weapons for the gods, the father god. Lorne saw the look Athena gave him and immediately understood. He immediately took out the bird feather from Thetis from the magic array and handed it to Hephaestus. When he saw the feather and sensed the familiar breath on it, Hephaestus's expression became serious. He stopped shirking and looked at Lorne seriously. The god of craftsmen stayed on that handsome face for a few seconds, as if he realized something. Then he tried to squeeze out a kind smile on his rough face, and his attitude became inexplicably close. Little brother, tell me, what kind of divine tool do you want me to make for you? I will do my best to help you. Hearing Hephaestus's promise, Lorne showed his prepared design without hesitation and handed it to the god of craftsmanship with superb craftsmanship. This? Are you sure? Hephaestus, who had a serious face, was stunned after taking the manuscript and looking at it for a while. This is a huge wide-mouthed cup. The whole body is golden, and the edges are decorated with strange runes. The pure gold base of the cup is inlaid with 28 pearls, 2 rubies and 2 emeralds. According to the god of craftsman's visual measurement, its cup body is 5.5 centimeters high, 9.5 centimeters in diameter, and 3 millimeter thick. Including the base, the cup is 17 centimeters high and 14.5 centimeter wide. So it's a wine cup. I thought Athena brought this little guy to see him late at night and took out the token of her adoptive mother Thetis to cast some dangerous items. I also thought of an excuse for the future. In the end, that's it. For a moment, Hephaestus was puzzled, and even the look in his eyes when he looked at the person in front of him was a bit weird. Under the firelight, Lorne smiled shyly and explained, "My job is the god of wine." Oh, that's it. Hephaestus suddenly realized, and the last trace of vigilance in his heart disappeared. After all this time, he just came here to cast a utensil for pouring wine. God of wine. Hephaestus took a quick look at the young and immature new god in front of him, and a trace of contempt appeared in his eyes. Olympus has a few servant gods every year, and this one is probably a useless waste. Forget it, just return this favor, the rest has nothing to do with me. Hephaestus was too lazy to think about it. After asking the client in detail about the requirements for the forging of this wine vessel, he sent the two away with an attitude of striving for perfection, closed the door, and devoted himself to the forging of the new artifact. Looking at the locked door of the fiery red temple, Lorne couldn't help shaking his head. According to Athena, Hephaestus's retreat would take at least 10 days and a half months. No wonder the bus in his house was full every day, and he didn't even know it. Lorne teased himself and followed Athena to bypass the palace of the god of love where the panting sounds of men and women could be heard faintly, and then parted in front of the temple of Hestia. Watching the goddess of wisdom walk away, Lorne yawned, opened the door, walked into the bedroom, and prepared to experience the first night in Olympus. However, the moment he lifted the quilt, a large area of tempting snow white came into view. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and looked at the white lamb on the bed. Artemis? Chapter 152. No rejection, no initiative, no responsibility. Lorne, seeing the figure she had been thinking about, so close to her, the goddess of hunting let out a joyful cheer and dragged her hot body into her lover's arms. Through the thin underwear, Lorne could clearly feel the body under the fabric, which was full of youthful vitality. A fire burned in his chest, and his breath gradually became thicker. But before the fire of desire had formed a prairie fire, Lorne's remaining rationality still allowed him to maintain a rare sobriety. He hurriedly held down Artemis, who was moving in his arms, leaned close to the ear of the goddess of hunting, and whispered nervously, "Are you going to die? This is Olympus. If we are discovered, we may not have enough time to react this time, and can get away with it smoothly. When I came, I didn't leave any traces, and I also set up a barrier outside to ensure that no one would find it." Artemis first explained in a low voice, and then pointed to the full moon outside the window. "And today is the 15th. Lorne immediately understood, licked his dry lips, and the fire in his eyes gradually became hot. As the goddess of hunting, tracking the traces of prey, and hiding her whereabouts are the innate divine rights of Artemis. Even as cautious as he is, he did not notice that the female hunting goddess successfully sneaked into his bedroom. Not to mention, Olympus, where a lot of bad things happen every day, how difficult it is to accurately lock onto a god. What's more, the 15th is the night of the full moon. This means that, even if she did something bad, when she wakes up, the power of the god of love in Artemis will help her recover as before and easily cover up the past. However, to be on the safe side, he immediately secretly borrowed some of the power of the bull, injected it into the ground under his feet, and wove new safety measures. As the incarnation of the divinity of Crete, in addition to power, the bull can also use the advantages of the terrain to create a certain degree of maze effect. In addition, Lorne felt unsafe, so he activated the accidental divinity of the 12-sided dice to further conceal the perception of fate. After finishing all this quickly, Lorne's thoughts became clear. He immediately picked up the soft jade in his arms and walked quickly to the bed in the bedroom. After such a long time, he was really hungry. It was indeed time to have a good meal to replenish his energy. Facing the dominance of her lover, the beautiful and warlike female hunter was like a little white rabbit that had taken off all its weapons and sharpness, allowing him to carry her to bed. Her soft golden hair was scattered on the pillow, like clouds and waterfalls, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly as her eyes closed. Seeing this high mountain flower in the mountains and forests, posing as if it was ready to be picked, Lorne could no longer hold back, and rushed to the bed, ready for a naked confrontation. However, just when the two sides were about to engage in close combat, Lorne's shoulder was suddenly pressed down by someone, and the battle came to an abrupt end. The resistance this time was Artemis. "Oh no, someone is going to the temple to find me. Apollo." Instantly, the two people on the bed were shocked. Their hearts were weak. They hurriedly put on their clothes and quickly cleaned up the crime scene. No, it's too late. As Artemis sensed that her good brother was getting closer and closer to her temple, she was suddenly a little anxious and panicked. Even if she rushed back at the fastest speed at this time, it would be difficult to return to her temple quietly under Apollo's nose. For a while, Artemis became more and more anxious, and even a fine layer of cold sweat appeared on her snow-white forehead. "Don't panic, I have a way." Just when the hunting goddess was at a loss, the murmur in her ear once again brought her a familiar sense of security. With a few whispers, Artemis' eyes suddenly lit up. Then, two figures slipped out of Hesper's temple one after another. At the same time, in front of the hunting temple, Apollo looked at the hall immersed in darkness, silent and with a look of surprise on his face. "She went to bed so early? Isn't she a typical night owl?" Just as the god of light, who was muttering in his heart, stepped on the steps and was about to knock on the door, a sudden voice came from behind. "Lord Artemis, are you asleep?" Apollo turned back subconsciously and saw a figure that he hated very much. He couldn't help but frown deeply. "What are you doing here?" "Oh, Lady Hestia wanted me to ask when Lady Artemis is free to visit her new home. She lives alone outside and is quite bored." Lorne smiled and unceremoniously pulled out Hestia's tiger skin and light. Apollo stared coldly at the man in front of him with a gloomy look. "Why not during the day? I just arrived in Olympus, and there are too many things to do. I accidentally delayed it until the evening." Bang! Before Lorne could finish, a golden light and shadow came in an instant, holding his loose collar with one hand, and pressed him against the pillar beside him, making a dull thud. Apollo, with a gloomy face, leaned close to Lorne's ear and whispered coldly, with disgust and offensiveness in his eyes, "I warn you, don't think about my sister. Otherwise, you will die ugly." I just came to pass on a message. Lorne quickly raised his hands to show his innocence. It's better this way. Hearing the innocent answer, Apollo nodded, but his eyes were still cold. But I hope you will stay away from me in the future, and don't appear in front of my sister. Do you understand? Then you may have to ask Lady Hestia and Lady Artemis. I'm only a subordinate god, and I have no right to make decisions for the main gods. Lorne answered with a smile, looking innocent. The meaning of this statement is very clear. He is very responsible and knows his position clearly, but the communication between the gods and what the goddess of hunting thinks are none of his business. But to put it bluntly, this is the speech of a non-stick pan, which is often seen in the classic statements of scumbags. That is, no rejection, no initiative, no responsibility. Hearing the implicit meaning, Apollo couldn't help but increase the strength of the hand holding Lorne's collar and immediately pulled him in front of him, gritting his teeth and whispering a warning. You will kill her. When that happens, I will make you buried with me, and Aunt Hestia will never be able to save you. As he spoke, the proud god of light looked at the smiling face that disgusted him, and he was immediately furious, and his fists clenched tightly. Hey, what are you two doing here? Just as the atmosphere between the two sides was a little tense, a clear and pleasant voice came from behind. Hearing the familiar voice, Apollo was startled and turned back to look at his sister, who was standing under the moonlight with suspicion. He forced out an awkward but polite smile on his face, and at the same time, put down the collar in his hand, patted Lorne's shoulder, and spoke in a friendly tone. We are discussing inviting you to go hunting tomorrow. As he said that, the god of light gave Lorne a warning look. Yeah, that's right. Lorne nodded and cooperated very well, with an unchanged smile on his face. Lord Apollo also wants to invite me to go with him. Suddenly, Apollo's hand on Lorne's shoulder stiffened a little. However, when Artemis heard the news, she couldn't help but be happy and looked happy. Really? Well, I don't know when the father will come back. It happens that you haven't been to my holy land yet. The three of us will go to Arcadia together tomorrow. Okay. Apollo kept a dry smile and nodded stiffly, feeling uncomfortable as if he had eaten a dead fly. I was thinking of driving this restless guy away to avoid any trouble, but I didn't expect that the other side would take advantage of the situation and get entangled with my sister. He really doesn't know how to live or die. The god of light in the dark glared at Lorne next to him, then turned to look at his sister Artemis, who was walking towards him, and immediately changed to a warm smile and changed the subject. By the way, sister, you weren't in the temple just now. Artemis nodded, stretched in the moonlight, and showed a comfortable look on her face. It's too early to sleep, so I went out for a walk and took a bath in the holy pool. Apollo saw the moisture on his sister's body that had not yet faded, and the long golden hair behind her head, and he nodded slightly without doubt. Lorne and Artemis also nodded quietly under the cover of the night. One party was responsible for intercepting Apollo and creating some conflicts. The other party took the opportunity to clean up all the smells and traces, and came out to dissuade them in time. In this way, Apollo naturally didn't think that the two people in front of him had just hooked up and almost had sex, because of his preconceived notions. However, after a brief calm, the god of light spoke first. Sister, it's getting late. Since you are going to Arcadia to hunt tomorrow, you should also go to bed early. We won't disturb you. As he said, he pulled Lorne's shoulders and put on an intimate gesture, trying to drag this trouble away from his sister. Lord Artemis, see you tomorrow. Lorne waved his hand, making a farewell gesture, stopping Artemis's hesitation to keep him, and then added with a smile. Also, Lady Hestia asked me to bring you a message. I hope you can visit her new home when you have time. Seeing that the matter was settled, Artemis could only nod in dismay, watching the two people outside the door gradually walk away, then turned around and closed the door, crawled into the quilt, and grumbled depressedly. Apollo, this kid is too annoying. At the same time, in Olympus Square, as soon as he left the perception range of the hunting temple, Apollo immediately turned hostile, threw away his hand in disgust, looked at the subordinate god in front of him arrogantly, and reminded him again in a cold voice. I warn you, you'd better be honest, remember your identity, and don't try to play any tricks in front of me. Then, Lord Apollo, goodbye, I won't see you off. Lorne maintained his usual smile, waved his hand, and watched the god of light walk away, and then slowly returned to the temple of Hestia. As he stepped from the dark courtyard into the bright territory, Lorne's face showed an increasingly brilliant smile, with a hint of danger brewing in it. Want to attack me again? It seems that you really don't like me, and you don't like me, and your sister hanging out together, brother-in-law. Then, the first one is decided to be you. Along with the silent murmurs, the defensive spells around the temple were activated. The figure under the light sat at the table, took out the 12-sided dice on his body, and moved it at will. The dice rolled around, as if it had a telepathic connection with the host, and revealed a digital pattern composed of several sun rays. 6. Lorne was slightly stunned, and then the corners of his mouth raised a happy arc. Chapter 153. God is at home. The pot comes from the sky. The next day, Olympus. Early in the morning, Artemis, dressed in hunting clothes, came to the temple of Hestia excitedly, and knocked on the door. When Lorne heard the sound, and walked out of the house, in addition to seeing the goddess of hunting with a smile on her face, there was also the annoying brother-in-law who tried hard to keep a stiff smile. Noticing that the expression of the god of light seemed not very bright, Lorne decisively moved closer to Artemis to prevent Apollo from finding an opportunity to attack him. Unfortunately, Athena was busy finalizing the casting details of 88 sacred clothes, and experimenting with the actual combat effects of several finished products, so she couldn't get away for the time being. Otherwise, she could be pulled over to go to Arcadia together, to resist the pressure for herself, and keep an eye on the restless god of light. But it's good that way. I can't always be under the protection of the goddess of wisdom. I have to experience it earlier to better integrate into the big family of Olympus. Moreover, Athena is too smart. If you want to do something under her nose, you have to be careful. It's too troublesome. Compared with the goddess of wisdom whose mind was full of holes, most of the Greek gods he met, and the ordinary people in the city-state were simple, easy to deceive, and lovely. After making up his mind, Lorne packed up his things, accepted the invitation and went out, and got into the team of Artemis, the host. As for the arrival of her lover, the goddess of hunting was naturally eager to see her lover, and directly handed the task of driving to the follower god, and the two of them shared a car. The 19 hunting nymphs who had fallen out of favor were forced to walk on foot behind the chariot with their long legs. Apollo looked at the opposite sex who took the initiative to seduce his sister, and he was so angry that his eyes were spitting fire. He immediately drove the golden chariot and caught up with them urgently to prevent them from doing anything out of line on the way. For a while, the 9 accompanying muses were all left behind, and they could only follow the 19 hunting nymphs bitterly and drive the power of God to hurry on. Fortunately, Mount Olympus, where the gods live, and Arcadia, the sanctuary of Artemis, are both located on the Peloponnese Peninsula, not far from each other. Therefore, the group of delicate goddesses did not suffer much from the long journey, and they arrived at their destination in just a few hours. As the chariot stopped in the mountains and forests, Artemis stretched out her hand to lead Lorne out of the car. She did not rush to start her favorite hunting activities. Instead, as a host, she accompanied this lover who came from afar, strolling briskly in the valley and by the river, introducing him to the environment and past of Arcadia, while recalling the memory she left on this land. Arcadia is originally Arcadia, and Arc originally means to hide or avoid. Originally, this was a wild land. Legend has it that in the world at that time, people oppressed and exploited each other, and there were natural disasters of the gods and the ravages of monsters, so many people fled to this land with their families, and began to multiply. Gradually, a city-state was established here, and it was transformed into a holy place suitable for herders, hunters and mountain people to live. The hunting goddess Artemis, who could bless their livestock and make them return with a full load of hunting, became the mainstream patron saint of this area. In addition, this is the birthplace of the messenger Hermes, and the worship of the son of Hermes, the shepherd god Pan, is also spreading in Arcadia. I don't know whether the latter two have corrupted the local customs, or because this is a gathering place for mountain people, thieves, hunters and refugees, the local folk customs are quite fierce. If they are disappointed in hunting, the hunters in Arcadia or even dare to whip the statues of gods. Therefore, Arcadia, which is full of vitality and everything is competing, has become a synonym for uncivilized and is despised by other Greeks. The several thieves that Lorne met on the invisible island before were heroes from this paradise. But by the way, Arcadia will have another translation in the future, namely Utopia, combining future memories. Lorne, who is conducting cross-time and space field archaeology, looked at the vast mountains and forests in front of him, and the monsters that occasionally jumped out of the valley to show their teeth to him, and a playful smile appeared on his face. After a brief tenderness, Artemis saw that the accompanying nymphs and muses had arrived one after another, and could only helplessly adjust her mentality and start a formal hunt. It must be said that Arcadia, as the sanctuary of the hunting goddess, has rich wild animal and plant resources, and even monsters with the blood of gods are everywhere. But these may still be a threat to ordinary people. In front of the two main gods and a large number of subordinate gods, they can only flee. For a time, the entire Arcadia Mountains were in chaos, and a large number of wild beasts and monsters fled with their families, and the startled birds in the forest did not fall to their nests for a long time. At dusk, the bullies that had invaded the mountains in the eyes of the monsters finally calmed down, set up camp, and made fire to cook. The forest, which had been noisy all day, finally returned to a certain calm. As the night deepened, the warm fire was filled with the rich aroma of meat. Lorne handed the roasted beast meat and mushroom soup to the accompanying nymphs and muses one by one. The superb cooking skills made the goddesses eat with a lingering fragrance and praise them endlessly. Unconsciously, they let go of their reserve and opened their stomachs to feast. Because they underestimated the appetite of these goddesses, although the beast meat they hunted during the day was enough, the spices and seasonings that Lorne prepared were consumed. Under the eager gaze of the nymphs and muses, Lorne had no choice but to get up and take his golden retriever with him to find some wild seasoning substitutes. After walking a short distance along the river, Lorne had a small harvest and was preparing to return to feed the group of hungry goddesses. Woof! Unexpectedly, the golden retriever in front of him, who had poked his head into the bushes to look for mushrooms, suddenly let out a low whine of grief and anger, hurriedly retracted his head, and rushed to his master's side with a hop and jump. Something? Luon's eyebrows showed a trace of surprise. He stood up and walked to the bushes. He stretched out his hands to pull apart the branches spreading around. He suddenly saw a baby in a swaddle lying quietly on the dead leaves. A pair of bright brown eyes looked at him curiously without the slightest fear, and the snow-white little hand that stretched out from the swaddle was holding a handful of light yellow dog hair. Luon, as an unscrupulous owner, looked down at the dog, who was whimpering at his feet and the obvious defect on its neck. He couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect that the golden retriever who had eaten Poseidon sea dog pills would be bullied by a little girl who hadn't even left the swaddle. Little girl, I didn't realize you're so fierce. Lorne leaned over and gently picked up the swaddling clothes on the ground while stretching out his fingers to tease the baby girl's tender face, laughing and teasing. I don't know if she was annoyed by the teasing or was really hungry. The fierce baby girl bit the finger that was playing tricks on her face and bit it hard. However, since the baby teeth had not yet grown, Lorne's finger wrapped in the baby's mouth not only did not feel pain, but instead felt a tingling sucking sensation. The counterattack without any deterrent power made Lorne want to laugh even more. He then raised his head and looked around. After confirming that there was no one, he looked at the swaddling clothes in his arms, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. It seems that this is probably an abandoned baby thrown into the forest because the parents were unwilling to raise it. But judging from the fabric and pattern of the swaddling clothes, the child does not seem to be from a poor family. Is it because they can't afford to raise the child that they abandoned him? Just as Luon was confused, he heard a few subtle sounds of air surging in the distance, which made him narrow his eyes suddenly. He immediately stepped on the ground, and the invisible light wheel behind him turned, and the golden shadow of the bull instantly enveloped his body. Dang dang dang. Accompanied by a crisp sound of metal clashing, several bronze arrows shot from the darkness were bent and bounced away. Who? Come out. Realizing that the person coming was not friendly, Luon held the baby in his arms, shouted coldly, and stomped his feet hard on the ground. Suddenly, the shadow of the bull raised its head and roared, and its four hooves trampled on the ground. The powerful divine power wrapped in the trembling of the earth spread forward. Trees along the way fell to the ground with a bang, and chaotic hoof sounds came from the darkness. With the help of the silver light from the full moon, through the diffuse smoke and dust, Lorne suddenly saw hundreds of monsters with 4 hooves on their lower bodies and human bodies, wearing bronze armor and holding bows, arrows, spears, and axes. They were gathering around him, staring at him covetously. Centaurs? The names of these things appeared in Lorne's mind, and his face sank. Centaurs, also known as centaurs, are mixed blood gods who have existed since the time of the Titan god King Cronus. They live in the mountainous forest area called Thessaly and Arcadia between the Pindus mountain and the central and eastern part of Greece and the Aegean Sea. They are keen on violence, lust, love fighting and looting, and often break into human settlements, snatch beautiful opposite sex back to their nests, and mate. Therefore, they are a notorious tribe in the Greek god age. What made Lorne unhappy was that the centaurs were described by poets as followers of Dionysus, the god of wine, because of their debauchery and lust, and the goat men and Pan, who were famous for their sexual desire, were also his vassals. It was really like the gods were sitting at home, but the pot came from the sky. What do I have to do with these ghosts? Don't throw the pot of lust and alcoholism on me, okay? Just as Lorne was complaining, a dry and awkward common language came from the darkness. Male, don't kill them. There are a lot of women in the village ahead. Take them back. A tall centaur wearing a golden helmet, who seemed to be the leader, ordered in a muffled voice. As the natives of the land, they had already detected the commotion caused by those outsiders. With so many beautiful people of the opposite sex coming to the door and setting up camp on the spot in a swaggering manner, it would be a shame to the simple folk customs of Arcadia if we don't treat these lovely outsiders well at night. Chapter 154, Tamaro, I only want a male mother. The centaurs gathered around came to their senses one after another. Some of them raised their swords, shields, and spears, stepped out of the team, stepped forward with 4 hooves, and charged forward with a grim smile, ready to stab this guy who blocked the road into a sieve in one fell swoop, and then rush to enjoy the beautiful opposite sex, who broke into Arcadia as soon as possible. I said, these full-legged troubles have nothing to do with me. Looking at the centaurs who were running with their weapons raised, a newly appointed god of wine vindicated himself while holding the baby in his arms and striding forward. Moo. The moment the two sides met, a bright golden light burst out in the enemy formation, turning into the shadow of a golden bull, raising its head and roaring angrily, and the surging divine power knocked the centaurs who rushed forward, causing blood to splatter, bones to break, and muscles to break, and they became twisted meat bombs and flew backwards. The bright red blood sprayed all the way, and several centaurs fell in the deep pit and let out dying screams and cries. However, this not only failed to frighten the rest of the centaurs, but instead aroused their inherent ferocity. Kill them. Kill them all. The centaur wearing a golden helmet raised his giant axe, exuding the golden aura of a god, and roared as he led the charge. The remaining hundreds of centaurs grabbed their weapons, shouted excitedly, and followed closely behind. The earth trembled like thunder, and the collectively charging centaurs swept towards the thin figure in the center like a wave. Facing the sight of the galloping horses, the baby in Lorne's cradle did not feel any fear at all, but instead poked out his little head, widened his brown eyes, looked forward curiously, and giggled. You are quite courageous. It seems that you will be a troublemaker in the future. Lorne stretched out his hand and scratched the little girl's nose, smiled and teased, then fixed the swaddling clothes in front of him, freed his 2 hands, and rushed into the enemy camp like a tiger into a flock of sheep. Wherever he passed, the centaurs around him were either knocked away by the terrifying force, their internal organs shattered, or their weapons were taken away by the exquisite force relieving skills and they were hacked to death, or they were knocked down barehanded and died under the trampling of their companions. For a moment, the centaurs who thought it was just an ordinary robbery were thrown to the ground, with heavy casualties. Looking at the blood splattering around, the baby in Lorne's arms laughed even more happily, and even a trace of excitement flushed on his face, as if he enjoyed this hearty battle scene. Die. Seeing his subordinates being slaughtered, the centaur leader with the golden helmet finally couldn't bear it anymore, wielding a huge axe to split a hapless centaur who blocked the road into 2 pieces, and then the axe blade chopped straight at Lorne's forehead. But when this powerful blow was about to chisel open the enemy's skull, it stopped in midair and didn't move at all. That's it? Lorne raised his head slightly, glanced at the axe handle in his hand, sneered and shook his head. Understanding the mockery in that expression, the centaur leader was furious. With a low roar, he pushed the divinity in his blood to the extreme, vowing to split the hated skull of the 2-legged sheep. However, the resistance that was supposed to be countered in front of him suddenly disappeared. The centaur leader, who was overexerting himself, immediately smashed his axe into the ground and stumbled forward into the deep pit. But before the dizzy head could be lifted from the mud, a foot stepped down hard and mercilessly broke the centaur leader's neck. The fracture and lack of oxygen made the monster feel the shadow of death, and it could not help but struggled frantically. In response, Lorne smiled slightly, picked up the bronze axe that the centaur leader had dropped on the ground, and swung it forward. Puff! With the spurting of burning blood, a huge and hideous head rolled into the deep pit, and the gradually dilated pupils stared at the night sky in fear and blankness. After getting rid of the centaur leader who barely posed a threat, Lorne dropped the bloody axe in his hand, looked at the remains of the centaurs on the ground, and couldn't help but sneer and shake his head. With this little ability, you still want to rob the camp in front? You are so bold. Do you know that I dare not mess with those women? Finally, after glancing at the 4-legged animals, Lorne snapped his fingers casually, and the divine rhythm from the bull began to move. The turned soil buried the corpses and blood on the ground deeper. Their flesh and blood will become food for insects and ants and nutrients for plant growth next year, which is another form of returning to nature. After a simple cleanup of the scene, Lorne patted the dust on his body and walked towards the camp in the valley. What took you so long? As soon as he sat down, Artemis, with a worried face, came up to ask the reason. I encountered some trouble. Lorne did not hide anything and told about his encounter with the centaur attack. This bunch of dirty beasts. Hearing that those 4-legged guys dared to hit them, the goddesses were immediately excited and wanted to dig out the corpses and whip them again. Artemis was even more furious and threatened to reduce the population of the centaurs in the Arcadia region early tomorrow morning. The nymphs and muses next to him also raised their hands in agreement. Looking at the murderous goddesses around him, Lorne couldn't help but mourn for the unfortunate centaurs for a few seconds. Why do you have to provoke these tigresses when you can't rob anyone else? A certain patron god of the centaurs shook his head secretly and gave up the plan to subdue this beast coalition without hesitation. If his Dionysus church wants to develop and grow smoothly, it must be eliminated, and the essence must be retained, and all garbage cannot be collected. So, if you can't save them, wait for death. After issuing a death notice to the group of beasts in his heart, Lorne immediately untied the swaddling clothes on his chest. Suddenly, a little head came out impatiently, sniffing its nose, crawling towards Artemis' arms with all its limbs, and diving into the deep ravine to dig its way around. The goddess of hunting, who was suddenly attacked, trembled and hurriedly held down the baby's little head, blushing and asking, "Where did it come from?" I picked it up." Lorne answered quickly, telling the whole story, and then coughed to remind her. "Look at her. Is she hungry? Well, it should be." Artemis nodded subconsciously, looked at the little guy who left a large piece of saliva on her bra with a little anger, and then gave orders to the nymphs around her. "Go find some breast milk for this child." Breast milk? For a moment, these nymphs who swore to keep chastity in the hunting temple looked at each other in bewilderment. Where is this thing nearby? They can't squeeze it out themselves. It doesn't have to be a human, a female animal that is just in the lactation period will do. As soon as Lorne reminded him, the nymphs suddenly realized and quickly divided into several teams to explore the nearby mountains and forests. In a short while, the hunting nymphs who were rampant in the mountains and forests dragged several lactating female animals with their families to the camp. There were mother bears, goats, and wild boars, and these trembling female animals had just been driven over. When they smelled the milk, they groped and crawled out of Artemis' arms and got into the arms of one of the female animals. It was a golden lioness who had just experienced the pain of losing her child because of the hunter's pursuit not long ago. Not only for this reason, but also because of Artemis' presence, the lioness behaved quite docilely. Not only did she not resist the approach of the human cub, but she took the initiative to open her belly and began to breastfeed. The extremely hungry baby lay on the lion mother's soft belly, holding the pacifier and sucking the sweet juice. Seeing the naive appearance, the surrounding goddesses were full of maternal love, and they wanted to hold it in their arms to show their closeness. However, after the baby was full of milk, the little guy turned his head and looked around, and finally burst into a giggle, and crawled to the arms of the male mother in the crowd with all his limbs. Lorne smiled bitterly, opened his arms helplessly, and gently picked up the baby. It seems that she likes you very much. Artemis sat down next to her lover, looking at the baby's delicate and spiritual face. She couldn't help but smile, and reached out to gently wipe the milk foam from the child's mouth. It seemed that the little guy was infected by the kindness released by the goddess. He opened his bright eyes, babbled, stretched out his hands, and held a few fingers of Artemis in his arms, and then fell asleep peacefully. The wonderful temperature and throbbing rushed into her heart from her fingertips. The goddess of hunting suddenly had an impulse, blinked her sparkling eyes, and looked at her lover beside her expectantly. I like this child too. How about how about you help me adopt her? She was a virgin goddess who wanted to keep her chastity. Even if she bravely broke through the shackles and tasted the forbidden fruit with the person she loved, this relationship could not be exposed to the sun after all. It was difficult for her to have the opportunity to give birth to a child for the person she loved. Instead of regretting in the bitterness, it would be better to treat this God-given child as her own and cultivate it together as the bond of their love. Moreover, with such a little guy fostered by her lover, she would have a natural reason to visit, tryst, do some intimate actions, and no one would easily suspect it. Hearing the tactfulness in the words, Lorne immediately understood Artemis's intention, smiled and nodded, and took the initiative to send this lucky little guy to the arms of the goddess of hunting. Okay, Lady Artemis, then you can name her. Artemis took the swaddling clothes, looked at the little face in front of her, thought carefully, and smiled. Atalanta, let's call her Atalanta. Then, the goddess kissed the baby's forehead lightly, and the rhythmic divine power flowed into the baby girl's body, bestowing the blessing of the hunting god from nature. When the ceremony was over, the baby, who had calmed down a lot, fell back into his arms. Lorne looked at the little girl who was sleeping in the swaddling clothes holding his fingers, and suddenly felt a little amused. Atalanta, the abandoned princess of Arcadia, was a female hunter who swore to keep her chastity to the goddess Artemis. She made great achievements and won many honors during the Caledonian hunting. She also participated in the famous Argo expedition and was a heroine famous for her archery and leg strength. It is said that Achilles' father, the great hero Perilous, once competed with her in arm wrestling, but was also defeated by this beautiful huntress. It turned out to be her. This is a big win. Chapter 155. The road to NTR is still long. As the night deepened, the cool breeze passed through the valley, and the bright bonfire danced happily in the darkness. With the addition of fresh ingredients and seasonings, more delicious food was quickly baked, and the gods who were having dinner enjoyed themselves to the fullest. As the god of wine, Lorne also took the opportunity to take out his newly brewed wine and share it with the two main gods and the nymphs and muses around him. Apollo was initially dismissive of this new drink called wine, but with the strong recommendation of his sister Artemis, he couldn't lose face in public, so he could only try a few sips with difficulty. After a few cups, the sweet and mellow taste and the wonderful feeling of being tipsy made the god of light close his mouth that was ready to criticize, and the frequency of raising the cup in his hand increased. Although he had a lot of complaints about a guy who was an eyesore as a self-esteeming god of art, his taste was still online. Besides, even if he wanted to find fault, the nymphs and muses next to him who were flushed with drinking would not listen to his advice. After 3 or 5 cups of wine, the goddesses who tasted the wine for the first time gradually began to get a little drunk, and their behavior and attitude became more hearty and unrestrained. The biggest change among them was undoubtedly the 9 muses who always maintained elegance in front of people. Under the catalysis of the divine wine, the 9 graceful girls indulged themselves, sometimes dancing wildly in front of the fire in pairs, sometimes raising their wine glasses and singing loudly in a tuneless voice, sometimes laughing and playing with the nymphs around them. For a while, the clothes fluttered, and the white skin revealed a hazy temptation in the skirt, which was very pleasing to the eye. Lorne leaned in front of the fire, admiring the beautiful scenery in front of him with interest, and by the way, with a little bit of bad taste, he also gave Atalanta in his arms a cup. In the playful laughter of a certain unscrupulous god, the little girl who had been making a fuss fell asleep with a flushed face, bringing more joy to the onlookers. However, in the warm and noisy atmosphere, Apollo's face gradually became a little ugly, and he was particularly dissatisfied with the 9 muses, who were indulged in front of him. As the god of art, he firmly believed that art was elegant and beautiful. Instead of relying on their graceful figures and wonderful voices, dancing coquettishly, singing untuned songs, and playing and fooling around like in front of them, they are simply tarnishing the word art. It's all this guy's fault. The god of light looked at the initiator on the side and felt unhappy. Noticing the familiar eyes filled with hostility and disgust falling on him, Lorne smiled indifferently, still doing his own thing, and continued to raise his glass to sincerely cheer for the muses dancing on the field. The original appearance of art is a way for life to entertain itself, and there is no distinction between high and low. Similarly, the 9 muses born from art were never the elegant ladies who are holding up the airs now. Hesychs recorded in the Greek dictionary that the muses were once called crazy or stormy, because they were once dominated by Dionysus, the god of wine, and were also his playmates when he wandered. The muses were portrayed as crazy bad girls who wanted to tear anyone apart at any time, a bit like the original version of the Dionysus. Therefore, Dionysus, who led the crazy and chaotic muses, was named Musagetes, which means the head of the muses. Later, because the muses needed to be transformed, they were dominated by Apollo, the god of the sun and art, so the name Musagetes belonged to Apollo. Apollo believed that the crazy and rude behavior of the muses did not match his gentle temperament, but the plasticity of the muses was very high. Under Apollo's leadership, the muses became as noble and elegant as Apollo, but their nature remains unchanged. There will be times when they are irritated, and there will be times when they are happy and indulge because of external things. They are not puppets and cultural symbols that can be shaped by anyone, but a group of beautiful, elegant, and energetic young literary goddesses in the secular sense. So, after Lorne presented them with fine wine and let them drink it, these muses who had been suppressed for a long time under Apollo also took advantage of the wine to show their original appearance. In the pure joy, the smiling god of wine is obviously more approachable than the god of light who has a stinky face and is always ready to criticize literature and art. Even a bold muse wanted to pull Lorne up from his seat and dance with him. However, seeing the goddess of hunting who was playing with a sharp arrow and smiling subtly, and the god of light whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot and had a sign of thunder between his eyebrows, the bold muse suddenly sobered up and retreated back in fear. Therefore, the road to NTR is still long. Lorne, who saw everything, muttered to himself. Boom. Just as the atmosphere of the banquet was getting more and more lively, a dull explosion came from the dense forest far away in the valley, and dust and black smoke rose high. Suddenly, the noise on the field stopped abruptly, and the gods could not help but look stern, subconsciously showing their artifacts, and entering a state of alert. Don't panic. Lorne looked up at the direction of the explosion, pressed his hands in the air, and explained in a deep voice. It seems that the magic trap I set up outside was triggered. The gods looked stunned and looked at the god of wine in front of them in surprise. Lorne smiled and said, "Didn't we encounter centaurs raiding the camp just now? I'm worried that some strange things will come out of the mountains tonight and hit you, so I buried some magic traps outside to prepare for any accidents." Speaking of which, he wanted to complain about the vigilance of these nymphs and muses. They set up camp without even setting up a sentry post or magic trap. If they were not strong enough and had the support of the 2 main gods, the mountain people and monsters of Arcadia would have let them experience the hospitality of the locals. The centaur tribe that almost touched the camp just now was the best example. Although it was not a serious danger, it would be a bit too much of a bummer if they were harassed all night. However, while Lorne was complaining in his heart, the nymphs and muses heard another key from his words, and a big question mark popped up in their minds. Some boom boom boom. At the same time, as if to verify their guess, explosions came from the valley entrance in the distance, and the dense number was at least hundreds. Among them, there was a faint miserable cry. Now, the eyes of the nymphs and muses looking at the wine god in front of them gradually became a little weird. At this moment, Lorne, who was the focus of everyone, pointed to the valley entrance with thick smoke, and reminded him kindly, "Well, it looks like it's coming for us, not a wild beast. The four-legged beasts." For a moment, the gods couldn't help but think of this possibility. Their faces turned cold, and they immediately grabbed their own artifacts with the rising alcohol, and quickly surrounded the valley entrance. TSK, how can I say it? It's really stubborn. While Lorne sided the simple folk customs of Arcadia, he secretly mourned for the unlucky people who ran into the muzzle of the gun. A quarter of an hour later, the nymphs who were good at hunting pulled the net and dragged a strange creature that kept begging for mercy to the fire in front of the camp. "Man, stop hitting me. I'm going to die if you hit me again." The thing had a human head and body, goat legs, horns, and ears, and was holding its head with both hands, making a whining sound similar to that of a sheep, and its hair was burnt in many places, and it was shot in the buttocks. It looked quite miserable. Artemis, who was sitting in front of the fire, was slightly stunned when she saw the strange appearance of the captured person in the firelight. "Pan? Why is it you?" Pan is the shepherd god in Greek mythology, the son of the messenger Hermes, in charge of shepherding, nature, mountains, and forests, and the company of natural nymphs. He belongs to the natural god system of Arcadia. Legend has it that its existence is quite ancient, and it appeared during the Titan War. In ancient Greek mythology, the half-man, half-goat Pan is a symbol of creativity, music, poetry, and sex, and also a symbol of panic and nightmare. But this thing is extremely lustful by nature. It often hides in the bushes, waiting for the natural nymphs to pass by, and then goes forward to woo madly, similar to a pervert who habitually goes crazy, so it is not very well received among the gods, especially the female gods. Lord Artemis. At this moment, hearing that familiar voice, Pan in the net bag almost cried out with excitement and hurriedly explained, "I heard that a group of extraordinary hunters came to the forests of Arcadia, so I came to visit them. As a result, I accidentally touched the trap outside. Before I could react, I was caught by the nymphs who appeared in the forest again." As he said this, the half-man, half-goat Pan looked at the ferocious nymphs around him and asked Artemis for help with a grin. "My lord, please make them stop. If they don't stop, I will have a few pieces of good skin." Because they drank some wine, these hunting nymphs were not polite when they started. They punched and kicked the unknown creature that broke into the camp all the way, venting their excessive energy. Seeing that the visitor was Pan, the son of Hermes, who had diligently sent her a batch of hunting dogs, the goddess of hunting was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She subconsciously raised her hand and wanted to order the nymphs to untie the net bag. "What? You're not going to take the main road during this visit?" At this time, accompanied by a nonchalant teasing, Lorne walked forward with a smile and poked Pan's horns curiously. The magic traps he set up naturally couldn't be placed directly on the main road, blocking all the entrances and exits, so they were basically hidden corners. Artemis raised her eyebrows slightly, put down her raised hand, and looked at Pan with a little more scrutiny. "I walk around the mountains of Arcadia 100 times a day, so why would I care about the main roads and small roads? And I was originally walking forward normally following the firelight, but I heard the beautiful singing of several muses halfway, and I was so fascinated that I accidentally turned into the woods next to me." Pan hurriedly complained for himself, and after telling his previous experience with a few compliments, he immediately changed the subject and complained with an inexplicable look of grief and anger. "Who knew someone would set up so many magic traps in there and almost blew me up at my doorstep? It seems a bit unkind to bury so many magic traps at someone's doorstep and blow up the owner." For a moment, the nymphs and muses looked at the culprit at the same time. Chapter 156 Pan's Labyrinth. "Haha, it seems to be an accident." Seeing that the spearhead has moved to her lover, Artemis hurriedly interrupted and waved her hand to let the nymphs release the unfortunate guy who was bombed. As soon as he got away, Pan also tactfully did not continue to dwell on the previous topic. but instead shamelessly asked to join the feast. Due to Hermes's favor and the accident just now, everyone had to nod and agree to accept the visitor with a goat's head and a human body. However, since the nymphs and muses present were all face controlling, they naturally rejected the strange looking Pan, and kept a certain distance from him. This made Pan, who was originally thinking about getting close to these beautiful goddesses, very depressed. Fortunately, although there was no chance to get close to the beauties, Pan's depressed mood was diluted a lot after tasting the delicious food and sweet wine in the camp. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes had 5 flavors. A little tipsy, Pan looked at the beautiful nymphs and muses around him, licked his lips, and then rolled his eyes, stood up from his seat, and walked towards Artemis in front of the fire with a smile on his face, showing his courtesy to the goddess of hunting. Lady Goddess, I have recently raised a batch of hunting dogs, and there are a few of the best ones. Since you are here, how about giving them to you as a gift? Okay, where are they? Let me see. Upon hearing this, Artemis was immediately refreshed, and her eyes lit up. Hearing this, Pan scratched his head and smiled shyly. They are in my temple, which is quite far from here. It would be too neglectful for you to make a special trip. Then, Pan changed his face, and suggested with a silly smile. How about this, you send someone to go with me, and we will drive those hounds to the camp for you to choose. While speaking, the pair of sheep eyes that glowed faintly in the dark looked at the nymphs behind Artemis. The nymphs who were swept by the sheep eyes felt a little uncomfortable in their hearts, and subconsciously looked at their main god with a look of help. However, the slightly drunk Artemis's head was occupied by the word hound, and he said vaguely without thinking, then, let me do it. At the same time, Lorne stood up from his seat, blocked Pan's sight, and took the initiative to volunteer. By the way, he kicked the golden retriever that was circling around him, and scolded with a smile. It's just right. It's time to pick a companion for this noisy guy. Looking at the dog whimpering innocently on the ground, the nymphs who were inexplicably nervous swept away the discomfort in their hearts, and smiled softly with their lips covered. As for her lover's request, Artemis naturally agreed. She nodded with a smile, and like a wife guarding the house, she took Atalanta from Lorne's arms, and watched her husband go away. However, compared with the gods who were still immersed in joy, Pan's mood was not very good. The reason why he was willing to contribute his hunting dog, which he had bred with great difficulty, was to take the opportunity to bring a beautiful nymph with him. As a result, the beauty was not saved, but the bastard who almost blew his skin away followed him. It was really a pity. The half-man, half-sheep shepherd complained in his heart, and then glanced at the handsome male god with a smile behind him. He was immediately furious, and suddenly accelerated his pace, and his body quickly shuttled through the dense forest. Humph, if you want to take my hunting dog from me, you have to have this ability. Pan sneered secretly, and knocked the shepherd's staff in his hand to the ground, and the invisible rhythm spread out. The road in the darkness seemed to become rugged and difficult to walk on. The surrounding plants seemed gloomy and twisted, like giant snakes crawling in the shadows. The whole forest seemed to have turned into a living maze. After a few turns, the footsteps behind him gradually disappeared, as if blocked by some invisible thing. Pan couldn't help but reveal a cunning smile on his face. In Arcadia, he is not only a shepherd god, but also the master of nature, mountains, forests, and countryside. He can use his will to turn this territory into a maze, to confuse and imprison the enemy, making them lose their judgment in fear and behave ugly. Since you made me embarrassed in front of those beautiful goddesses, and ruined my good deeds, I will let you have a taste of the bitterness. When the sun rises, I will see that you can't even follow people, and can't bring back a few hounds. How can you have the face to report to Lord Artemis? However, just as the half-man, half-goat god raised his head and sneered triumphantly, his eyes looking forward suddenly froze, his body froze in place, and his sheep face was full of a look of seeing a ghost. Under the bright moonlight, a figure leaning against a boulder in front of him stretched his waist lazily, turned back and asked with a smile, "Have you rested enough? Can we go now?" "Oh, okay." Pan nodded blankly, hurriedly past the figure, and continued to lead the way in front. Damn it. What's going on? When did this guy go around in front of me? The unexpected situation made the shepherd god's brain confused and puzzled. But then, more depression and anger surged into his heart under the catalysis of alcohol. How could a mere subordinate god who came out of nowhere easily break through my maze? Accident. It must be an accident. With resentment and doubt in his heart, Pan once again quickened his pace, running and jumping in the mountains like a nimble goat. At the same time, the staff that kept hitting the ground secretly awakened the will of the forest, causing the plants and landforms to grow wildly and deform, turning into a forest maze that blocked the moonlight from the sky, trying to completely trap the followers behind him in this dark cage. Now, it depends on you. Pan, who had pulled away for a distance, subconsciously turned back and was about to admire his masterpiece, but the excitement and pride on his face froze again. That guy is still there. Moreover, he has walked to a position less than 7 steps away from it. The forest maze that he was proud of did not cause any obstacles to him. How could this be possible? Looking at the confused lamb in front of him, Lorne smiled playfully in his heart. Why did he want to use a maze to trap him? When he was in Crete, he was often locked in a maze by Athena unbeaten. Compared to the goddess of wisdom who could easily cut through space and reshape the base Pan's labyrinth, which could only use terrain factors to create some obstacles and magnify people's fear, was simply child's play. Moreover, the bull on his body also had some of the labyrinth powers of Crete. As long as he ignored the changes in the surrounding environment and followed the earth's aura and the sheep smell that could be smelled from afar on Pan's body, he would basically not get lost. How far is it? You won't get lost, will you? Hearing the ridicule behind him, Pan, who still did not give up, gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. I'm afraid you can't catch up. Then, Pan tore off his disguise, infused his divine power into his legs, stepped on his 2 unique sheep's hooves, turned into a gust of wind, and rushed through the forest. It is the offspring of Hermes, the god of speed, and has a natural talent for speed. Especially in a home environment like Arcadia, Pan is confident that not many people can easily catch up with it. However, after looking back several times, its heart was half cold. The unknown slave god gushed out an exaggeratedly powerful divine power, like a high-speed chariot, and was following closely behind it at an equally fast speed. With the dull rumbling of the ground, the distance between the 2 sides was constantly shortened. Finally, at the moment when the other party caught up with him again, Pan Shen completely gave up, took the initiative to slow down his pace, squeezed out a flattering smile from his face, and greeted him attentively. No hurry, we are almost there. Where? Lorne ignored Pan Shen's approach and looked around with a faint smile. Pan Shen coughed dryly and knocked the ground with the shepherd's staff in his hand. The dense jungle around moved, and a crack appeared in the rock in front. This corridor covered with moss and fluorescent plants led directly to the dark belly of the mountain. Seeing that this slave god who was not easy to mess with was still not moving, Pan Shen hurriedly smiled and bowed forward. It's inside. I'll show you the way. Lorne was not in a hurry to step in. Instead, he looked at the god with a goat's head and a human body with a smile. This half a man, half goat image with horns on its head and split hooves had a special name in medieval Europe and the subsequent Christian culture. That is, the devil, or the incarnation of Satan. Lies and deception are often the standard features of this creature. Lorne narrowed his eyes and started to follow behind the god Pan. The corners of his lips raised in the dark, outlining a playful arc. Centaur. Pan. Things are really getting more and more interesting. Chapter 157. Tricking the Devil Lamb. Following the footsteps of Pan, we walked about 100 steps inward, and the scenery suddenly opened up, and a natural valley came into view. There was gurgling water and green shade everywhere. Snow-white sheep were eating in the valley, strong horses were strolling leisurely on the hillside, and hundreds of fat and strong bulls and cows gathered by the clear stream to drink water. There were thousands of livestock of all sizes, making this valley full of vitality, and everything was in order. Once the livestock left the specific activity area, dozens of hounds scattered at the valley entrance or high places would rush over like the wind, barking and driving the stray livestock back to their original place and guarding the property entrusted to them by their owners with all their heart and soul. The brave posture showed that they were the best hounds at a glance. Dangerous Pan appeared at the entrance of the valley. He tapped his staff gently on the stone at his feet, and dozens of hounds came over, surrounding their master with their tongues out and barking happily. Look, these are all good dogs that I have trained carefully. The half-human half-sheep shepherd proudly opened the magic array, and under Lorne's strange gaze, he skillfully fed some fresh mutton to the dogs around him, and then pointed to the most fierce ones, and introduced them proudly. The best ones, Her Majesty Artemis will definitely like them. I'm going to present all of them to that lord. Okay, I'll give these to Lord Artemis on your behalf. Lorne smiled and nodded, raised his hand to take a few selected hounds from Pan's hand, and suggested in a friendly manner, however, you are injured tonight, so it is inconvenient for you to travel a long distance. You should stay in the temple and have a good rest. However, upon hearing this, Pan's face suddenly changed, and he quickly stepped forward to block Lorne, who was walking towards the cave in trance. No, don't believe me? Looking at Pan standing in front of him, Lorne smiled slightly, raised his hand and patted his shoulder, showing a warm smile. Don't worry, it's just a few hounds, I can handle it. Feeling the huge force falling on his shoulders, Pan, who felt a little numb on half of his body, couldn't help but stiffen his face, and regretted it in his heart. Sure enough, the little action on the road before was still remembered by this guy. In the end, under Lorne's half-smiley gaze, Pan tried hard to squeeze out an expression that was uglier than crying, and shyly told the real purpose of his courtesy. In fact, I also want to take this opportunity to ask Lady Artemis to marry one of her nymphs as my wife. Sure enough, if you are courting for no reason, you are either a traitor or a thief. As the offspring of Hermes, this lustful sheep naturally couldn't just give away the hounds he had worked so hard to raise. The group of beautiful nymphs under Artemis's command was what attracted Pan to come. Lorne listened to the intentions of the shepherd god with a smile, and spoke slowly in a low voice. Do you want to die? Pan was stimulated by this, and his face changed instantly, his expression gloomy. What do you mean by this? Lady Artemis and the hunting nymphs around her all swore to remain chaste. Even the god King Zeus was driven out because he touched the chaste nymphs. As a result, you want to use a few hounds to exchange for a hunting nymph under her command, so that she will take the initiative to break the oath. Lorne glanced at Pan in front of him and asked meaningfully, so, are you more noble than that god king? Or is your head harder than the arrow of the hunting goddess? Hearing this, Pan was stunned, and there were waves of fear and hesitation in his eyes. Although he was lustful, he was not stupid, so he naturally understood the other party's implication. Artemis would not easily betroth her nymphs to him just for a few hounds. Moreover, if he really annoyed her, the goddess of hunting might shoot it like a rabbit in a rage. He did not have the noble status and powerful strength of the god king. If he did not get the meat, he would get himself involved. But then, the graceful figures and beautiful faces of the nymphs under the firelight appeared in Pan's mind, and he immediately argued unwillingly. Lady Artemis has accepted my gift. Shouldn't she give me some reward? Then you can try to see if she is willing to give it to your nymphs, or give you an arrow. Lorne rolled his eyes at this sheep who had bad intentions from the beginning, and snorted coldly. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Do you know why there are only 19 hunting nymphs now, out of the original 20 of Artemis? Why? Hearing the sinister voice, Pan subconsciously moved his dry throat and asked, it is said that a sea nymph named Aura was encountered by someone in the Sea of Oceanus when she was in Sicily. Then, the sea beasts in the outer sea were almost killed, and even the father of the sea monster became a trophy. Pan thought of the hunting scene of Apollo, Artemis, and Athena, as well as the recent rumors about the Sea of Oceanus and the imprisoned Lord of the Sea, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. It's just a nymph, it can't be so exaggerated, right? Of course, I'm just talking casually. Believe it or not, it's none of my business anyway. As he said that, Lorne threw the dog leash back into Pan's hand, looking like he had nothing to do with it. When it was Pan's turn to make his own decision, the lustful shepherd revealed his timid side again. He led a few hounds, and hesitated to step out of the cave. Listen to my advice, just pretend nothing happened, drink this pot of wine, and have a good dream. Lorne advised earnestly, untied the wine pot from his waist, and threw it to Pan behind him, showing his goodwill. The shepherd with a gloomy face, took the wine pot, drank a few gulps, and muttered with dissatisfaction. Then all my livestock products are given away for nothing. He held the dog leash unwillingly in his hand, with no intention of handing over these beloved dogs, as if he didn't want to suffer another loss. Lorne looked at this lustful, stingy, treacherous, and cowardly shepherd with contempt, and snorted coldly, "If you really want to marry a beautiful goddess, there is a way." "What way?" In an instant, Pan became energetic, and stared at the man in front of him. Lorne rolled his eyes, and reminded him unhappily, "Who told you to keep staring at those immobile nymphs? Aren't there goddesses who can be married at the scene?" The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. "Muse?" Pan's eyes lit up when he thought of the muses' unrestrained dance and joyful singing, and he instantly opened up a new idea. "Yes, they are much more beautiful than those nymphs, and their figures are good enough. Wouldn't it be more profitable to marry one of them?" The lustful half-man, half-goat god became more and more excited as he spoke, with excitement flashing in his eyes, and it seemed as if there was a fire burning in his heart. However, just as Pan was daydreaming, Lorne next to him poured a basin of cold water on his overheated goat brain again. "Haha, even if muses can be married, it seems that it won't be your turn, right? What do you mean? Do you look down on me?" Pan's eyes were red, he was panting, and his face was full of indignation. "I'm just stating a fact," Lorne said lazily. "They are Apollo's subordinates. The god of light has a good image, and he is also very knowledgeable in music, poetry, and medicine. How can you beat him and make him willingly give up his subordinate to you?" Hearing this, Pan was silent. Apollo, as the recognized male god of Olympus, is not a name for nothing. It is almost a pipe dream to want to take the beauty from the god of light. Unless the twists and turns of the pondering made Pan, who had just lost his temper, feel a fire of hope again, and he couldn't wait to look at the person in front of him. However, Lorne did not say anything, but just spread his hands behind him. Immediately, Pan understood, smiled awkwardly, and hurriedly handed the dog leash back. But after taking the dog leash, Lorne still did not speak, but looked at Pan with more contempt. "Haha, that's just something I asked you to pass on to Lady Artemis. You won't make this trip in vain." Pan suddenly realized and spoke up. "What do you like in my ranch? Take your pick." Hearing this, Lorne's face suddenly turned cold. He immediately grabbed the dog leash and walked out of the cave without hesitation. "Stop." Seeing that the situation was not good, Pan hurriedly stepped forward to hold Lorne, who wanted to leave. After searching his body for a while, he gritted his teeth and took out 2 black goat horns from the opened magic array. This was a divine thing that he had shed when he was growing up. It contained a strong power of the shepherd god and was originally used to forge artifacts for himself. Now, in order to win the beauty, he could only bear the pain and give these 2 things that he could show off to the guy in front of him as a thank you gift for asking for advice. Seeing that this stingy sheep was finally willing to cut some meat, Lorne took the 2 goat horns with satisfaction and spoke leisurely. "You want to marry Muse. It's not that you don't have a chance. Make a bet with the god of light, and the bet is to marry Muse. If you win, that's it." How could he agree to this competition? Of course, as long as you question his authority in his professional field, such as music, poetry, medicine, etc. Pan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he nodded, as if he had understood something. That's right, according to the arrogant character of the god of light, he would definitely not tolerate outsiders questioning his professional level. But Pan, who is suspicious by nature, is still a little worried about this. But what if he doesn't agree? Then question first, then compete, and finally wait until the dust settles, and then take the opportunity to propose conditions, right? What if he refuses to pay? So, you not only have to win, but also win fairly. Not only do you have to defeat the god of light in his own field of expertise and leave him speechless, but if you are still not assured, then find some witnesses. Lorne rolled his eyes at Pan beside him, then waved his hand, yawned and walked towards the cave in trance. "Okay, I still have to send these hounds back. It's up to you whether you want to try or not." As he said that, he led a few hounds out of the valley, and his figure gradually disappeared into the thick night. After watching the new god leave, Pan recalled the hot bodies and beautiful looks of the muses, and his mouth was dry, so he drank a few sips of wine. A series of faint voices echoed in his mind, and gradually a ball of heat rose from his lower abdomen, and rushed straight to his sheep brain. Muses, Such a beautiful goddess. Why is Apollo the only one who has it? As long as I can set up a bet and beat that guy, I can have those things too. Pan paced and murmured in the cave. His eyes with red light constantly flickered in the darkness, gradually brewing a touch of confusion and madness, and finally slammed the staff heavily on the ground, with a proud sneer on his face. That's right, in some aspects, I may not lose. At the same time, outside the cave covered by vines, after carefully checking the hounds around him, Lorne looked back at the restored stone wall, with the corners of his lips curled up. His wine is not so delicious, it is infiltrated with the madness of his divinity. So, lamb, you have to hold on a little longer. The next day, early in the morning, a rough sound of horse hooves and a loud neigh of war horses woke everyone up from their sleep. Centaurs? Enemy attack? In an instant, everyone was on alert and rushed out of the camp. However, in the tense atmosphere, they saw Pan, who visited last night, actually came to the camp early in the morning. And behind him were dozens of divine war horses. Lord Apollo, I only had time to pick a gift for Lady Artemis last night, but forgot to prepare one for you. So today I brought my carefully bred warhorse to give to you. Looking at the smiling sheep face in front of him, and the war horses behind Pan, Apollo was stunned at first, then showed an expression of satisfaction and nodded slightly. Although he didn't care much about the small gift from the shepherd god, he was still a little unhappy that he ignored his brother in front of his sister. However, since Pan had already shown a humble attitude, Apollo's displeasure was finally dispelled. Yes, he was as sensible as his thief father. At the beginning, Hermes, the god of speed, had offended the god of light because of stealing. But later, Hermes still tactfully admitted his mistake and gave Apollo his lyre made of tortoise shells, asking for his forgiveness. Seeing the beautiful sound of the harp, Apollo happily accepted it and forgave Hermes. From then on, Apollo had a lyre and became a god who mastered the art of music. Because of this, they became brothers and friends. Later, Apollo wanted to help Hermes live in Mount Olympus, but he had to get the consent of Hera, the queen of the gods, who had always been jealous of the goddess Maia. For Hermes, Apollo personally went to persuade Hera, the queen of the gods. In order to persuade Hera successfully, he turned Hermes into the appearance of Hera's son, the god of war heirs, and finally moved Hera, and agreed to let Hermes enter Mount Olympus. It can be said that the reason why Hermes has his current status is inseparable from Apollo's assistance. The two sides are a model of turning hostility into friendship. If the son of Hermes is as sensible as him, he doesn't mind giving him some blessings to make his path to the gods more convenient. Just as Apollo was thinking, Pan rubbed his hands and smiled foolishly. Lord Apollo, my father has always praised your musical attainments, and I happen to have some musical attainments as well. Oh, really? Apollo smiled and did not comment. It just so happens that you are visiting Arcadia today, and I want to ask you for advice in person. Pan continued to smile foolishly, and seeing that Apollo was not angry, a trace of subtle cunning flashed in his drooping eyebrows. If I'm lucky enough to win you, I will not say anything else, but I only ask you to promise to give me a small gift. You actually want to win me in music? Just you? The moment he said this, Apollo narrowed his eyes, and a faint pride appeared on his handsome face, and he did not pay any attention to the so-called small gift. Chapter 158, The Battle Between Perverts. Well, your father Hermes is also a god who is proficient in music theory. Let me see how much you have learned as his son. Apollo nodded and smiled in agreement. Although his attitude was calm, between the lines, there was a test of the elder to the younger. Obviously, in the eyes of this god of art, the lamb in front of him was just looking for a reason to learn from him, and he was not qualified to compete with him on the same stage on an equal footing. The so-called challenge and victory were naturally out of the question. Therefore, he did not mention what would happen after the victory. Although this move was exactly what Pan wanted, Apollo's inherent arrogance still made the shepherd god secretly hate him. Wait, you will regret it. Pan snorted secretly, while maintaining a humble look, and took out his most proud instrument from his arms. It was a panpipe made of reeds and named intrigues. Like the harp in Apollo's hand and the laurel wreath on his head, they are all taken from plants that are the incarnation of a nymph. Therefore, once the music is played, there will be a natural divine power that makes the audience intoxicated. It seems that from the material of the musical instrument and some sexual interests, he and the god of light have the same hobbies. Pan glanced at the group of beautiful muses behind Apollo, turned his pale yellow sheep eyes, and suggested with a silly smile, "Lord Apollo, since it is a competition, then according to the standards of the Olympic Games, shouldn't we ask a judge to arbitrate?" In response, Apollo still nodded confidently, gently tapped the strings, and golden ripples spread into the mountains and forests. Soon, accompanied by the rubbing of branches and the rustling of vines, the camp was unconsciously filled with ancient trees. And on the thickest old tree in the center, an old face with many wrinkles squeezed out, waving branches to salute everyone slightly, and showing a kind smile. "Lord Apollo, I understand what you mean. If you don't mind, today I and these forest elves will be the audience, to judge who is better, you or Pan." Perilous, the god of the forest, is a very ancient god in the Arcadia Mountains. Over the long years, he and his followers have witnessed a lot of history, and often attended as judges to resolve some disputes. Seeing that the referee he invited had arrived, Apollo smiled and nodded, waved his hand to gather soil and stones, and created a wide venue and audience seats for the competition in front of the camp, and then bowed back gracefully. "Everyone, please." The muses and nymphs who were also invited as audiences were immediately excited. They held hands and sat down in groups of 3 or 5, waiting for the game to begin. Apollo's reputation as the god of art has long been widely spread in Olympus, and the music he played personally has amazed many gods and listeners. But as time goes by and the divine power is consolidated, this god of light rarely performs in public. Now that they can see Apollo personally take action on this trip, the nymphs and muses are naturally full of expectations. As the hurried flow of people passed by the camp, Pan, who was alone in the original place, opened his mouth, finally smiled awkwardly, and hurriedly bent over to follow him on stage. Looking at the little lamb that no one cared about, and the sheep's face that tried to force a smile, Lorne shook his head secretly. He now felt a little bit of Apollo's arrogance that was deep in his bones. Although it was a competition, the god of light never took Pan, the challenger, seriously from beginning to end. Whether it was the venue, the referee, or the method, he did not ask Pan's opinion at all, and he acted arbitrarily. For the opponent, ignoring is the greatest humiliation. But at this moment, it is obvious that no one among the gods around would care about Pan's emotions, and they were all waiting for Apollo's wonderful performance wholeheartedly. Since the contestants are in place, let's begin. The forest god Perilous, who was sitting on the referee's bench, raised his staff and knocked the ground, giving the signal to start. At the same time, he lifted the branches beside his ears and prepared to listen attentively to the performance of the two gods. "I'll go first." Pan, who was a little angry because Apollo had taken the lead, rushed forward and summoned his divine power on the stage to play the panpipe, trying to use his proud musical talent to make a splash. Divine power surged, and the air trembled. The mournful and desolate sound of the panpipe came out from the narrow hole, and the listener's heart was bleeding. When the blood in the heart was exhausted, the heart would fail and die. And this music was extremely beautiful, as if it would make people die in the midst of emotion. The reason why the music was mournful and desolate was because of his unrequited love for the nymph Zeus. In order to reject his pursuit, the beautiful god would rather turn into a reed and refuse to meet him. In order to commemorate his beloved, the heartbroken Pan not only created the panpipe instrument with the reed she incarnated, but also wrote a poem for her. "Goddess walking in the green meadow, your face is as light as water, the green grass here is the hotbed that nature has paved for you and me. I'm madly obsessed with you, forget the honor and disgrace of the world, I just want to hold you in my arms. But fate shattered my beautiful dream, the reeds are floating in the autumn wind, you are my inappropriate sorrow." Through the low hum of the panpipe, the silent confession poured into the ears of the audience. They seemed to follow the music and witness the sad love of the shepherd in the sunny afternoon. This country song, which he was most proud of, has an unparalleled rendering power. As the last note stopped, the scene was silent. Sadness and pity grew in their hearts uncontrollably. The nymphs and muses looked at Pan with less rejection and more empathy and sadness. Some even shed tears for the poor shepherd. It must be said that Pan's musical attainments were truly admirable. He had reached the point where music was the voice of his heart. But Lorne looked at the nymphs and muses immersed in the sad atmosphere on the field, narrowed his eyes, and sneered secretly, wanting to use power to influence the minds of the audience and take advantage of the opportunity to win. Isn't it a bit too much to take the main god present in the eyes? Dang. At this moment, a joyful harp sound echoed on the field, and the audience who were originally immersed in the sad atmosphere were shocked, and their eyes regained clarity. In a trance, the audience who gradually came back to their senses, the more they pondered the story and the music, the more they felt something was wrong. The other party has already clearly expressed his refusal, but he is still forcing her to love him, even forcing her to the point of giving up herself. What kind of love is this? It is clearly an unrequited animal desire. After a moment, the goddesses who originally had sympathy and pity for Pan could not help but glare at this pervert with a goat's head and a human body, and their contempt was overflowing. Pan, who had played a little trick and thought he could win the cheers of the audience, immediately blushed in the booze and contempt, and his yellow-brown goat eyes secretly looked at Apollo on the side, feeling angry and annoyed. The god of light on the stage seemed to be casually adjusting the strings of the harp in his arms, and plucked a few clear and pleasant notes again, and walked to the front with a smile. "Are you done with your performance? Then, it's my turn." Without waiting for Pan to reply, Tmolus turned to Apollo. All the trees turned with him. He wore the laurel wreath of Parnassus, a long red-purple robe of Tyre that dragged on the ground, holding a lyre in his left hand and plucking the strings with his right hand. He was a handsome man who deserved the title, especially when he stood with the god Pan. The contrast between beauty and ugliness was even stronger. Suddenly, the hearts of the nymphs and muses on the scene were pounding, and their eyes were all focused on this handsome male god. No one paid attention to the lamb in the corner anymore, and Apollo, who was in the spotlight, still maintained his graceful demeanor, and his white jade-like 5 fingers were plucking and twisting the strings. The elegant and beautiful lyric music flowed between the trembling strings, as if a male god like a gem came in the shade of the forest under the sun, met a beautiful encounter in the forest, and started chasing with all his heart. I'm the first poet, the descendant of light. Like a sensitive hound sniffing the trail of a hare, you run fast, frozen into a spinning skater, a vine-decorated sound box, a curved twig. The veins on your feet spread into the soil, a layer of patterned skin covers your chest and hair, flying out of the branches, overflowing with green leaves, a torso that gradually turns into wood swallows your arms and legs. Your mortal soul floats in the glory of the laurel. The immortal god caresses every inch of your wood texture, feels the trembling of your warm main branch, kisses each branch, as if it were a human wrist. A pair of laurel hands hold, and then merge into the laurel crown. But in the end, this loving confession was ruthlessly rejected. The proud nymph abandoned a sincere and passionate heart, cruelly letting it cool and die. In the sound of the piano, which gradually turned into mournful music, the nymphs and muses cried bitterly, sympathizing with the confessor's plight, and hating the ruthlessness and indifference of the pursuer. And Lorne, who was sitting in the corner, had a dark face. Pan had just made a beautified version of Afternoon of the Faun, and Apollo came up with a beautiful love poem, Apollo and Daphne. Those who don't know would think that these two are very affectionate and aggrieved. However, the real situation is that these two perverts insisted on forcing the girls to agree to their love, causing the two unfortunate nymphs to shut themselves up. In the end, they had to use the way of composing music to show their love and accuse the two nymphs of indifference. Such a hypocritical scene almost made Lorne sick. Finally, this torturous song finally ended. The branches of the trees on the field swayed happily, and the nymphs and muses cheered in unison, as if true fans were voting for their idols. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, the cunning Pan waited until Apollo finished playing, before playing his Pan pipe again, playing several of his most proud country songs. The brisk and humorous tunes brought pure joy to the audience, making them feel happy and smiling. However, Apollo then played the lyre, washing away the lingering sound of the country songs with a magnificent hymn. The praise of the gods and the description of the Titan war made people intoxicated, immersed in the scene, and their blood boiled. Finally, after 3 rounds of repetition, Tmolus immediately stood up and declared that Apollo, who played the lyre, was the winner of the game. All the audience accepted this judgment and gave praise and wreaths to the brilliant Apollo on the field. Pan, who was ignored, became a complete foil, with his sheep face red and white. Finally, he could no longer bear the mocking cheers around him, and he forced a stiff smile, said goodbye to the gods, and begged someone who had set up traps around him to take him out safely. In response, Lorne smiled and nodded, and took Pan, who had lost everything, away from this sad place. But as the two walked out of the camp, Pan, who had been smiling, suddenly turned his head, stared at the guide with his yellow-brown eyes, and looked viciously at him. "Didn't you say there was a way for me to marry Muse? Why did I lose? Damn liar." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 159. Demons Have No Morals. Looking at the god Pan who was losing all his money, Lorne reminded him angrily and amusedly. Hey, don't say anything nonsense. It was you who wanted to gamble. What does it have to do with me? I don't care. It's all your idea. I gambled with Apollo and lost everything. You have to pay. However, this half a man, half goat god unreasonably identified the man in front of him. His yellow-brown goat eyes flashed with cunning eyes, and he opened his mouth to threaten sinisterly. Otherwise, I will expose this matter and say that I was instructed by you. Faced with Pan's unscrupulous and uninformed betrayal, Lorne was not annoyed. As the prototype of the devil, how could he obey the rules obediently? It's not impossible to return it to you. Lorne slowly took out 2 goat horns from the magic circle diagram, played with them in his hands for a while, with a smile on his face. But, do you want to recover that insignificant loss, or do you want to really win Apollo once, and marry a beautiful muse as your wife? Do you have any other ideas? Instantly, Pan, who heard the hidden meaning, was overjoyed, but then because he had just lost a battle, he couldn't help but doubt the think tank in front of him. You didn't lie to me? Lorne smiled slightly, casually put the 2 goat horns in the other's arms, and turned around, and walked towards the camp without saying a word. Stop. Immediately, Pan rushed forward, and pulled Lorne back, with a flattering face. You say it. Lorne still didn't speak, and continued to look at the tasteless goat head in front of him with a smile. Pan seemed to wake up from a dream, and immediately understood, and stuffed the 2 goat horns in his hand back into Lorne's arms, while smiling shamelessly. Misunderstanding. It was all misunderstanding just now. I was joking with you. I can't afford such a big joke. Lorne looked at the shameless goat head in front of him and sneered coldly. What if you tell this to Apollo? The god of light will get angry. Wouldn't it be too unfair for me? How could it be? You are my benefactor. How could I do such a thing to betray my friend? Pan god promised solemnly, with a loyal and honest look. Lorne just looked at the goat head quietly without saying anything. After a moment, the embarrassed Pan god realized that he had exposed the stall too early, and hurriedly spoke to make amends. How about this? I promise not to leak out the things you pointed out to me. If you don't believe it, I can swear to the sticks here. As he said, the cunning goat head, driven by lust, was straightforward, raised his right hand directly, and swore to the sticks. But Lorne remained unmoved, playing with the 2 goat horns in his hand with a smile. Pan immediately smiled, and untied a bag from his waist, and handed it to the man in front of him. Lorne slightly opened the mouth and looked inside. He was shocked to see a green meadow and hundreds of miniature war horses, cattle and sheep foraging leisurely in it. This is just a deposit. Pan came forward, and tried to squeeze out a bright and sincere smile from his painful face. When I marry Muse according to your instructions, I promise to give you 10 times, no, 100 times the livestock products to honor you. Hearing the goat head's solemn promise, Lorne's unhappiness on his face gradually disappeared, and he complained indignantly. This is none of my business in the first place. You insist on asking me to help you with ideas, and want to use this to threaten me. It's a bit too much. Yes, I'm wrong. This time, I will follow the oath. Whether success or failure, I will not blame you. Pan promised again and again, then looked at the camp full of laughter and joy, and could no longer hold back, and asked eagerly. So, you should tell me how to win now, right? It's simple. Let's compete again. Hearing that careless answer, Pan's face darkened. He felt that he had been fooled and was about to explode on the spot. Don't be impatient, listen to me. The slow groaning made Pan suppress his anger and look at the think tank in front of him with a little resentment and suspicion. Strictly speaking, your musical talent is not worse than Apollo's. Hearing this, Pan's face was obviously much more comfortable, and a trace of satisfaction appeared in his eyes when he looked at Lorne. But when he thought of the hundreds of good horses he had given away, and the livestock that had been knocked away by the guy on the opposite side, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken, and his eyes looked at Lorne more and more unkind. Look, you're impatient again. Lorne rolled his eyes and snorted unhappily. Stupid, don't you understand? The reason why you failed miserably is not because of your musical attainments. Then, he looked at the confused goat, reluctantly hooked his shoulder over, and whispered in his ear. After listening to Lorne's narration, Pan, who was about to explode, suddenly lost his temper, and his tawny eyes flickered with excitement. So that's what happened. Why didn't I think of it? Seeing that the goat had finally got the hang of it, Lorne ended his instructions and snorted. Do as I say, and you will definitely win tomorrow. Yeah. Pan nodded repeatedly, and the excitement on his face was beyond words, as if he could already see the laurel wreath of victory and the beautiful muse waving to him. You do your thing, I'll go get ready first. Then, the goat-headed god said goodbye to the think tank in front of him with a flattering look on his face, and then couldn't wait to start running towards his temple. Looking at the figure in the forest going farther and farther away, Lorne put away the smile on his face, and a hint of gloomy coldness appeared in his eyes. Threatening me? Idiot. Since you want to beat Apollo so much, then let you win. However, in some gambling games, if you lose, at most you will lose your chips. But if you win, you will lose more. After a simple farewell to the goathead, Lorne also returned to the camp and went out with Artemis to wander around the Arcadia Mountains. By the way, as I said last night, reduce the population of the blind centaur tribe. As a result, these wild and unruly natives soon realized what kind of monsters they had provoked last night. After seeing several girls who were tortured beyond recognition in the centaur's nest, the nymphs couldn't help but feel angry in their hearts and mercilessly cleared out these four-legged beasts. In just half a day, more than a dozen centaur tribes were overthrown by the hunting goddess who went out to vent her anger. Thousands of centaurs were turned into fertilizer buried in the ground under the arrows of the nymphs. Looking at the dark red soil, Lorne estimated that there would be no centaur disasters in the Arcadia Mountains for decades to come. Of course, the premise is that the horse herder can be dealt with together. On the hidden path of the centaur camp, Lorne raised his foot to wipe off several unique hoof prints that were divided into two halves, and looked meaningfully at the maze that looked like a forest. Then, wait until tomorrow. The next morning, Pan, who brought a large amount of livestock again, came to the camp early in the morning and invited everyone. He wanted to lead these distinguished guests to the nearby Arcadia city-state, where he specially prepared a banquet. On the way, everyone can experience the local customs and let mortals admire the majesty of the gods. Faced with Pan's compliments and his proactive courtesy, Apollo gladly accepted them and went to the appointment with the muses around him. As the team walked out of the dense forest and headed towards the fortress, Pan's brown eyes reflected in the sun sparkled with excitement. This time, he won. Chapter 160 God wants to destroy someone, he must first make him crazy. With the glimmer of morning light, a large group of handsome men and beautiful women, led by Pan, came to the settlement of the Arcadian people. Since this place was originally a place for mountain people to take refuge, with rugged terrain and inconvenient transportation, it has not been subjected to much impact from foreign cultures, and the architecture and the lives of the locals have maintained their original style. Looking around, they were either grazing cattle and sheep in the valley, or planting food on the gentle slopes, or carrying bows and arrows to collect and hunt. The unmelodious country tunes sang freely from their mouths, causing Apollo to frown. Fortunately, not long after walking, a middle-aged man with slightly curly hair and jewels came up to the city gate with a smile on his face. Midas, the king of Phrygia, my good friend, has been touring here recently. I heard that you have come to Arcadia and admire you in my heart, so I want to provide funding for hospitality. Pan stepped forward and hugged the middle-aged man and enthusiastically introduced him to the gods present. Everyone did not suspect anything, and at Midas's enthusiastic invitation, they all came to the open-air banquet venue he had prepared. As a city adjacent to Arcadia, it naturally relies on the mountains for its food, so a large number of wild game and mountain delicacies purchased from the mountain people were prepared for the banquet. After being carefully cooked by the accompanying Phrygian court chefs, it had a unique flavor, which greatly satisfied the gods who were being entertained, and even looked at the Phrygian king with a hint of friendliness. Halfway through the banquet, the foreign king stood up from his seat, toasted Apollo and Pan, and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. I heard that yesterday, the two of you had a competition of musical attainments in the mountains of Arcadia. The beautiful music almost made all the nymphs and elves excited. It's a pity that I didn't see that scene. Hearing Midas' compliments, Apollo, as the winner, showed a reserved and complacent smile. But then, Midas changed the subject, and smiled and stated his intention. In fact, I specially invited you today, because I hope you two can have another competition, so that we mortals can also have the honor to appreciate the music from the gods. After saying this, Apollo turned his head and looked at Pan with a smile on his face. He was not a fool, so he naturally understood the hidden meaning of Midas and his real intention. Obviously, the gambling fight yesterday did not convince Pan, so the little lamb specially brought his friends today, hosted a banquet, and asked him to have another competition. At this moment, Pan, whose little tricks were seen through, smiled awkwardly under Apollo's gaze, and hurriedly pretended to scold Midas. What is there to compare? It doesn't matter who wins or loses. Of course it's different. I always think that the melody of the panpipe is the most perfect music in the world. I can't imagine that I can beat your piano sound. Midas shook his head again and again, and his words were all compliments to Pan. As soon as these words came out, Apollo, who was naturally proud, naturally could not sit idly by, and immediately stood up to respond. Since the king of Phrygia sincerely invites you, then Pan and I will each perform a song here for you to judge. Okay. Thank you for meeting this small request. Midas, who got what he wanted, laughed heartily, then clapped his hands to call for his servants, took out a handful of gold and silver coins, and ordered in a deep voice, "Let the nearby villagers come over, enjoy the feast together, listen to the performances of the two gods, and then let them vote for which side's music is more beautiful." Apollo frowned slightly when he heard this, but he did not refuse this arrangement. Whether the judges were the god of the forest and his nymphs, or the mortals in front of him, he was confident that his music could conquer all the audience. The surrounding villagers received Midas' invitation, and heard that there would be performances, meals, and money at the venue, so they immediately flocked in, crowding the surroundings, and looking inside curiously. The audience was already in place, and the competition officially began. At Midas' announcement, Pan took the lead in playing the panpipe in his hand. The sound of the flute was cheerful and exciting, like the collision of stones, the roar of cliffs, and the whistling of dense forests. As a shepherd god, Pan was very familiar with these sounds in the deep mountains and dense forests, and his playing was vivid and touching. The mountain people who had also lived in Arcadia for a long time were also very excited. They clapped their hands, sang in response, and sang with their own tuneless folk music, seamlessly blending into this carnival. Even the foreign monarch Midas at the table cheered and shouted with joy. Accompanied by Pan, he clapped, stamped his feet, and danced wildly with the people around him. Apollo frowned at the twisting limbs and the singing that could hardly be called music. For this self-esteemed god of art, all the ugly things in front of him were simply a double torture of vision and hearing. Finally, after Pan played a rest and ended his performance, Apollo was no longer polite. He decisively picked up the lyre, cast his piercing eyes into the distance, and plucked the strings. The sound of the lyre was gentle and melodious, like the gurgling of spring water, the chirping of swallows, the sudden rise of breeze, and the setting of the moon. The pleasant sound of the lyre brought people to an infinitely beautiful and peaceful state. At the end of the song, the scene was silent, as if shocked by the beautiful melody. However, upon closer inspection, the villagers who looked at each other were filled with confusion and astonishment. Soon, a burst of whispers and boos broke out in the crowd. "That's it? What kind of thing is it? not as good as me. Hearing the ignorant discussions and frivolous judgments of the villagers, Apollo, who was originally waiting on the stage to welcome cheers and admiration, suddenly had a dark face and was furious. However, before he could get angry, Midas, who saw that the situation was not good, hurriedly stepped to the front of the stage and announced it in public. The competition is over. Who do you think has the better music? Now you can vote. As he said that, he ordered people to carry 2 pottery jars representing Pan and Apollo to the stage, and then distributed a stone with a special symbol to the audience outside the venue. As the gate opened, the villagers who were watching the excitement immediately swarmed up and threw the stones in their hands at the jar representing Pan according to their preferences. There were only a few dozen people standing on Apollo's side. Among them, nymphs and muses accounted for the majority of the number. Finally, with the end of the vote, Midas looked at the obvious difference in the number of stones in the 2 pottery jars and announced the result without counting them. This game, Pan won. Seeing that their favorite performer easily won the championship, the villagers cheered noisily, throwing the branches and garlands in their hands to Pan on the stage and disdained Apollo on the side. They could not appreciate the pretentious performance of this noble young man at all, and they did not understand what elegant art was. For them, Pan's country tune, which expresses intense emotions, but is easy to understand, and can even be sung along with their usual songs, is the real art. Looking at his sparsely populated venue and the villagers next to him who kept cheering and praising Pan, Apollo tried his best to maintain his demeanor, but his face gradually became gloomy, his steel teeth creaked, and he was very angry. What do these mud-legged people know about art? They are just making random comments. But even if Apollo was dissatisfied, facing the indisputable voting results, he could only pinch his nose and accept the victory or defeat of this game. Your musical attainments are good. The god of light on the field tried to squeeze out a stiff smile, pretended to be generous and praised, and then prepared to step down and leave this broken place that made him feel humiliated as soon as possible. However, Pan, who was standing aside, greeted him with a silly smile and rubbed his hands embarrassedly. Lord Apollo, since I won, then the bet last night, tell me, what do you want? At this moment, Apollo, who no longer had the heart to argue with this goat-headed man, asked without thinking. Since he had already accepted the gift and hospitality of Pan, it was only right to return a favor. Now, he just wanted to stay away from this deformed child who humiliated him. The farther the better. After hearing Apollo's public promise, Pan was immediately overjoyed, raised his hand, and pointed at a hot muse wearing a laurel wreath and a dance dress, and said excitedly, I want to marry this muse under your command. Please betroth her to me. Terpsichore, the goddess of dance and chorus among the 9 muses, was the most outstanding in height and figure, exuding a hot charm all the time, and had many suitors. However, hearing Pan's courtship, both Apollo and the muse changed their expressions. How dare you? The god of light on the field was furious, and his sharp eyes shot at Pan like a knife, revealing his undisguised disgust. Pan heard this and frowned, saying, Lord Apollo, you can't say that. You promised me yesterday that, as long as I win, you will let me choose a gift. Hearing this, Apollo's handsome face flushed, and he was almost angry to death. No wonder this beast would be so attentive for no reason. It turned out that he had made up his mind from the beginning. As all the things were connected together and formed a clear vein in his mind, Apollo looked at Pan with murderous gloom and anger after being fooled. Under the powerful divine power, Pan couldn't help but feel weak in his heart and retreated in fear. But then, the beauty of the muse gave him courage again, and he made up his mind and encouraged the audience next to him. I gave you all the money you deserved in the round you won. Why do you want to deny it when you lose? Everyone is watching. Can you afford to win but not lose? That's right. The ignorant villagers started to make a noise and sneered at Apollo on the field. The arrogant god of light was so angry that his face turned purple, and he shouted angrily, I want to play another round with you. No, that's enough. I just need to win. Pan shook his head and walked straight towards the selected muse. Although he won a round, there was a certain amount of trickery in this. The villagers who were the judges were used to his panpipes and naturally didn't like the so-called elegant music. But if Apollo was on guard and reselected a group of judges, he might not be able to win the god of art in a fair and square manner. Instead of this, it would be better to take the beautiful muse home as soon as possible and enjoy the feeling of holding a jade in his arms. 9. The sudden silence made Pan stop subconsciously and look back blankly. If you can win another game, I will give you all 9 muses. The god of art on the stage announced in a cold voice, and everyone was shocked when he said this. The 9 muses who were crowded behind Artemis looked at their main god in disbelief, trying to see if he was joking from his face. However, they were disappointed. Apollo was serious. As long as you compete in my way again, if you can still beat me, they will all be yours. The god of light on the stage reiterated the conditions gloomily and finally looked coldly at the villagers who were mocking him. The judges asked all them. At this time, the hearts of the muses gradually grew cold, and their eyes looking at the main god were full of disappointment and distance. Because Apollo stubbornly chose to rematch, not because he was worried about their sisters, but because he could not accept his failure. Lorne, who was in the crowd, caught a glimpse of the subtle changes in the expressions of the muses, and the corners of his lips curled up in joy. This god of light was even more stingy than he expected, and could not stand any setbacks. Even if there was a slight failure, he would win it back at all costs. He had only intended to sow discord between Pan and Apollo, but he did not expect to have an unexpected gain. The muses, who were used as bargaining chips, realized the arrogance and coldness in Apollo's bones, and gradually became alienated from their main god. Then, little lamb, you have to work harder. Lorne shook the wine glass, his eyes teasing, looking at Pan, as if he was looking at a dead person. By the way, as a return for receiving the hospitality, he also reciprocated and shared his newly brewed wine at the banquet. And if God wants to destroy him, he must first make him crazy. Apollo. At the same time, even Artemis, as a sister, couldn't stand it anymore, and couldn't help but want to stand up and scold to stop this absurd behavior. However, the god of light on the stage remained unmoved, staring at Pan and the audience who were booing and mocking him. Whether you want to compete or not, you only have one chance. Gulp. Pan swallowed hard, his eyes already occupied by the beauty of the muses, and finally he could no longer suppress his restlessness and nodded vigorously. Compete. Chapter 161. If you dare to kill sheep today, you will dare to kill people tomorrow. Completed at 7k a day. Seeing the lustful goat coming straight in, Apollo immediately showed a sneer of victory and leisurely opened his mouth to announce the conditions. This time we will compete in the way of standing upside down. Hearing this, Pan subconsciously touched his goat horns and his face changed drastically. Playing with his head on the ground would not cause much hindrance to Apollo's playing of the lyre, but it was completely different for him to play the panpipe. The airflow, posture, and technique will all change drastically. For masters of the same level, the slight difference is enough to see the difference. Moreover, this subversive playing method, I thought it was just a contest of skills, but I didn't expect that the dignified god of light would actually play rogue tactics in public. Realizing that he had been fooled into a trap, Pan was about to refuse, but Apollo turned his head to look at the audience below the stage and showed a very friendly smile. Everyone, do you want to see this unique performance and see who is the final winner? For a moment, the villagers on the scene cheered and responded, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. Pan wanted to regret his words, but they were forced back into his throat. He could only bite the bullet and accept the challenge. But the result was obvious. Apollo, standing upside down, not only played a beautiful song fluently, but also switched the style of the song to a country tune familiar to the mountain folks. Pan on the other side performed terribly. Not only did he need to distract himself to maintain the stability of his body, but he also had to find a new way to control the airflow, which caused the originally smooth tune to fluctuate and become intermittent, like a ghost crying, and even worse than an ordinary second-rate musician. Faced with such an obvious gap, Midas, as Pan's loyal disciple, was still stubbornly standing up for his idol, trying to use the favor he had just shown to encourage the villagers and help Pan turn the situation around. Everyone, I think Pan's music is more beautiful. If anyone has the same idea as me, please vote for this great musician. Such blatant bias made Apollo surprisingly angry. He immediately walked up to Midas and sneered, "You fool, you want to comment on something you don't understand. As he spoke, the god of light suddenly grabbed Midas' ears and pulled them hard. "This way, your hearing will be better." Midas hurriedly used both hands to touch his ears that were pulled so hard, but he felt a furry touch from his hair. With the reflection in the wine glass, he suddenly saw that he had a pair of donkey ears on his head. For a moment, Midas, who was embarrassed and angry, rolled his eyes and fainted. "Is there anyone else who needs my help to correct their hearing?" Apollo on the stage glanced at the audience around him with a cold look. Under the vast pressure of the gods, the mountain people of Arcadia trembled and hurriedly threw the stones in their hands to the jar representing Apollo. Seeing Apollo directly using threats, Pan, who was still holding on to a glimmer of hope, immediately realized that there was no chance of a comeback. He immediately turned red with red eyes and angrily accused, "I protest. You are cheating. This is a competition you volunteered to participate in. You chose the venue and the audience. Everything is fair and square. Now according to the results of the vote, I won." Apollo looked at the helpless and furious Pan in front of him, threw the laurel wreath in his hand at the sheep face that made him disgusted, and snorted contemptuously. "Then the previous agreement is invalid. Get out, bastard." The ruthless humiliation and the believers who fainted on the ground made Pan, who was humiliated, grit his teeth, and felt as if there was a ball of heat surging in his chest. Gradually, anger and unwillingness gathered in his eyes, and turned into a touch of hysterical madness. Bang! A dull roar exploded on the stage. Pan pushed the power of extreme speed to the extreme, turned into a residual image, rushed into the muses below the stage, and stretched out his hand to grab the goddess he liked. Since the god of light is playing tricks, he won't pretend. "No one can take what I deserve from me." However, just when Pan was about to succeed, the muses in front of him were suddenly knocked away, and a familiar figure was stuck in front. In an instant, the two of them bumped into each other. "You." Pan looked at Lorne, who suddenly appeared in front of him, shocked and angry. However, before he could threaten him, Lorne showed a subtle smile in his eyes and bumped into Pan's chest without leaving a trace, forcing him back several steps. "You are looking for death." At the same time, a gloomy roar came from behind. A sharp light arrow broke through the air and penetrated the goat head directly, detonating it with a bang, and blew it into pieces of meat. The headless corpse staggered a few steps with a drunken pace, then fell to the ground with a plop. The golden red blood from its neck spurted out like a fountain, sprinkling on the surrounding soil. As the strong smell of blood spread, the mountain people gathered here woke up, as if from a dream, screamed in fear, and fled in all directions. Faced with the sudden bloody change, Artemis, the nymphs, and the muses all looked at Apollo in shock as he took action in public. In the chaos, Apollo looked at the longbow in his hand and the corpse of Pan, which had stopped twitching. His boiling blood instantly cooled down, and he could not help but stand there in a daze. He just wanted to teach the stupid sheep opposite a lesson, but he didn't want to really kill him. At the scene, no one noticed that wisps of golden mist were seeping out of the remains of Pan, pouring into the body of a certain figure through the earth. Just as the mind of the god of light was in a state of confusion, the golden mist was drained, and the necklace that rolled down from Pan's broken neck broke into pieces, and a beam of golden red blood rushed into the sky. Then, with the howling wind, Hermes, wearing a winged hat, flying shoes, and holding the staff of god of commerce, quickly rushed to the sky, overlooking the tragic scene on the ground and a headless corpse of his son Pan. He couldn't help but roared in grief and anger. "Apollo." Then, the furious Hermes used the power of speed to the extreme, raised the staff of god of commerce, and rushed towards Apollo, the murderer. However, a golden arrow that broke through the air nailed at Hermes' feet, and Artemis stepped forward and scolded him. "Stop, it was Pan who started it first. He is not as skilled as others, and he wants to hijack the muses under my brother's command." "So, you killed him?" Hermes asked angrily, while holding the headless body of god of commerce. "It was an accident." Artemis immediately defended her brother, trying to clear Apollo of responsibility. In the face of questioning, Apollo also sternly responded with a sneer. He asked for it. In an instant, Hermes, who was speechless, showed grief and indignation, and said repeatedly, Okay, you siblings have two mouths. I can't say anything, so I'll ask the father to judge." As he said, the messenger slammed the merchant's staff on the ground, and countless whispers were transmitted to the whole world with the breeze. As the god of messengers, Hermes is not only responsible for delivering messages, but also for keeping secrets. He is the most loyal cover for Zeus when he is having an affair. But now that his son has been killed, the extremely angry Hermes has no time to hide for the father. He wants to seek justice for himself and his tragically dead son. In a moment, thunderclouds gathered in the sky, and flashing arcs of light gathered into the figure of Zeus over Arcadia. As if because his love affair was disturbed, the god king listened to Hermes's cry, looked down at the bloody scene and Pan's miserable corpse, and looked at Apollo unhappily. "You've gone too far," apologized to Hermes. "I'm not wrong, he asked for it." However, the unruly male god ignored the way out given by the father god and stubbornly raised his head. Seeing that his son was so disrespectful to him, Zeus, who wanted to smooth things over, did not get angry, but maintained his demeanor and spoke calmly. "Then let's do this. Tomorrow morning, I will officially convene a divine power meeting to make a ruling on all matters. Since you think you are right, let the gods come to judge together." Apollo nodded happily, summoned the muses around him, glanced at Hermes who was glaring at him, and walked away. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Artemis did not want to stay any longer. After sending an apologetic look to Hermes, she took Lorne and the nymphs around her, and went back home. "Father God, you have to make the decision for me." Looking at Zeus walking down the clouds, Hermes could no longer control the grievance in his heart, and cried angrily to the father god. "He dared to kill my son today, and he might dare to do it to you tomorrow." Zeus glanced at him, and Hermes' accusation came to an abrupt end. He shut his mouth wisely, and said nothing more. After a moment of silence, the king of Olympus looked at the headless body of Pan, and softened his tone. "Okay, you go back too, I will give you justice tomorrow." Hearing this, Hermes nodded fiercely, hugged his son's bones, and left the scene. Looking at his two sons with completely different attitudes before and after, Zeus narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of gloom appeared in his deep eyes. It seems that some people really need to be beaten. At this moment, Lorne, who was mixed in with the nymphs, trembled in his mind. The familiar rolling sound of the 12-sided dice came from the altar, and the golden oracle revelation emerged. Death of Pan, completed. The current progress of 12 blasphemy /3/12. Then the golden oracle broke apart, outlining a vivid phantom of goat, embedded in the third roulette wheel. Very good, I can condense the third incarnation by going out for a walk, which is worth the trip. Thank you Lord Apollo for the goat head, and for taking the blame. Lorne stretched lazily, and looked at the gloomy god of light in front of him. His subtle eyes swept over the muses around him, and the corners of his lips curled up with joy. Then, the next step is to repay you. Chapter 162 I will inherit Zeus's will. At night, Mount Olympus, in the temple of Hestia, a figure as fast as lightning moved in it, gradually becoming two becoming four, and in an instant, it became millions, filling every corner of the temple. But, with the resonance of the ether in the air, the after images of running, jumping, dodging, or moving gradually dissipated and returned to nothingness, leaving only the real figure stretching lazily in the center of the temple. Perfect. Lorne twisted his neck, looked at the shadow of the goat behind him, and nodded with satisfaction. This third incarnation named Goat gave him the power of extreme speed, inherited from Hermes by the god Pan. At the same time, based on the characteristics of Goat itself, the more complex the terrain, such as in river valleys and mountains, the more flexible his activities will be. The extreme speed of Goat, combined with the great strength of Bull, will inevitably greatly improve Lorne's actual combat ability and bring him a qualitative leap. However, that is the future. At present, Lorne can only easily control one incarnation. If he wants to complete the fusion of more than two powers, he still needs to spend some time and effort to slowly explore. Time. Lorne looked at the waning moon outside the window, which had risen to the middle of the sky, and shook his head helplessly. He was ready to go to bed to meditate and sleep, to recover his state, and to have enough energy to watch tomorrow's show. However, as soon as he took a step, the strange friction and pulling feeling of the clothes made Lorne's body stiffen, and he looked down. I saw a tent rising high, and the extremely hard sword was on the verge of being unsheathed. With a little movement, there was a sign of piercing the blockade. This lustful sheep is really stubborn. Lorne's face darkened, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The power of speed, brought by goat, is indeed quite convenient. However, after excessive use of this thing, it seems that there is an inconvenience equally. That is, the desire will rise, and the desire for mating will increase sharply. In fact, this is also in line with the nature of Pan and goat. Although goats are usually gentle, they become very violent and lustful when they are in estrus, especially male goats. At this time, goats are very likely to fall into a state of madness in order to compete for mates, and will attack their own kind at all costs, as if they were possessed by demons. Therefore, in later Christian religious paintings, the goat, which represents selfishness, cruelty, and promiscuity, was identified as a demon, and was placed on the left to suffer the torture of hell. In contrast, the sheep is generally regarded as a well-behaved and docile existence, symbolizing good people, and was placed on the right to enjoy the blessing in Jesus' trial. Excessive use of the power of demon will naturally be affected by demon, and the essence of this goat-headed demon is probably slanesh and promiscuity. If I had known earlier, I should have castrated this lustful goat before taking action. Lorne recalled the records about the nature of Pan, secretly complaining in his heart, and a gloomy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. In fact, from the first time they met, he had sentenced the goat head to death in his heart, because he smelled a familiar fishy smell from Pan. It was not from the goats, but from the centaurs he had met before. In other words, the centaurs that were scattered throughout Arcadia were not wild bandits, but private soldiers that were herded by humans. Otherwise, according to their level of civilization, where did they get so many sophisticated weapons and equipment? And Pan was probably the horse herder, hiding behind the centaurs. During the process of clearing out the centaurs the next day, some traces at the scene also confirmed Lorne's guess. The special hoof prints on the path did not belong to the centaurs, but were similar to the traces left by sheep's hooves, which obviously belonged to the horse herder Pan. See chapter 158 for details. This guy was as lustful as the centaurs, but as a genuine god of Arcadia, it was not easy for him to rob openly. Therefore, these centaurs who were hunting for beautiful women were the troops that Pan had released to hunt for beauty. However, the centaurs were used to being overbearing in Arcadia, and accidentally bumped into his piece of Alha steel, which led to their annihilation. Realizing that something was wrong, the goat-headed beast hurriedly came from his lair, following Lorne's traces all the way to the camp, where the gods were to check the situation. Otherwise, how could it be possible that Pan appeared in front of the camp of the gods just after the centaurs were annihilated, changing his stingy nature and actively offering his courtesy? As for accidentally stepping on the trap and being blown half to death by his magic trap, haha, if he didn't have a guilty conscience and wanted to see who was the target of the annihilation of the centaurs, and he couldn't afford to offend him, how could the goat-headed beast go to the dark corners? Based on the above reasons, Lorne took the initiative to take over the job of sending Pan home, and in a series of subsequent tests, he determined that this lecherous sheep was the mastermind behind the centaurs. Originally, he was still thinking about how to set a trap for this lecherous sheep. As a result, Pan was really lustful. Before his centaurs had even cooled down, he revealed his desire for the nymphs under Artemis in the cave. Lorne immediately took action to divert the trouble, and asked Pan to find trouble with Apollo and attack the more beautiful muses. As expected, the goat head lived up to his lustful courage. With just a few hints and encouragement, he wanted to snatch food from Apollo and snatch a muse, to use as a tool for sexual gratification. So, under Lorne's continuous instigation, Pan, who bravely put his ideas into practice, naturally fell into Apollo's hands. Of course, Apollo could be killed so easily with one arrow, and Lorne's pushing was also indispensable. But since the god of light admitted it openly in public, these details were not important. As for Pan's wish to take care of the muses on Apollo's behalf, Lorne looked at the 3-foot-long sword on his waist that couldn't wait to be unsheathed, and helplessly stroked his forehead. Well, considering that the little lamb has paid so much, it's a big deal for him to inherit this legacy. If I'm not mistaken, Apollo will be in trouble tomorrow. In the darkness, Lorne looked at the direction of the great temple with his eyes flickering. The next day, the great temple. Zeus, the king of gods who returned from the mortal world, sat alone on the golden throne. After a brief discussion, he issued a formal trial to the sea king who was escorted to the stage. Poseidon, you have killed the descendants of Olympus, King Minos, and slaughtered the creatures of Crete, which has tarnished the glory of the gods. Therefore, you will be deprived of your authority as a god, and exiled to the human world for 7 years to serve mortals, and pay for your sins. The gods nodded in agreement with this result. Poseidon, who had been imprisoned for several days, had no intention of resisting under the absolute dominance of Zeus. He could only bury his head and swallow the bitter fruit in humiliation. Then, Zeus looked past Poseidon, who had bowed his head and surrendered, and looked at another figure on the field, who was still standing with his head held high and his chest puffed out. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he announced in a cold voice, "As for you, Apollo, you killed the offspring of Hermes, Pan, and exterminated the centaurs of Arcadia. Since you are guilty of the same crime as Poseidon, you should be punished with him." In an instant, the faces of the gods on the field were stunned. Artemis quickly stood up on the throne and loudly defended her brother. "It was Pan and the centaurs who attacked us first. Yes, I can prove it." Lorne, who was attending on behalf of Hestia, stood up and responded, playing his role well. However, it seems that Apollo's arrogant character offended many gods. Even with the support of Artemis and Hestia, the situation on the field was still not optimistic. Hermes, as the victim, glared at Apollo and naturally hoped that Apollo would be punished. Ares and Aphrodite gloated on the side. Athena and Hephaestus looked indifferent and hung up. The remaining queen Hera and goddess of agriculture Demeter abstained from voting due to absence. Among the silent and watching groups, the defense of Lorne and Artemis seemed a little pale and powerless. Seeing this, Apollo on the field still held his neck fearlessly and directly retorted to Zeus on the stage. "Why? I don't accept it. Why?" Zeus was so angry that he laughed, stood up from the throne, and pressed his right hand. Lorne and Artemis, who were standing up from the throne to speak for Apollo, suddenly felt an unmatched force coming, and were pressed back to their seats, unable to move. Accompanied by the dull thunder, the entire temple was instantly silent. "Because of this, I'm the king of Olympus." The low roar echoed in the temple, and Zeus waved his hands, and 2 thunderbolts fell from the sky and hit Apollo and Poseidon. In an instant, the 2 figures struck by the lightning burst into a painful low hum. Their bodies trembled and twisted, their divinity evaporated rapidly, and then the whole person disappeared in the extreme light. The gods looked at the empty center of the hall, the 2 charred marks left in place, and the god King Zeus standing in front of the steps, and they couldn't help but be silent. Even though Zeus had directly imposed the punishment without a formal vote, no god dared to jump out and question the fairness of his majesty the god king. Because, in the world of the age of gods, tear off that bright disguise, and you will find that power is a real justice. Well, they have been exiled to Thessaly for 7 years of reflection. Zeus glanced at the 2 charred marks on the ground, groaned faintly, and then swept his eyes across the gods on the field, and asked with a smile, "So, are there any other things that need my arbitration?" All the gods who were swept by his eyes hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to look at this smiling god king. Thessaly, that was the ancient battlefield of the Titan War. At that time, the Titan king Cronus and his brothers, the Titans, occupied Mount Othrys. Zeus and his brothers and sisters occupied Mount Olympus. In order to compete for the supreme power, the 2 sides had launched a fierce killing in the Thessaly region, and thus established the rule of Olympus. But at the same time, that war also created a dangerous geographical environment for Thessaly, and left a large number of titans who hated Olympus. Therefore, the days of Apollo and Poseidon's exile to Thessaly can be imagined. After using Apollo and Poseidon as a reminder to the gods on the field, Zeus glanced at the gods who were silent, nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand forward, and his figure turned into lightning and dissipated. "Since everyone agrees with this judgment, then let's end the 2 things here." Hearing that Zeus had made a final judgment, the gods with different expressions left the field one after another. The 9 muses, who suddenly lost the protection of the main god, looked blankly at the empty hall and the 2 figures left on the main god's throne. Chapter 163 You follow God and I will raise it myself, so don't worry. The atmosphere in the temple of Artemis was depressing. The huntress paced back and forth in the hall, her expression uncertain. The 9 muses sat at the table in silence, looking dejected. Apollo, you idiot. Finally, Artemis broke the silence by scolding her disappointing brother, and then looked at the 9 muses in front of her who were at a loss, but she was in a headache. The main god and the subordinate god often have a relationship of prosperity and decline. But at the same time, they are not an unbreakable alliance, and they may change their alliances at any time due to changes in theocracy and priesthood. Now, Apollo, in order to seek temporary pleasure, confronted the father god head-on, and was sent to Thessaly to herd sheep. There is basically no hope of returning in the short term. Then, the Temple of Light is naturally empty. The 9 muses under his command are implicated by this, and their lives are probably also a bit sad. After all, without the protection of main god who could take charge of everything, these pampered muses were inevitably harassed by those on Olympus, who had ulterior motives. Among them, there were not only some male gods who coveted their beauty, but also goddesses who also wanted to annex the divine power of literature and art. For example, Aphrodite and Hera were qualified to lead the 9 muses and strengthen their divine power. Artemis wanted to protect the house for her brother, but it was difficult for her to do so alone. Moreover, the troubles are not limited to these muses. Her weak mother, the goddess of protection, Leto, almost fainted after hearing the news that her son Apollo was exiled. Now she is crying to her in the holy land of Arcadia, waiting for her comfort. Apollo's holy land Delphi needs someone to patrol and guard. Not long ago, he obtained the divine power to control the movement of the sun from Helios, because of the dereliction of duty of Phaethon, the son of the sun god Helios. This part of the function of the celestial system needs someone to further consolidate, in addition, to maintain some scattered gods, priests, and believers. Artemis just thought about it, and she felt a mountain of pressure coming, making her almost breathless. Probably because the 2 siblings are both the main gods, they think they can support and take care of each other and get through all the crises. Therefore, they did not seriously manage the relationship with other main gods. Hermes, the only one who has a good relationship with Apollo, also stood on the opposite side of his brother because of the death of Pan. Now, when the big trouble really came, Apollo was thrown to Thessaly to herd sheep. Artemis, who was alone, finally felt the feeling of being pushed down by everyone. She also suddenly understood the difficulties Athena had faced for so many years. But now that things have happened, she can only try her best to remedy the situation and take care of one thing first. I'm going to Arcadia to take care of my mother and patrol the Delphi sanctuary. You stay in Olympus and guard the temple well. Hearing Artemis's arrangement, the emotional muses realized that they were in a bad situation. They turned pale and sobbed faintly. The strong-willed female hunter looked at these literary goddesses who were obviously unable to withstand pressure and became even more upset. She couldn't help but scolded them coldly. Cry, just cry. Apollo was just exiled, not dead. The 9 muses at the table tried to keep quiet, but their faces were still full of resentment and sorrow. We are afraid that we will not be able to complete your task and bring shame to Lord Apollo. Artemis heard the hidden meaning and was speechless. As a goddess, she certainly understood that leaving these 9 delicate muses alone in Olympus would be like throwing sheep into the mouth of a tiger. But at the moment, she is really unable to do anything. Even if she wants to provide shelter for these 9 muses, she is powerless. Just when the temple was filled with gloom, a low voice came from the corner. How about I go find Athena? You are both virgin goddesses, she should be willing to help. Lorne put Atalanta, who was sleeping in his arms, into the cradle, and opened his mouth to make a heartfelt suggestion. Artemis' eyes flashed when she heard this, hesitated for a moment, and finally shook her head. Forget it. It's already a great honor that she didn't add insult to injury this time. How can we continue to ask her to help with Apollo's affairs? In the last battle of Crete, Apollo didn't want to intervene in the dispute between the Minoans and Atlanteans, so he dragged her away in advance, which was indirectly a trick on Athena. Now that he is in trouble, how can he expect the goddess of wisdom to forgive him? And if I remember correctly, Athena seems to have the power of literature and art. Artemis glanced at the 9 delicate muses in front of the table, her eyes flickering. It's easy to throw these 9 fools without opinions to that woman, but it will be difficult to get them back when Apollo comes back. In terms of winning people's hearts, that woman is second to none in the whole of Olympus. Lorne thought seriously for a moment and proposed again. What about Queen Hera, or His Majesty the King of Gods? It's even more impossible. If you throw them over, I guarantee that there will be no bones left. Artemis shook her head without hesitation, and refused without thinking. The father god's love is unmatched, and the queen is a well-known illegitimate killer. As the 9 beautiful illegitimate daughters of the father god Zeus and the goddess of memory Mnemosyne, no matter who they fall into, they will probably not have a good end. Seeing that the proposal was rejected continuously, Lorne was also a little headache. This is not okay. That is not okay. You can't ask me to ask Lady Hestia, right? The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Artemis, who was having a headache about how to place the 9 muses, suddenly realized. Yes, Aunt Hestia. As the goddess of the stove and the symbolic head of the entire Olympus pantheon, as long as the aunt can help to hold the scene, the covetousness from the outside world can be eliminated. And the most important thing is that she has never had any desires. Even if the 9 muses are stuffed into her hands, she will not be tempted. When her brother Apollo returns in the future, he can take back this divine power at any time. There is no safer way to temporarily leave the muses in the name of Aunt Hestia. After figuring out the key, Artemis was suddenly enlightened and beamed with joy. Well, she doesn't usually live in Olympus. Seeing this, Lorne first reminded her in a low voice, then pondered for a moment and spoke seriously. How about this? I'll go and ask her to try. But it may not be successful. However, Artemis smiled and shook her head. No, if she's not here, you can just be here. Ah. You are Aunt Hestia's subordinate god. Acting on her divine power, and leaving them to you to take care of will still have the same effect. Artemis immediately grabbed her lover's hand, and turned to announce to the 9 muses. From today on, you will temporarily live in Aunt Hestia's temple. If you need anything, just tell Lorne, and he will tell me. The muses were stunned at first, but then they thought of their pleasant interactions and his righteous words for Apollo at critical moments. They were not reluctant to accept the care of this male god, and nodded in agreement. Lorne was a little amused, and helpless to suddenly accept such an important appointment. I'm just a subordinate god. How can I care about so many things? What are you afraid of? You can't stop it. Isn't there the goddess of wisdom? According to her relationship with Aunt Hestia and you, she will definitely not sit idly by if something goes wrong. Artemis patted her lover's shoulder meaningfully and smiled teasingly. Let her lover, under the banner of Aunt Hestia, be responsible for keeping an eye on those muses, to prevent them from being poached, or secretly changing their homes. By the way, she can also pull her old rival Athena to do free labor. This arrangement is simply perfect. Under the affectionate gaze of the hunting goddess, Lorne, who was forced to do something, could only nod helplessly. Well, I'll try my best. Seeing her lover shouldering this heavy burden for her, Artemis was moved and guilty beyond words. Before leaving, she couldn't help but pull her lover aside and whispered a promise. I will definitely make it up to you later. Watching the hunting nymphs and the golden horned deer chariot gradually disappear at the end of the sky, the sorrow on Lorne's face gradually faded. He looked back at the 9 muses standing in a row behind him, and the corners of his mouth curled up quietly. Then, go to serve your sentence with peace of mind. Lord Apollo, I will live up to your sister's trust. You follow the gods and I will raise you myself, so don't worry. Chapter 164 Cat Girl Development Plan, 42k. In March, deep in the Arcadia Mountains, layers of green forests are intertwined, like pieces of finely carved jade screens, surrounding the valley that is the holy place of Artemis. In the clear holy spring in the heart of the valley, 2 figures are fighting to the death in the water. The fierce battle stirs up circles of broken ripples on the calm lake's surface, and the snow-white water splashes high. Finally, accompanied by a low cry that she tried to suppress, the limp goddess of hunting emerged from the water, wrapped around her lover's limbs like an octopus, and rested her beautiful head on the warm chest. She closed her starry eyes comfortably and quietly enjoyed the wonderful laughter glow of the concerto of life. Looking at Artemis's beautiful face with a blush, Lorne raised the corners of his lips with a sense of accomplishment, lowered his head, and kissed the goddess of hunting's smooth forehead, and the floating shadow behind him gradually faded. I have to admit that in addition to the fast movement speed, the goat also seems to have good endurance in some aspects. And compared to humans, their desires seem to be more frequent. After just a moment of tenderness, Lorne's eyes towards the female hunter in his arms began to gradually heat up. And this was already the 7th time. But as the rustling sound of branches and leaves in the dense forest came from far away, the faces of the two people who were having sex in the holy spring changed, and they hurriedly went ashore, quickly dried the water on their bodies, and put on dry clothes prepared in advance. At the same time, a petite figure crossed the dense forest with a speed and agility comparable to that of a civet cat, and rushed to the shore excitedly. "Teacher, Master Artemis, I caught it." A shivering young golden doe was held high by two white little hands. The little hunter who successfully caught this prey, although he was just over 1 meter tall, had sharp eyes like a forest beast, and his green hair was not maintained but grew naturally. He did not look gorgeous after being modified, but instead revealed his natural wildness. At the same time, a pair of small cat ears poked out from the green hair and trembled gently. The small tail of the same style as that of a cat also swayed happily with the owner's happy mood. "Well, Atta is really amazing." Lorne stepped forward and put his hand on the furry little head, gently stroking it, while smiling and praising. However, this intimacy made the green-haired cat girl in front of him couldn't help but frown, slap the hand on her head, and remind her angrily, "Teacher, it's very rude to touch a soldier's head randomly. I'm not a child who needs to be coaxed." Looking at the cat girl in front of him who held her head high and solemnly declared that she had grown up and was independent, Lorne couldn't help laughing. Because she was only 3 years old. But considering the girl's overly strong self-esteem, Lorne had to be patient and nodded perfunctorily to show respect for a soldier, but he was trying to hold back his smile in his heart and muttered to himself, "Well, in a sense, you are indeed an adult. After all, a 3-year-old cat is equivalent to an 18-year-old human." While a certain unscrupulous teacher was joking in his heart, he secretly decided to feed his little Atalanta more lion milk to accelerate his development and continue his cat girl training plan. That's right, the cat girl in front of him was the Arcadian princess Atalanta, whom he picked up in the mountains. Probably because of drinking lion milk and the blessing of the hunting goddess Artemis, the Arcadian princess awakened the divine factor in her body. During her growth, her body integrated the characteristics of cats such as lions, and became a real cat girl. As a teacher and breeder, Lorne was naturally very satisfied with the change of little Atalanta, and he wholeheartedly shaped her into the image of a wild cat girl in his mind. However, the only drawback was that due to the success of free-range breeding, this cat girl who grew up in the mountains and temples, since childhood was too independent and not clingy at all. At the age of 3, she had already started hunting, which made Lorne, as a teacher, lose a lot of fun in petting cats. Now, he seemed to understand the resentment of his teacher Circe towards him. Just as Lorne was sighing, little Atalanta in front of him sniffed around, and couldn't help frowning. "Strange, why is there a strange smell? It seems to be heather." Ahem. Lorne and Artemis coughed quickly and immediately used a new topic to divert little Atalanta's attention. "It's getting late. How about eating first?" Hearing this, Atalanta couldn't help licking her lips and nodded immediately. "Okay, let's go back to the camp." As she said that, the little cat girl loosened her hands and decisively let go of the captured young female deer. She took Lorne and Artemis' arms on the left and right, and walked towards the camp in the distance. Along the way, Atalanta was not idle either. Sometimes she asked the teacher on the left about some fighting skills, and sometimes she asked the goddess of hunting on the right about hunting. The 3 figures, 2 adults and 1 child, chatted casually, just like a family of 3 walking in the jungle, and soon arrived at the destination in a harmonious atmosphere. Looking around, a temple built of cedar, cypress, white marble and gold stood in the empty valley, majestic. 19 nymphs who had returned from hunting were either sorting their quivers, or cutting up the prey, or feeding the golden horned deer pulling the cart with grass. The curling smoke had risen from the bonfire in front of the temple, the roasted golden meat was sizzling with oil, and the boiling mushroom soup exuded a delicious smell. In the temple, 9 graceful figures sat in 2 rows, enjoying their usual after hunting entertainment, playing beautiful music, and humming pleasant tunes. There are 4 figures on the left side of the temple. They are Euterpe sitting with a flute, her name means happiness, in charge of lyric poetry and music. Failure standing with a comedy mask, her name means prosperity, in charge of comedy and pastoral. Next to her is Clear, her name means praise, in charge of history. The melancholy figure leaning on her is Polinia, her name means ode, in charge of ode and rhetoric. There are 5 figures on the right side of the temple. They are Tersiskor sitting with a lyre, her name means dance, in charge of chorus and dance. Calliope standing with a wax tablet, her name means pleasant, in charge of epic. Melpomene holding a mask, her name means sweet, in charge of tragedy and elegy. Next to her is Urania, her name means sky, in charge of astronomy and astrology. The one with a lyre facing away from the picture is Arato. Her name means cute, in charge of love poems and solo. Seeing Artemis, Lorne, and Atalanta arrive, the 9 goddesses of literature and art stood up and happily invited the 3 to sit down and join the carnival. As the hunting nymphs brought food, Lorne shared the newly brewed wine. The goddesses gathered in front of the hunting temple enjoyed the food and drank the wine and sang and danced under the influence of alcohol. Infected by the joyful atmosphere, the nymphs held hands and vented their vigorous energy with wild dances. As the atmosphere became more and more heated and high, the quiet muses gradually plucked up their courage, blinked their beautiful eyes like water, and invited Lorne. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, 3 years have passed since Apollo was exiled. In the first 6 months, the 9 muses stayed honestly in the temple of the goddess of the hearth, followed Lorne, and went deep and rarely. With the care of Athena and the occasional protection of Artemis, they finally managed to block the eyes of a group of covetous people and gradually lived a stable life. In the process of getting along, they enjoyed the way of getting along with this god of wine more and more. It was not a kind of subordination between superiors and subordinates, but an equal exchange similar to that between friends. Unlike being able to accompany the poems of the main god Apollo and serve as the green leaves to set off the red flowers, this god of wine is a good audience. Most of the time, he would take time to sit quietly in the audience and listen carefully to the works of each muse. He not only affirmed their unique talents, but also gave accurate evaluations and put forward targeted suggestions for improvement. Whenever inspiration ran out, this god of wine would take them to appreciate the natural landscape, step into the city of humans, or drink fine wine at sunset, and through various experiences and feelings, they would collide with the sparks of creation. It must be said that getting along with this god of wine was the most relaxing day in their memory. No need to consider how to obey orders, just be yourself. Therefore, when the alcohol surged and instincts overcame reason, the muses could not help but gather around him to compete for the best listener and perform their own improvisations with him in indulgence. However, before the 9 muses could compete to see who would get the qualification to dance with the true fan first, a slight cough interrupted the dispute of the muses. Artemis shook the wine glass and looked at the 9 muses faintly. Suddenly, the 9 originally passionate muses fell into an ice cellar. Their blood cooled rapidly, and most of the intoxication in their bodies dissipated. They hurriedly shrank their necks and turned into ostriches. But even so, the goddess of hunting still did not take her eyes off them, but gradually began to doubt them. When did they become so close? Just as Artemis was about to ask, she was suddenly pulled up by a hand. Lord Artemis, since they all sincerely invite you, please don't act like a goddess. Lorne smiled and winked, then dragged little Atalanta beside him, and walked towards the muses in front of the fire. Immediately, the 9 goddesses of literature and art understood what he meant, and quickly grabbed the hands of Atalanta and Artemis, formed a circle, and danced lightly around the fire. The 19 nymphs also smiled and pulled their hands together, and formed another circle on the outside, singing and dancing happily. So, this is what he meant? Looking at the smiles on everyone's faces, Artemis suddenly realized, and immediately quietly approached her lover, using the carnival to cover up her restless heart and her behavior that violated the goddess's virginity. After confirming that the female hunter beside him had dispelled her doubts, Lorne couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It was a close call. I was almost tricked by this group of muses. To be on the safe side, it's better not to hang around in front of my little lover. But it's okay, the plan is about to move to the next step. Lorne made up his mind, and after a dance beat ended, he pulled Artemis back to her original position and spoke in a deep voice. I heard that Thessaly has suffered a disaster recently. Artemis was stunned by the murmur in her ear, turned her head to look at her lover beside her, and then bit her cherry lips. This is a punishment. The father will not agree, and I can't get away. So, I want to take them to the underworld to have a look. Lorne looked in the direction of Thessaly, hinting at something. Upon hearing this, Artemis immediately understood and was moved. What if we are discovered? Lorne's eyes were gentle and full of understanding. Don't worry, we just received an invitation from some mortal city builders recently, and we need to travel to the underworld. Thessaly can be an alternative. Artemis' eyes lit up, and she nodded happily in agreement. In this way, it is not a visit to Apollo who is serving his sentence alone, but a trip along the way. However, before leaving, the goddess of hunting was still a little worried about her lover who dared to disobey the orders of his father Zeus for her. Then you should be careful. Lorne smiled and nodded, and then at the end of the banquet, he sent off the reluctant Artemis and entrusted little Atalanta to the care of this lover. As the goddess of hunting disappeared from sight, the muses, who had a guilty conscience, breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the god of wine on the field and asked carefully, "Where are we going next? Back to Olympus? No, to the mortal world." Lorne shook his head and pondered meaningfully. To accomplish a great thing. As he spoke, he raised his hand and broke off the next branch, which turned into a cane. His body twisted, and his originally upright body gradually became hunched. His black hair turned white, and his eyes, as bright as stars, were covered with a layer of gray. Then, the blind old man tapped his cane lightly, and a happy arc appeared at the corner of his lips. From now on, we are called Homer. The muses looked at each other in astonishment. A few days later, in a valley somewhere in Mount Pelion, a man with blonde hair and green eyes, a handsome and gentle upper body and a slender brown and yellow horse body, kneeled on the green grass on the gentle slope outside the cave. Dong 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 dong. As the centaur god rhythmically tapped the stone hammer in the stone mortar, the crisp sound of pounding medicine floated into the wide and refreshing cave behind him. "Teacher Ma, I'm here to see you." Hearing the familiar name, the centaur god raised his hooves and walked over, handing a bowl of thick dark green medicine to the blind old man at the intersection. "Teacher Ma, don't use this. I feel much better." Smelling the pungent smell, the old man's face turned green, and he couldn't help but feel nauseous, and hurriedly laughed dryly to refuse. "Don't give up treatment. Repeatedly wash and comb the meridians of the eyes with medicine. This may cure your blindness," the centaur doctor advised gently, and then paused. "Besides, my name is Chiron." "Well, Teacher Ma." The blind old man saw that he couldn't refuse, so he blinked and muttered, and had to take the stone bowl, pinched his nose resignedly, and drank the bitter and sour soup in one gulp. My name is." "Forget it." Chiron took back the empty bowl, shook his head helplessly at the strange title, and left some sweet and sour wild fruits wrapped in leaves to remove the bitter taste in the patient's mouth and tongue, and then left. The old man who was invited to the cave held the rolled leaves in his hand, threw the fruit in it into his mouth and chewed it with a comfortable expression, and then tapped his cane. His gray eyes looked at the gloomy young man with long white hair in the cave, and smiled faintly. "Long time no see, little brother Asclepius." Chapter 165. Good words can't persuade the damned. In the dim cave, the gloomy young man named Asclepius put down the medical book in his hand, looked deeply at the old man with gray eyes, and frowned. "Are you really blind? In a world without black and white, you and I are both blind. And what you see may not be longer term than what I see." The old man, or the blind poet Homer disguised as a certain god of wine, pondered meaningfully, then looked up at the silver-haired boy, and changed the subject. "So, listen to my advice. It's better not to go to Cyprus." Asclepius picked up the invitation with rose patterns on the table, glanced at the signature of Prince Adonis of Cyprus on it, and spoke lightly. "I believe my patient. He will not harm me. But, he will bring you a lot of trouble." Lorne tapped his cane forward and gave her earnest advice. His grey eyes looked at the gloomy boy in front of him, revealing a touch of pure kindness. Asclepius, the son of the god of light Apollo and immortal princess, is the future god of medicine. Chiron, the centaur outside the cave, is his teacher, teaching him medicine and hunting. As the child grows up, his talent in medicine has surpassed his master, and he began to go out of Mount Pelion, practicing medicine in various city-states, and made a great reputation. This attracted many patients with strange diseases, and invited him to treat them. Adonis, who sent the invitation, was one of them. Under the sincere invitation of the patients, the future god of medicine returned to his residence on Mount Pelion, after dealing with several cases on hand, preparing to buy some medicinal materials, pack his bags, and go to Cyprus. However, unlike this future god of medicine who is dedicated to saving people and turns a deaf ear to other things, Lorne knows the reason why the Prince of Cyprus suffers from a hidden disease and the troubles involved behind it. Since being attacked by a wild boar transformed by Air several years ago, the Prince of Cyprus has suffered from some kind of male-specific unspeakable secret. Even the goddess of love Aphrodite, who can make tampons hard as steel nails, personally stepped in and tried her best, but it was of no use. In desperation, Adonis could not hide it and could only seek help from various doctors. But after several years of consultations and countless tonics, his symptoms never improved. As Asclepius, the disciple of the wise Chiron, became famous outside, Adonis, who was in a state of panic, naturally set his sights on this highly skilled doctor and kept inviting him to Cyprus as a guest to solve his hidden illness. If it was just a simple cure, it would be fine, but behind this was the dispute of the Olympian gods. Ares managed to scare Adonis, the pretty boy, out of his mind, even though his face was scratched by his old lover Aphrodite, and the unsatisfied god of love was slightly less interested in Adonis. If he is really cured by the future god of medicine, Ares, the reckless man, will do anything. Moreover, it is hard to say whether Hephaestus, Zeus and other gods are involved in Adonis's collapse. If the future god of medicine does not want to get into trouble, the best way is not to get involved. After all, his father Apollo is still serving a sentence in Thessaly, and his aunt Artemis is too busy. If something unexpected happens, no one can protect this kid at present. A certain cheap uncle looked at his nephew in a sense, and he remained calm on the surface, but his mind was already turning around. According to the original plan, the life and death of this cheap nephew was actually his first choice to calculate Apollo and pit the god of light to eat jail food. But during the Arcadia trip, Pan, the lecherous sheep, happened to run into the muzzle of the gun and directly replaced the role of the future god of medicine Asclepius. Therefore, Lorne just went with the flow and did not really take action against this cheap nephew. Even under the entrustment of his old lover Artemis, he came to Mount Pelion, made friends with the wise Chiron, and incidentally took care of this blood relative of Apollo. But even so, the future god of medicine always liked to get into trouble. In order to have an explanation in front of his old lover Artemis, and out of respect for the future god of medicine, after knowing the next patient that Asclepius was going to see, Lorne deliberately stayed in Mount Pelion for a few more days, trying to persuade him not to take risks. However, like his own god of light, Asclepius was obviously not a person who was willing to listen to advice. At this time, the future god of medicine in the cave looked at the blind old man in front of him, was silent for a moment, and solemnly pondered. The gods of heaven and earth are witnesses. I'm willing to do my best to follow the creed of seeking benefits for the patients, no matter how high the mountains, and how far the roads are, and how bumpy the future is. As he said, he carried the packed bag behind him. Obviously, this ethical future god of medicine will not easily give up any patient who needs treatment for his own selfish desires and interests. Seeing that this stubborn bull was about to plunge into the pit, Lorne had no choice but to take out a bronze badge from his arms and handed it to the future god of medicine in front of him. Since you insist on going, then take this with you. What? Asclepius looked at the Gorgon pattern in the center of the badge and asked blankly. The emblem of the Pandian family, the builder of Athens. Lorne leaned on his cane and spoke in a deep voice. Since you want to cure diseases and save lives, go to Athens. After you finish this matter, there are many people and patients there. and the goddess of wisdom Athena seems to be preparing an academy, hoping to absorb talents from various city-states, which is very suitable for developing academics and studying medicine. Your teacher Chiron has also accepted the invitation. After a while, maybe you and your apprentice can reunite in Athens. Asclepius nodded, put the badge in his arms, got up and walked out of the cave. At the moment of stepping out of the cave, the future god of medicine paused slightly, and a low voice came into the cave. Although there seems to be a smell on you that I don't like, but, thank you. Looking at the figure of the young man walking farther and farther away, gradually disappearing at the end of the dense forest, Lorne couldn't help but lower his head and sniffed his body, muttering to himself. Dislike the smell. Is his nose so sensitive? Is it because of the 9 muses? Or because of his aunt Artemis? Of course, the most likely reason is probably the divinity of Apollo related to both. It can be seen that the relationship between this father and son is very bad. Lorne muttered for a while, shook his head, and came to the clear valley with his cane. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 166. Until I got an arrow in the knee. The centaur sage by the river stood up from the green grass and looked back at the old man behind him. He's gone. You should go too, right? Almost. Lorne nodded, bent down and sat down on a bluestone, then skillfully took out a pen and paper, suddenly put on a serious demeanor and asked seriously. So, who did we talk about last time? Father Uranus. Okay, Mr. Ma, go on, I'm listening. Chiron looked at the blind old man in front of him, and finally gave up correcting this strange name, and patiently told the past about the first generation of Titan god Uranus. A few days ago, this blind poet who called himself Homer came to Mount Pelion where he lived under the guise of seeking medical treatment. During the treatment, he didn't care about his illness at all, but was keen to ask himself some strange questions. For example, where did the original life come from? Is there a master named Chaos in the ancient chaos? What was the past of the 12 titans? Were the gods of the Titan era more human or beast-like? How did the first golden humans reproduce before Pandora, a woman, came? These questions cover various aspects such as local customs, historical legends, rumors, and secrets. Many of them were beyond his ability to answer, so he could only answer the few questions he knew. However, he was extremely satisfied. In order to get more and more detailed information, this strange old man even used the excuse of seeking medical treatment for his blindness and stayed in Mount Pelion for several days. The breeze blew, and the old man, as an audience, listened quietly to Chiron's explanation while moving the pen tip with a rustle, engraving lines of meaningful and beautiful sacred words on the blank parchment. Uranus, the constant component of the universe, the oldest god, the beginning and end of everything, father of the universe, you are like a planet orbiting the earth, the abode of the blissful gods. You patrol in an instant, guarding the heavens and the earth, covering all things. You have the invincible necessity of nature in your heart. You are deep blue, unconquerable, radiant, and ever-changing. The outstanding spirit of bliss. You see everything. You will give birth to Cronus. Listen to me. Please grant the believers a holy life. As the last sentence was completed, the blind old man put the parchment roll aside to dry with satisfaction, and continued to ask questions. Okay, next, the second generation of God King Cronus. What kind of existence is he? The sage Chiron pondered for a moment, and gave a pertinent description as usual. The old man's pen tip moved again, and while rustling the handwriting, Chiron glanced at the corner of his eye, and found that the invisible air around the blind old man seemed to have 9 graceful figures, looming. Whenever there was a pause in the choice of words or a problem in the decoration of words, the 9 figures around him responded differently. They either held the old man's arm, and rode for him, or hummed in his ear to soothe his emotions, or brushed across his grey eyes to broaden his vision in the chaos, or gently embraced the old head to awaken his dry spring thoughts. At the same time, the expression, temperament, and demeanor of the old face seemed to be constantly changing, sometimes depressed, sometimes happy, sometimes solemn, sometimes cheerful, sometimes angry, sometimes calm. It was as if countless characters, countless memories, and countless personalities poured into the brain, together coloring the lines of holy words written. Kronos, father of men and gods, you never grow old, clever, pure, strong and brave titan, you destroy everything and regenerate everything, you embrace the infinite universe in the immortal connection. Kronos, the constant master of time. Kronos, the colorful words, the son of Jair and the starry Uranus. You are born, grow and decline, the husband of Rhea, the pioneer of dignity. You live in every corner of the universe, you are the ancestor of the living, you are cunning and resourceful, you are the bravest. Listen to my prayer, give me a rich and blameless ending for my life. The period fell, the rustling pen stopped moving, the old man showed a satisfied smile, and handed the parchment filled with characters to the opposite side. How is it? Looking at the holy words in his hand, Chiron's eyes were amazed, as if he could see the magnificent past, history, through the paper, and a figure in his memory seemed to jump out of the paper. But there is a flaw in the ointment. It's very well written. Which sentence? I mean the character image. Chiron looked at the description of Kronos on the parchment and honestly pointed out the mistakes. Hearing this, Lorne couldn't help but laugh. This centaur sage Chiron is actually a complete god born by the Titan King Kronos and the goddess Hera. But because Kronos had sex with Hera in the form of a horse, Chiron was born as a centaur. Mother Hera was unwilling to feed Chiron because of his strange appearance and finally turned into a linden tree. In addition, Kronos was known for devouring his offspring, so his impression of his parents was naturally not very good. As for the doubts of the parties involved, Lorne, as the author, took out the words he had prepared long ago. Since it is a holy word praising the gods and creation, it is natural to show their brighter side. It is also appropriate to beautify them a little. Chiron thought for a while, nodded in agreement, and showed a trace of apology for his rudeness. Teacher Ma, you are a good man. Seeing this, Lorne felt that he could meet a rare species of 24k pure good people in Greece, but he also felt guilty for some insincere concealment. Well, as a pragmatist, he would only beautify Kronos if he had nothing better to do. The reason for doing so is that as long as Kronos is whitewashed, Zeus's power grab can be indirectly discredited. As the human beings on the earth gradually grow stronger, the gods obviously did not realize that the era of faith determined by culture has arrived. The pen of history is like a knife. If you have the right to speak and reshape the image of the gods in literature and history, it will inevitably affect human beings' belief in different gods. Moreover, smuggling private goods has always been what penholders love to do. But to create literary works that are praised by the world and expand influence, you need the top minds and inspiration. It was for this deep purpose that Lorne risked offending Apollo to death and won the 9 muses from the god of light. He also took advantage of this descent to the mortal world to go under the pseudonym Homer with them and complete his long-planned plan. That is, to revise the sacred words, compile the theogony, and secretly crush his own Dionysian doctrine and stuff it in. Of course, in order to be fair on the surface, it is necessary to find the parties involved and insiders to conduct historical data collection. The good old man Chiron was his first interviewee. In addition, he also had other intentions for Mr. Ma himself. It seems that the linden tree that his mother turned into is a tree species full of kindness to the world. The flowers can be used as medicine, and the bark is also used as a book tablet for divination. Therefore, even if Chiron did not have the love of his parents, he never complained about himself and fought against the world. Instead, he worked hard to learn to become a sage when he grew up. Generally speaking, in addition to being an excellent hunter, using the lower body of a horse with superb bow and arrow skills, the centaur tribe also has a barbaric side of robbing all kinds of items. For example, the centaurs that Lorne and Artemis met in Arcadia were wild and difficult to train. Only Chiron had a special impression of a sage, and his gentle character was unique among the centaurs. When he grew up, Chiron was proficient in all kinds of knowledge. Due to his calm character and clever teaching methods, countless future heroes in Greece were educated by him. Heroes such as Hercules, Achilles, Asclepius, who later became the god of medicine, and Castor, who became Gemini, were all his students. In addition, Jason, the leader of the Argo, and who won over Medea, was also one of his students. It can be said that his students were all over the world. The reason why Lorne chose to come to the residence of this teacher first was that on the one hand, he was asked by his old lover Artemis to take care of his cheap nephew Asclepius, and on the other hand, he wanted to poach people for Athena. The goddess of wisdom followed his advice and opened an Athens Academy in Athens, focusing on the popularization of academics and magic. Since it was just established, both teachers and students were in urgent need. The wise man Chiron, who had many students all over the world, was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Moreover, as the unpopular son of Cronus, Chiron was also suitable to develop into a subordinate to fight against Olympus. Although he himself was not competitive, in this chaotic world, not competing was weak and could be bullied, and it was not necessarily that fate would let you go at the critical moment. As far as Lorne knew, one day in the future, when resolving disputes among the centaurs, Chiron, a good man, would be shot by a poisonous arrow from nowhere, and would have to endure pain because of his immortality. It was not until the centaur sage, who was not competitive with the world, became Sagittarius, joined Olympus, embellished the divine power of the sky, and returned immortality to the gods, that he finally got rid of this pain. And the one who shot the poisonous arrow at that time was his most proud disciple, the great hero Hercules. Moreover, Hercules only had a conflict with the centaurs when they were competing for a barrel of wine brewed by the god of Dionysus. The manic hero chased and beat the centaurs who angered him. But the arrow shot at the centaurs grazed the arm of an unlucky guy and unfortunately hit Chiron's knee. In addition to Hercules and the centaurs, the participants in this tragedy were the poison on the arrows, which came from the 9-headed Hydra killed by Hercules. If there is no trick in the fate of a group of coincidences, Lorne himself would not believe it. Therefore, whether as a suspect in the case or to make things difficult for the king of Olympus, he had to extinguish this possible future and abduct the versatile teacher Ma to Athens. Thinking of this, Lorne's face became serious, and he spoke in a deep voice. Teacher Ma, your disciple Asclepius has accepted the invitation of the Academy of Athens and plans to reunite with you in Athens, after traveling in Cyprus. Through the revelation of fate, I seem to have seen some bad things that may happen to him, so. Chiron was silent for a moment after hearing this, and took out the bronze elephant emblem of the Gorgon from his arms. After a few days of hesitation, he finally made up his mind, and responded in a deep voice. Athens? Okay, I'll go. Seeing that he had finally fooled the centaur sage onto the pirate ship, a certain unscrupulous god who specializes in cheating honest people showed a satisfied smile. Buy one get one free. Perfect. Chapter 167. As long as the hoe is used well, there is no corner that cannot be dug down. 42k. The next day, Mount Pelion. The wise Chiron was worried about his student, so he decided to leave for Athens as soon as possible. Before leaving, Lorne moved his lips, but finally chose to remain silent and did not tell Chiron about the future god of medicine going to Cyprus. Although Asclepius was just an illegitimate son that Apollo didn't like very much, he was still a blood relative in the Olympus system. Even if he accidentally offended those uncles and aunts, as long as they still cared about the status of Apollo and Artemis, they would show some mercy and would not go too far. After all, the example of Pan's death was in front of him, and Apollo had just been exiled to the lower world for similar things. After this, Zeus had to hit the offender hard in order to maintain superficial fairness. But if Chiron followed and got involved in the mess in Cyprus with his student, he might not be so lucky. After all, who made this centaur brother a character who was not loved by his father and mother? If Chiron is around in front of his relatives in Olympus for too long, Zeus might remember Chiron, his illegitimate brother, one day and turn him into a constellation, reclaim his divinity, and embellish his divine power in the sky. So, after thinking about it, Lorne decided that it would be safer to let this brother go to the Academy of Athens first, and teach him well. However, without this good old man who would answer any questions as an interview subject, there was no point in staying on Mount Pelion. After watching Chiron go out of sight, Lorne shook his head, his body changed, and he turned from an old blind man into a handsome young man again, and turned and walked into the valley. Passing through the dense forest outside, a cheerful song came into Lorne's ears with the wind. Come, let us begin with the muses, who sing in unison, and delight the great heart of their father Zeus, who dwells in Olympus. From their lips flows a sweet voice, which one never tires of hearing, and their pure voices delight the temples of their father, Zeus, the sky god, and echo through the snowy peaks of Olympus, the halls of the immortal gods. They begin with their immortal voices, and first of all they praise the race of the venerable gods, those who are the offspring of the earth and the sky, the givers of all that is useful, and then, at the beginning and end of their songs, they sing of Zeus, the father of gods and men, praising him as the wisest and the most powerful of the gods. Moreover, they sing of men and giants, and delight the heart of Zeus in Olympus. They are the muses of Olympus, the illustrious daughters of Zeus the Aegis bearer. In the empty valley, 9 visible goddesses of literature and art stood or sat around the gurgling water, opened the books in their hands, and reviewed them word by word, and hummed the prefaces they had composed impromptu. This is not only the opening of the book, but also a hymn to the muses. They dance lightly, either in the blue spring, or around the altar of wine and joy. After bathing their delicate bodies in the Permethus river, the horse spring or the oar spring, they dance gracefully, and lovely dances on the highest Mount Helicon, with energetic steps. They come out from here at night, covered in thick fog, and sing beautiful songs, the chapters praising the gods. As the beautiful words turned into notes, and flowed from their lips and teeth, various life scenes in the past 3 years emerged in the minds of the muses one after another. Inside, there are poems and wine, music, and songs, performances, and audiences, and each frame is a silhouette that will never fade, and can be treasured by memory. In the midst of endless fantasies, the muses gradually lost their tunes and blushed. It was as if what they read was not a literary masterpiece with beautifully crafted words, but a love poem dedicated to the muses. Or, both, a combination of rigor and romance. Papa, the crisp applause came from the forest, and the handsome audience smiled and leaned against the tree trunk, as always offering, listening, and praising for the performance of the muses. Lord Dionysus. The moment they saw Lorne coming, the 9 muses cheered in unison and excitedly crowded forward. Raising the manuscript in their hands, they asked in a chattering voice, "Should we add a modifier to this sentence? Praise Zeus, the bearer of the Aegis, almighty Zeus." It will just correspond to the next sentence. Praise the majestic Hera, the goddess of Argus wearing golden shoes. It's too complicated, isn't it? I think it's just right. Calliope, who is good at heroic epics, Clio, who focuses on rigorous history, and Euterpe, who focuses on lyric poetry, have different opinions. Should we add a rest here? I think an aria is more appropriate. No, the overall rhythm should be more joyful. Erato, who is proficient in solo and love poems, Melpomene, who is responsible for tragedy and elegies, and Thalia, who is responsible for comedy and pastoral songs, refuse to give in to each other. Hey, this, Athena, the daughter of Zeus, the holder of the Aegis, with bright eyes, Phobos Apollo, Artemis who loves archery, Poseidon, the floater and shaker of the earth, the respectable Themis, Aphrodite with seductive eyes. How to use simplified dance postures to express the characteristics of each god. Why use dance? Isn't it okay to project the corresponding constellations on the stage? It's a bit distracting. It's better to use a static background. The dance-loving Terpsichore, Urania, who is in charge of astronomy, and Polyhymnia, who is in charge of hymns and rhetoric, each have their own opinions. Faced with the 9 muses who were arguing, Lorne patiently listened to everyone's opinions. First gave his own opinions one by one, based on the effect of the live performance, and then smiled and suggested, "My opinion may be biased, so why not compose and modify it according to your ideas first, and then play it in each city-state we pass through, and see whose modification is more popular, and then adopt whose method is the final version." Okay. The muses nodded happily, and their faces showed eager expressions. Lorne raised the paper and pen in his hand, and asked with a faint smile, "So, according to the order, whose turn is the next city?" Erithid. The muses laughed and pushed out the 5th sister. The young girl holding a lyre and in charge of love poems rolled her eyes at the sisters, and then came to the front of the team with a blushing face. Lorne smiled and stretched out his hand, ready to complete the divine fusion with this muse as usual, and let her take over the account of Homer to complete a new round of poetry creation in the next city. However, Erato smiled playfully, and with the exclamations of the muses on the scene, she suddenly hooked her hands around the neck of the male god, quickly stood on tiptoes, and unexpectedly kissed him on the forehead, sending her own blessings and inspiration in a fiery and bold way. Lorne was slightly stunned, then raised his hand to touch the remaining warmth on his forehead, and looked at Erato, who had shrunk back into the group of muses, blushing and not daring to look up, and suddenly he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Love always makes people reckless, blind and impulsive. The other muses were either cheering, or scolding bitterly, or looking envious, and the valley was suddenly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Leaving Mount Pelion, the 9 muses, led by the god of wine, changed their name to Homer, and moved forward. They have visited Javia's ancient caves, visited Rhea's abandoned temples, climbed the old site of Mount Othryz, and looked out at the birthplace of Metis, the original goddess of wisdom. The murmurs of the ancient gods are the best writing materials, the chats of the nymphs are excellent anecdotes, and the rocks and trees, that will not lie, are the most sincere witnesses of history and civilization. Through the joint efforts of the muses, the magnificent, sacred words, the detailed and rigorous, theogony, and the Song of the Titans, full of rebellious spirit, have been continuously filled and improved under the pen of the blind poet Homer. And every time a performance is performed, the audience who hear the news is packed and cheers in unison. That is not a hypocritical compliment to the gods, but a pure praise for art. This makes the muses extremely excited, and their bodies and minds are immersed in the sense of accomplishment gained from the journey. Gradually, they enjoy this kind of life more and more. In contrast, the days in Olympus were so dull and empty. Accompanying the love poems of the main god Apollo was so artificial. Repeatedly offering hymns to the gods was so exaggerated and boring. Divinity allowed them to live in heaven, but humanity allowed them to sing freely. The journey continued to move forward. The muses used the common fictional identity of the blind poet Homer as a carrier, using pen tips, music, and singing to record the traces of the world, quietly undergoing some kind of indescribable transformation. However, as they passed a rugged cliff, the scenery in front of them woke the muses from their beautiful dreams. The huge rocks were etched into various shapes over time, and the grey stalagmites shot straight into the sky, praising the uncanny workmanship of nature. Below were huge plains, forests, canyons and picturesque villages. In the vast jungle and deep valleys, huge skeletons could be vaguely seen. Lorne tapped his cane, looked up and looked down at the city-state, hidden by the mountains in the distance, and murmured, "Thessaly, we are here." The muses looked at the unfinished manuscripts in their hands, and sighed in unison. A feeling of loss and reluctance brewed in their hearts, stopping them from moving forward. The father said that no one is allowed to visit Lord Apollo. With a faint murmur, the muses all looked at Cleo in the team. This female scholar, who has always been rigorous in studying history, held the scroll and spoke seriously. "It's better to confirm from a distance. Lord Apollo is safe. If you get too close, if you anger the father, Lord Apollo's sentence may be extended." "That's right. That's right. We have to consider Lord Apollo." The eyes of the muses lit up, and they nodded in agreement. The originally depressing atmosphere was unknowingly diluted a lot. Seeing that all the muses were vying to care about Apollo's safety, Lorne smiled and pointed to a gentle green slope. "Look, it seems to be in front." The muses nodded happily, and looked far away through the dense forest. At this time, a melodious sound of a lyre came from the hillside, and the wild beasts that were attracted by it walked out of the dense forest. Leopards and wild lions walked docilely among the sheep, and wild deer and antelopes danced to the rhythm of the lyre, guarding the handsome shepherd in the center, and there was a peaceful and happy atmosphere around. Next to him, a middle-aged man in casual clothes with a broad mouth and a straight nose sat on the bluestone beside him, listening intoxicatedly and slapping his thighs to the rhythm. At the same time, several servants in full armor and carrying swords patrolled nearby, showing the noble status of the middle-aged man. It seems to be Admetus, the king of Thessaly. Looking at the harmonious scene, Cleo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Similarly, Lorne also showed a relieved smile on his face. It seems that Lord Apollo is well taken care of by the king and has a good life. Yeah. The muses nodded one after another. Their expressions were extremely cheerful, and they seemed to be sincerely happy that their old master was treated well. But then, they looked at each other and fell into a strange silence. Finally, Erato, who had a lively personality, couldn't help but cough dryly, and his eyes wandered to the road behind him. Ahem, so. That's right. That's right. Before Erato finished speaking, the muses nodded in understanding, with a look of approval in their eyes. Since Lord Apollo is fine, there is no need for us to worry. In order to avoid disturbing him from serving his sentence, we should leave as soon as possible. Then, the 9 muses who reached a consensus turned around at the same time. Boom. However, at this moment, the mountains and forests shook, and dark caves, as long as 100 meters suddenly appeared, breaking through the valley and gentle slope in front, as if connecting to a bottomless abyss. Roar. The next moment, a low roar was heard, and a series of dark brown arms as big as mountains passed through the cave, and smashed into the ground. The violent airwaves threw the surrounding trees away with their roots, and the birds in the forest flew up in panic. Looking at the giants and monsters as big as hills, which drilled out of the cave one after another, Lorne's face changed slightly. He finally understood where the huge skeletons in the Thessaly Valley came from. Obviously, the rebellious blood of the Titans has not been eradicated in this land. They are trying to take back everything that once belonged to them from the hands of humans and gods. And by chance, one of the caves happened to appear on the gentle slope where Apollo grazed and played. Bang! Accompanied by a roar of the earth, a blue-black arm smashed into the ground, and dozens of cattle and sheep under its palms turned into a pool of mincemeat before they even had time to scream. Apollo, standing on the spot, was instantly buried in the splashing blood, flesh, and dust. Hurry, help. Seeing this, Lorne shouted to remind them. Apollo cannot die now, at least not before he has exhausted his remaining energy. Moreover, his divinity is only sealed, not disappeared. If he is hurt, it may make him untie the shackles and return to Olympus in advance, which is not very good. Just right. I have dug a corner, but I'm just one step away from the final step. As his thoughts turned, Lorne immediately removed his disguise, showing his original appearance, and rushed to the location of the god of light. Seeing the leader who had come down the mountain rushing out first, the 9 muses also woke up from their trance and immediately followed Lorne to join the battle. Chapter 168, Facing the Minotaur, 42k. On the hillside, Admetus, the king of Thessaly, looked at the horrifying figures emerging from the crypts one by one, his face pale. The gigantes. They are the blood of the Titans, also called giants. Legend has it that when the second generation god King Cronus obeyed the order of Gaia, the Earth Mother, to castrate Uranus, the father of heaven, Uranus spurted out a large amount of divine blood from the wound under his crotch, which was absorbed by Gaia, and thus gave birth to a large number of Titans, which was the predecessor of the Gigants clan. Later, the Titan War broke out, and Mount Olympus and Mount Othrys launched a bloody battle in Thessaly, and won the final victory. But those Titan bloods who were dissatisfied with this did not choose to submit to the rule of the god King Zeus, but merged into the Gigants clan, and continued their cause against Olympus. But facing the descendants of the Olympian gods who were in their heyday, the Gigants clan was defeated repeatedly and suffered losses. The most recent attack probably dates back to the rebellion of the Titan Atlas more than a decade ago. Even though the Gigants clan, led by the Titan Atlas, rushed to Olympus to challenge, they were eventually defeated by the goddess of wisdom Athena. Even the Titan leader has now become a prisoner supporting a corner of the sky. Since that major blow, the severely injured Gigants clan has gradually disappeared. But I didn't expect that only more than a decade later, these remnants of the old era could not bear the loneliness, and crawled out of the rat holes underground. Moreover, the landing place they chose was Thessaly, which they were in charge of. The king of Thessaly, surrounded by heavy shadows, looked up at the towering giants around him, moved his throat with difficulty, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and secretly regretted not listening to the warning of the temple priests. In recent days, strange noises have been heard from underground in Thessaly, and the insects, fish, birds and beasts in the mountains have also shown signs of restlessness. The temple priests who sensed the strange phenomena had urged him to make a great sacrifice to the great god Zeus in order to obtain the revelation of the gods. However, at that time, he was in love with his new wife and did not take this matter to heart. As a result, one wrong step planted the seeds of disaster. Realizing that the situation was critical, the king of Thessaly immediately drew the bronze sword at his waist and shouted at the guards behind him, "Go back and report the news. Let the people in the city block the gate and impose full martial law." As the towering figures strode over, Admetus tore off his loose robe, took a round shield handed by the guards next to him, and shouted, "Forward. Form a formation and meet the enemy." Obviously, he was trying to piece together a temporary line of defense with himself as the core. In the world of gods, humans are ultimately too small and fragile. Even the blood guards from the city builder's family were only slightly stronger ants in the face of these giants. Right now, the only person who could hinder them was probably the demigod himself as a city builder. Whether it was his responsibility as a king or his consciousness as a strongman, he needed to stand up at this moment to buy enough time for the people of Thessaly to react. While preparing, Admetus did not forget to push the handsome shepherd behind him and signaled the guards to put him on the war horse. Although he was the monarch of this land, he did not have a very good life because it was a poor and bad land that had been devastated by the Titan War. But since he followed the revelation of the great god Zeus and the prophecy of the temple priests and took in 2 foreign slaves, everything in Thessaly began to improve. Not only did the fishing and animal husbandry industries develop fully under the hard work of the 2 foreign slaves, even he himself, because of his kindness to the shepherd behind him, had good luck and married a beautiful wife. The king of the neighboring country Iolcus, Peleus, only agreed to marry his daughter to someone who could ride a chariot pulled by lions and bears. The shepherd behind him used his unique talent for manipulating animals to meet his marriage requirements and married the princess of the neighboring country. Now, he and his wife are in harmony and happy. In order to express his gratitude to the shepherd, Admetus not only reduced his hard labor, but also put down his heirs as the head of a country and often came to the shepherd's grazing place to listen to his performance as a listener. After a while, although Admetus vaguely knew that the shepherd had an unusual identity, he was tactful and did not delve into it. The other party was also very satisfied with this mode of getting along, and the two formed a deep friendship. Whether it was because of friendship or gratitude, he wanted the shepherd to survive. However, the shepherd stood firmly in place, unwilling to get on the horse, wasting his painstaking efforts in vain. Admetus raised his round shield, gritted his teeth to block a grey-brown arm, swung his sword to cut off 2 fingers as thick as tree trunks, and couldn't help turning his head and shouting, "You idiot, it will be too late if you don't leave now." "No need." The shepherd murmured under the shove of the 2 blood guards, raised his head and looked forward. His handsome face was uncertain, and a sense of inexplicable humiliation surged in his eyes. "We don't have to run away." Boom boom boom. At the same time, the earth trembled, and the ether in the air gathered and stirred wildly. A mighty and majestic golden bull phantom rushed out of the mountain road at lightning speed, bumping and trampling on the titans on the path, and stood in front of the pasture where Apollo and the king of Thessaly were like a mountain. The titans and monsters who had just crawled out of the cave were lifted high by the sudden force and fell heavily before they could react. The blood was scattered everywhere, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The 3 titans, who were confident of their strength and bravery, waved their fists and stepped forward shoulder to shoulder, trying to tear the bull apart. But as soon as they came into contact, the powerful bull suddenly became empty and turned into a nimble and swift goat, which jumped high above their heads. Then, 2 thighs wrapped in golden divinity stirred up the fierce wind and fell like a long whip made of steel. With a dull explosion, the heads of the 3 titans who were blocking the road exploded, and a foul-smelling slurry mixed with red, black, and white gushed out from their broken necks, pouring like raindrops on the surrounding dense forests and the ground. "Damn it. It's the bastard from Olympus. Let's attack together." The leader giant with a lion's head in front of the team saw his companions fall under the figure one after another and immediately waved his hands and roared, ordering people to deal with the threat from the front and back first. Hearing the order, the titan monster with eagle wings and human body, the rock giant with burning body, and the primitive monster with 7 or 8 giant snake heads, roared and rushed out of the team, taking out their own killers. For a moment, bronze feathers shot like sharp arrows, surging red and black flames, and dark green venom that hit the head and face, attacked one after another. Seeing that there was no escape, Lorne raised his foot and stomped hard, and the wheel behind him turned. The streams in the surrounding rivers, the moisture in the air, and even the water veins underground were all attracted by the divinity, and gathered around him crazily, turning into a huge water blue narwhal. Then, the giant whale swung its head and tail, opened its mouth and swallowed, and sucked the feathers, flames, and venom into its body. Then, at the moment of reaching its limit, the giant whale, which had been dyed black and green, roared and crashed into the enemy formation in front of it, exploding with a bang. The eagle-winged monsters, rock giants, and primitive monsters were caught off guard and were soaked. They immediately made a squeaking corrosion sound and a large amount of pungent smoke rose. Painful screams followed. "It's my turn." At the same time, the figure on the mountain road had already rushed into the formation with the speed of a goat, and then the golden bull phantom behind him immediately switched. The arm wrapped in golden divinity was like a huge battering ram, swinging down. The rock giant, which was the first to bear the brunt, was instantly shattered into pieces, turning into charred black stones rolling all over the ground, and the original living fire was also annihilated in the violent divinity. The eagle-winged monster that followed closely behind also had no time to react before a hand grabbed his thigh. Then, this titan monster, which was more than 10 meters tall, was like a broken sack, being swung left and right by a violent force, and smashed heavily on the ground, leaving one terrifying pit after another. Large pieces of feathers and flesh flew everywhere, making the scene look bloody and cruel. Hiss. Seeing that his 2 companions had such a tragic end, the last primitive monster immediately let out a terrified hiss, raised several snake heads that were corroded to the bones, and madly spewed out venom mixed with its own divine blood. As soon as the thick green juice came into contact with the air, it instantly spread into a large area of poisonous fog, sweeping forward. In an instant, the surroundings were dark and gloomy. Once the plants and animals within the range came into contact with the toxins, they immediately withered and died, and even the stones were chirping and smoking. Lorne just took a breath from a distance, and his head felt a little groggy and his vision became blurred. It must be said that in the Greek age of gods, poison is a kind of divinity that is quite difficult to evaluate, with both the upper and lower limits being very high. As powerful as the great hero Hercules and the wise Chiron, they all fell under the corrosion of the divinity of poison. As the poisonous fog spread, Lorne turned his head back, looking past the cows and sheep that foamed at the mouth, and fell to the ground, and looked at the figures that staggered and fell like drunkards, his eyebrows twisted into a ball. Although the poison on the opposite side may not be as terrifying as a 9-headed snake hydra, and it is far from enough to knock him down, ordinary demigods and mortals may not be able to withstand it. In just a few seconds, ordinary people who were affected had already fallen down. At this time, seeing that the blood guards of the gods and the demigod king Admetus beside him were both in a coma, their faces were blue and purple, and a stream of black blood flowed out of their mouths, Apollo finally couldn't bear it anymore, hugged his good friend, bit his lips with his steel teeth, turned his head to the figure that appeared in front of him, and shouted at him in humiliation, "Help, Zeng." At this moment, a clear sound of a lyre came from outside the green poisonous fog, followed by flute sounds, divine words, and chants. Poems of sound, chapters of music, I command you to restore the light. Accompanied by elegant chords and chants, the rich ether, under the call of the divine law, turned into notes, and crashed into the poisonous fog, bringing out a sizzling sound, burning away the foul-smelling gray-green fog, like light breaking through the clouds. For a moment, the gigant's giants who had lived underground for a long time covered their eyes, and wailed in pain. The lion-headed leader in the team was obviously a connoisseur. Seeing the 9 intellectual goddesses holding musical instruments, scrolls, and wax tablets, coming gracefully, his pupils shrank immediately, and he waved his hand to give orders. Its muses, retreat, retreat. Hearing the iconic name of the god, the remaining dozen giants hurriedly jumped into the crypt and fled to the depths of the earth with the divinity bestowed by the earth. As the last titan monster disappeared on the horizon, the small-scale rebellion of the Gigant's clan once again ended in vain. The 9 muses who came to rescue the king quickly flew through the dissipated poisonous fog and came to the gentle slope one after another, stretching out their arms and trying to help the main god up. Lord Apollo, how are you? Get out of here. However, Apollo, dressed as a shepherd, swept his arm and mercilessly pushed away the surrounding beauties, his face as gloomy as dead water. A bunch of useless trash. Being scolded for no reason, the 9 muses bit their cherry lips tightly, and their faces were a little pale. Seeing this, Lorne couldn't help but frowned and spoke up for them. Apollo, what are you doing? I'm disciplining my subordinates. When is it your turn to interrupt? Hearing the question, Apollo glanced at Lorne behind him and became even more angry. It's all this guy's fault. He exposed his most miserable and unbearable side in front of these subordinates. And these muses are also a bunch of useless trash. They didn't show up earlier or later, but had to wait until I asked for help before coming to the scene. At this moment, as if he couldn't stand the workplace bullying of this god of light, Lorne spoke righteously and loudly to fight for the innocent muses around him. During the time you were punished, Lady Artemis entrusted them to me to take care of them. Seeing that they were treated unfairly, I certainly have the obligation to protect them. Hearing this, Apollo felt like a bolt from the blue. His face suddenly turned the color of liver, and he looked at the surrounding muses and Lorne in front of him in disbelief. You take care of them? Yes. Lorne nodded and frankly told everything that had happened in the past 3 years. Because you were punished, they were also coveted and implicated. In order to protect their safety, Lady Artemis asked me to take care of these muses for you. Take care of them for me? Should I thank you? Apollo's face turned cold and his voice trembled slightly. That's not necessary. I was just entrusted by Lady Artemis. Lorne waved his hand generously, but then his face changed again. He pointed at the muses behind him and told them about their grievances indignantly. It's these muses who were implicated by you, but they didn't give up their duties and took care of the temple for you. And because they heard that Thessaly was not safe, they came all the way from Olympus to visit you. It's fine if you didn't appreciate it, but you even spoke ill of them. It's too much. Hearing the ruthless and loud rebuke, the muses who knew Apollo's temper were frightened. They were about to speak up to make amends, but the god of light burst into a gloomy sneer, looking at Muse and Lorne in front of him with disgust and humiliation, as if he was looking at a group of adulterous couples. Okay. So you are a group. Do you want me to give you my seat? Chapter 169. Chaos's Road to Success. Lorne's face changed, and he immediately spoke to prove himself. Lord Apollo, I think you misunderstood. We came to visit you in compliance with the wishes of Lord Artemis, and we have absolutely no other intentions. So, it was not a coincidence just now. You have arrived a long time ago. Apollo instantly sees the loophole in his words, looked at the muses on the side grimly, and roared angrily. Tell me, did you attract these giants? Do you want me to die in the hands of the giants? Hearing such heart-piercing words, the muses changed their faces one after another, and their endless grievances boiled in their hearts. God has mercy on them. They just came to see this old master on the way under the guise of traveling in the lower world, and they didn't intend to meet him. Who knows that they happened to encounter the giants making trouble, and fortunately they dragged their old master Apollo into it. Moreover, they are just a group of muses who love literature and poetry. When will they be able to command the giants to kill their old master and usurp the throne? At this time, Lorne couldn't help but stand up and speak for the muses beside him. Lord Apollo, you can doubt me, but please don't impose innocent charges on them. After these words, Apollo's brain, which was dominated by anger, calmed down a bit. He looked at Lorne in front of him grimly and spoke faintly. You are right. They didn't have the courage before. The reason they dare to do these extraordinary things now is all because of your instigation, right? Lord Apollo, please be careful with your words. As the eldest sister, Calliope couldn't help but raise her voice and groan solemnly. Although you have suffered and been exiled to the lower world, even if you are not here, we have always adhered to our duties and responsibilities, and have never had any thoughts of harming you." Then, the muse in charge of the heroic epic raised her hand and pointed at Lorne beside her, took a deep breath, and shouted angrily, "And Lord Dionysus is even more impossible. He just saved you with his own hands, and before us." Seeing that his muses actually protected outsiders, Apollo was furious. "Stop pretending here. Isn't the reason he came here to see me in such a miserable state? Lord Apollo, if you think so, then I have nothing to say." Lorne sighed and raised his hands in boredom. "Well, I will leave you now and take off this guardianship responsibility. I will explain to Lord Artemis in person." The 9 muses heard this, and their hearts were suddenly tightened. They subconsciously wanted to speak, but Lorne raised his hand to stop them. The Dionysus on the field took a deep breath and gave a serious advice in the most sincere tone. "But these 9 muses are innocent. From now on, please treat your subordinates well, and do not impose unwarranted suspicion on them." However, the preaching tone once again stepped on Apollo's minefield, making the arrogant god of light even more angry. "Shut up. It's not your turn to teach me. Get out of here." Lorne shrugged helplessly, turned his head, and looked at the 9 muses around him, trying to squeeze out a smile from his face, and solemnly instructed, "Thessaly has just experienced the rebellion of the giants. It's better for you to stay. The safety of Lord Apollo can be guaranteed. But don't let my affairs cause a rift between you. Have you said enough? Get out of here." Hearing the fact that he was in a bad situation being mentioned again and again, Apollo shouted angrily. After the explanation, Lorne did not stay any longer and turned around and walked towards the mountain path behind the dense forest. As the figure gradually walked away, Calliope turned around, looked at the main god in front of her, and spoke seriously. "Lord Apollo, you shouldn't treat Lord Dionysus like this." Hearing this, Apollo, who had just suppressed his anger, exploded again, and a gloomy sneer appeared on his handsome face. "What? Even you want to teach me how to do things? No, just a piece of advice." Calliope shook her head, and then clicked, and broke the wax board with light patterns in her hand, threw it down expressionlessly, and spoke contemptuously. "From now on, please forgive me for not being able to continue to serve you, a despicable person who slanders heroes. Calliope, you." Looking at the fragmented symbol of the subordinate god at his feet and hearing the undisguised contempt, Apollo's face changed drastically, and he trembled with anger. However, before he could finish, a laurel wreath was also thrown at his feet. "Me too." Cleo, who was in charge of history, clapped his hands, picked up the remaining scroll and turned around. "And me. Count me in." "Me too." Then, as if triggering some kind of chain reaction, Euterpe dropped her flower basket, Terpsichore abandoned her ivy, Erato discarded her music sheet, Melpomene let go of her dagger, and Thalia gave up her tambourine. Each muse left behind the symbols related to the gods Apollo, and discarded them like old shoes. Then, without exception, they turned around and left, walking quickly towards the distant mountain path, as if trying to keep up with someone. Seeing the former gods cut off from him one by one, Apollo's handsome face turned from blue to purple, from purple to black, and finally became distorted with anger, stomping on the fragmented symbols on the ground crazily, and bursting into hysterical roars. "Get out! Get out!" At the same time, a figure walking on the mountain path heard the loud roar, stopped leisurely, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Question: when a nobleman who is used to being high and mighty falls from the clouds for some reason, and the little character whom he used to look down on and hate comes to him with a group of beautiful subordinates whom he used to order around, and lends a helping hand when he is at his lowest point, and the process happens to be seen by his subordinates, how will he feel? Answer: his pitiful self-esteem must be very painful, right? Moreover, the imbalance of mentality will cause ordinary goodwill to be misinterpreted, and any slight disturbance will be magnified into suspicion and betrayal in his eyes. As we all know, the strongest defense is often broken from the inside. The same is true for poaching. The compilation of sacred words and theogony has not been completed yet, and the group of muses will naturally not miss this opportunity to leave a poem for the ages. Even if they are goddesses, they cannot get rid of the pursuits and problems of literary youth. Compared with the supporting roles who can only accompany the god of light, I have a stage here that can allow them to realize their self-worth. After 3 years of boiling frogs in warm water, and the suspense of sacred words and theogony, it is self-evident which one is more attractive. Then, he only needs to take the muses to turn around in front of Apollo, who is serving a sentence in Thessaly, tell some things and problems truthfully, and figure out the mentality of the god of light. Then some people will automatically complete all the brain supplements, outline a series of targets and conspiracies, and vent all the grievances and dissatisfaction on the object they are unhappy with. It doesn't matter, I can take the blame, even to the end, and even the suspected muses and themselves will take it. Apollo may feel that some things are not handled properly, but even if it is wrong, he will not bow his head. The god of light is too arrogant. This is a fatal weakness in his character. Whether he sees it clearly or not, he will fall into the trap. So, Lord Apollo, you follow the gods, and I raise them myself, so don't worry. At this moment, just as someone expected, the muses appeared at the intersection one after another, and ran quickly forward, catching up with him. Lord Dionysus, wait, we'll go with you. Apollo is too much. We quit. Whoever wants to serve can serve. That's right. After hearing the muses chattering about what happened just now, Lorne was a little surprised at the determination of these goddesses of literature and art. It must be said that these muses are really crazy in their bones. No wonder they are attributed to the apostles of Dionysus in some mythological genealogies. But then again, daring to directly face Apollo and turn against his own main god as a follower of the god, this is not a small hidden danger. Lorne pondered for a moment, looked at the muses around him, revealed his worried side, and asked with concern, "What are you going to do? Will you be okay, now that things have turned out like this?" Don't worry, it was Apollo who went too far. Even if the father god wants to blame us, it can't be blamed on us. At worst, we can go to the temple of memory, and ask the mother god to make the decision. Calliope, the eldest sister, straightened her chest, and responded in a deep voice. The muses around her echoed her, but Lorne still caught a trace of uneasiness in their eyes, so he smiled warmly and spoke solemnly. "I'll go with you." Hearing the solemn promise, a warmth flowed in the hearts of the muses, completely melting the fear of the future after making the choice, and a strong attachment and touch rose in their hearts. Lord Dionysus is really a person worthy of trust and entrustment. Chapter 170 Knowledge is Power. Books increase critical hits. Mount Helicon, an ancient temple, stands on the top of the mountain, quietly suspended, like a pure magic cube storing memory in the hands of a giant. Here we are, the Temple of Memory. On the gravel path connected to it at the foot of the mountain, Lorne and a team of 10 people including the 9 muses looked up at the wonders at the end of the road, and nodded to each other. Mnemosyne is the goddess of memory, language, and writing in the Greek world. She is the daughter of Uranus and Gaia, one of the 12 titans, and once gave birth to 9 muses with Zeus. She is also honored as the mother of muses. Mount Helicon is the holy place of this goddess of memory. Because they took the initiative to break up with their main god Apollo, the muses thought about it and decided to come to the temple of their mother Mnemosyne to pray for help and support. But in their memories, this mother had an extremely indifferent character. She rarely asked about the disputes between the gods, and even often ignored their daughters. In addition, the Styx oath restricted the titans, so the 9 muses did not know how their mother goddess would react. Fortunately, they were not alone, nor were they helpless. The goddesses looked at the Lord Dionysus, who had always accompanied them along the way, and given them encouragement and support, and they felt relieved. Then, everyone calmed down, stepped over the last step, and officially opened the door of the Temple of Memory. When their hands touched the door, the surrounding space rippled like water waves, bringing a strange sense of disharmony, as if the 5 senses and memories of the body were quietly stripped away, and restuffed into a lighter and more sensitive body. When Lorne came to his senses, he was already in the temple, and the internal structure came into view. Looking around, the geometric composition, clean colors, and pure space created a quiet and solemn atmosphere, and the beauty was so pure. The surrounding space kept changing like a twisted Rubik's Cube, but with every step, the surrounding area stabilized. In different areas, neatly arranged bookshelves were arranged uniformly, and all kinds of books were as numerous as a sea of smoke and as bright as the stars. Lorne instantly had the illusion of being in a world-class library, and felt at home. Mother Goddess, we are here to see you. As soon as the muse Erato, who was in charge of love poems, landed, she showed her lively personality. She held Lorne beside her with one hand, and rolled her other hand into a half-trumpet shape in front of her lips, shouting. Before the other muses could stop her, the cheerful voice instantly echoed in the quiet temple of memory. The next moment, tens of thousands of bookshelves around seemed to be awakened, and noisy vibrations came one after another. Several books fell from the bookshelves, and floated in the air. The pages of the books flipped, and the flashing light patterns, and jumping characters were looming in them. In an instant, the muses changed their faces, as if they had awakened some not so good memories. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lorne vaguely remembered a universal rule in the library in his previous life. No loud noises are allowed in the library. Run. At the same time, Erato, realizing that something was wrong, grabbed Lorne beside him with one hand, held his head with the other hand, and rushed into the temple. Almost at the moment when the muse of love poetry responded, the bookshelves around him trembled. Then, books on astronomy, geography, poetry, gossip, magic, etc. fell from the bookshelves, gradually filling the passage in front and the dome above the crowd, like soldiers gathering at the command, attacking the invaders who disturbed the peace of the temple. Pa. Ouch, with the heavy history books and several thick volumes of geographical atlases hitting the heads of several muses behind him, causing a series of wails. Lorne immediately understood how standard and quick the stress response and evasive actions of the goddess of love poetry beside him were. Obviously, love that dares to break through the constraints of rules has suffered a lot from the beatings of reality. Without thinking too much, he quickly imitated Erato, retracted his neck, protected his head with one hand, and rushed into the temple. The muses who lagged behind were hit by the knowledge, and fled with their heads in their arms. They glared at their sister who ran the fastest after causing trouble, and cursed in their hearts. Fortunately, the corridor of hundreds of meters was not far away. It only took a few seconds for Erato to pull Lorne to the corner at the end. The cheerful girl god leaned against the white arch, patted her chest, and was glad that she was not hit. It's safe, we lie down. However, at the moment, when she was about to step out of the corner, the left arm suddenly pressed her down with a low roar. Bang! At the same time, a blue-gray giant claw landed on her original position, smashing a terrifying deep pit in the white marble wall. As the dust fell, the love poem muse Erato subconsciously looked up, and saw two ferocious heads with horns on their heads, yellow-brown snake-like pupils, and hard scales all over their bodies. As poisonous dragon. Erato was shocked, and his face turned pale. Roar. At this time, an irritable roar came, and the two ferocious heads opened their huge mouths full of sharp teeth. The poisonous fire with the smell of sulfur was already brewing in the monster's throat. However, before the poisonous dragon launched an attack, a swinging fist wrapped in golden divinity swept their jaws at lightning speed, piercing the two ferocious heads in a row. Strange. Are dragon species so fragile? This feeling is not right. When Lorne was puzzled, he looked up and found that the poisonous dragon whose head was smashed by him turned into words and dissipated. Then, the neatly arranged bookshelves in the passage ahead trembled, and streaks of light peeled off the books, and one legendary monster after another turned from virtual to real. The three-headed monster King Chimera, the hellhound Cerberus, the lion-headed beast Sphinx. Lorne glanced at these hideous monsters, and his eyes finally fell on the classification of mythology and epic between the bookshelves, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. If he guessed correctly, these gods and monsters should be phantoms materialized by the power of memory, responsible for guarding the temple and blocking foreign intruders. Lorne glanced at the muses in the passage behind him who were beaten with lumps on their heads by books, and then looked at the titan gods and monsters who were blocking him, each of whom had a god-level memory, and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. The teacher was not deceiving me. Knowledge is power. At this time, the remaining muses also broke free from the beating of the books, and joined Lorne and Erato who had gone ahead. They looked at the upgraded guards behind the corner, and looked at each other in surprise. Strange, how could these lethal memories be activated? Soon, they thought of a possibility, and their faces turned gloomy. Could it be that the mother goddess doesn't want to see us? Noticing the depressed mood that the muses showed at the same time, Lorne coughed dryly and reminded them faintly. Is it possible that it is because of the change in your aura and divinity? The muses slapped their foreheads and suddenly realized. They almost forgot that they had just fired the main god Apollo, and there were changes in divinity and godhood, which would obviously cause the defensive spells of the memory temple to misunderstand them. Realizing that it might be a false alarm, the muses' mood gradually improved. But then, a new problem was placed in front of them. The formal road is blocked, so what should we do next? After a simple thought, the muses looked at one of the sisters. Suddenly, Erato on the side felt like a thorn in his back and subconsciously shrank into the corner. However, the muse who had just been violently dragged by the book did not politely drag the sisters out of the front, and even in the front, and even had a lot of intimate way to add a dilated rune to wait for her full output. The outbreak of the gallery rang through the entire temple of memory. It was like a Rubik's cube and was generally twisted and converted. Before the 10 people such as Lorne had no time to respond, they felt that a flower in front of him was pulled into an empty and quiet study room. Behind a table with a crystal ball, an hourglass, an astrolabe and other furnishings, a goddess who was flipping through the books on the table, holding her chin in deep thought, slowly raised her head. Chapter 171 I choose. I want them all. Completed with 6k a day. Please vote. She was an elegant lady, with intellectual and harmonious features. Her long flaxen hair fell on her shoulders, and her white robe was loosely worn on her body, without deliberately highlighting her feminine beauty and plumpness. From a distance, the figure who was reading a book looked more like a scholar than a goddess. Aren't you in Olympus? How did you come to my temple? The calm voice echoed in the temple, and her deep and blue eyes swept across the daughters on the field, and her eyebrows slightly frowned. And why did even the breath change? Hearing this, the muses breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, the mother goddess did not intend to exclude them. After getting this definite answer, the muses calmed down, mustered up their courage, and told their mother, the goddess of memory, Mnemosyne, about their experiences along the way. After listening to the chattering of the daughters, even Mnemosyne, who was always in a peaceful state of mind, could not help but change her face slightly. You broke up with Apollo. It's because he went too far. Erato waved his fist and accused indignantly, and the other muses nodded in agreement. Looking at this group of young and energetic daughters, the goddess of memory closed the book and asked expressionlessly, "It seems that you are not afraid of Apollo's accountability?" "No, not afraid." Hearing the unkind tone of their mother, the muses gritted their teeth and answered, "Then why did you come to me?" According to the oath of the Styx, the Titans cannot easily interfere in the affairs of Olympus. The goddess of memory said calmly, looked deeply at the daughters in the temple, and continued to ask, "So, do you want me to find a satisfactory main god for you to serve you? Jealous Hera? Slippery Hermes? Angry heirs? Hephaestus who only knows how to forge iron? Or Athena who can't even protect herself?" Obviously, Mnemosyne was not unaware of some things on Olympus, but she just didn't say it. Under the expressionless question of their mother, the muses were even more speechless. How could they not know that Apollo was the best choice at that time, compared to the other 11 gods of Olympus? In order to allow the god of light to take better care of them, and not force them to do things they did not want to do, their mother Mnemosyne also gave Apollo the power of oracle in the divinity of memory and language. But after so many years of peace and tranquility, they finally messed things up because of a momentary impulse. If I had known earlier, it's not their fault. Just as the hearts of the muses were gradually overwhelmed by regret and confusion, with a sonorous response, Lorne stepped forward and spoke righteously. "This matter is all because of me, so I'm willing to take responsibility for it." Seeing the tall figure blocking their way, and listening to the solemn promise, the muses were extremely moved, and their hearts seemed to be melted and immersed in warmth. Lord Dionysus, he really. However, unlike her daughters who were confused, the goddess of memory looked at the young and shameless god in front of her, and sneered and shook her head. "You? What can you do? I can persuade Apollo to keep the secret." The meaningful murmur made Mnemosyne, who didn't care much at first, raise her eyebrows and became interested. Seeing this, Lorne immediately struck, while the iron was hot, and told her his strategy. Being abandoned by your own subordinate god is not a glorious thing. Fortunately, there are only 3 parties who know about it: me, the 9 muses, and Apollo. According to the character of the god of light, he must be unwilling to expose his ugliness, not to mention that he was wrong first. Hearing this, the muses nodded in agreement. And then, Lorne spoke. In theory, as long as the muses and I don't publicize this matter, no one will know it easily. By then, although the muses have cut ties with Apollo, they are still subordinate gods of the god of light on the surface. The gods of Olympus who know nothing about this will not easily break the balance. After listening to Lorne's plan, the muses suddenly felt enlightened, and the problem did not seem to be as serious as they imagined. However, the goddess of memory behind the table saw through the problem at a glance. Will Apollo agree? The direction is wrong. I'm the one who is least affected in the whole incident. He is the one who wants to keep the secret, and keeping a secret always costs something. If he doesn't want the fact that he, as the main god, was abandoned by the subordinate gods, to be known to everyone, he should know what to do. Lorne looked up, and looked at the goddess of memory, smiled and spoke, and then added, "Besides, I have always had a good relationship with Lady Artemis. I will ask the goddess of hunting to persuade her brother. After all, the competition among the gods is so fierce, and he has just offended many people. He probably doesn't want to make it difficult for his brother and sister in Olympus, because of his loss of power, right?" The goddess of memory listened carefully, and thought about it carefully, and nodded slightly. "That's right. Under the coercion of a villain, keeping a secret together, and pretending that nothing happened, is a result that is beneficial to everyone. But the problem is, aren't you afraid that he will hate you to the bone?" Mnemosyne looked at the new god in front of her and asked faintly. She knew the character of the Greek gods too well. Even if she could endure the anger for a while, she would never let it go behind her back. After doing this, Apollo had to swallow his anger with blood. Her muses could get themselves out of it, but the god of light would hate the boy in front of him. In response to the goddess of memory's question, Lorne straightened his chest and looked calm. If Apollo is holding him accountable, let him come to me. Then, he turned his head and glanced at the muses behind him, revealing a heartwarming smile. "Besides, I promised to take good care of them. This is my responsibility, Lord Dionysus." Hearing the solemn promise, and seeing the commitment to fulfill his words, the emotional muses all had red eyes, and wanted to throw themselves directly into the arms of this male god. Even the indifferent goddess of memory looked at the male god in front of her with a little more gentleness in her eyes. However, Mnemosyne, who had experienced the Titan War, still retained a lot of rationality. "Well, go ahead and do it. They will stay in my temple for now. I will send them to Olympus when things are settled." Then, the goddess of memory looked at Lorne in front of her with a mother-in-law's eyes, smiling. "By then, they may still need your care." Obviously, based on the reactions of several people, she also vaguely guessed some clues of things. "I will do my best." Lorne made a solemn promise as usual. On the surface, he remained calm, but in his heart he secretly criticized the goddess of memory. She said beautiful words, but she is not a man who will not release the eagle until she sees the rabbit. To put it bluntly, this is just to agree to let me explore the way to settle the matter for her muses, and to attract Apollo's hatred by the way. As for the future, we will talk about it later. At this moment, Lorne understood Mnemosyne's intention, but he was not panicked. He smiled and took out 2 books from the magic circle, and put them on the table, smiling shyly. "Your Highness, this trip is quite urgent, so I didn't prepare any presentable gifts." As the goddess of memory, she is naturally close to books. Before Lorne could finish, Mnemosyne subconsciously opened the old cover, and began to read. Looking at the timeless and beautiful words and magnificent descriptions in the book, the beautiful eyes of the goddess of memory were shining, and she could not help but quickly turn the pages, immersed in the joy of reading. However, not long after, this long-lost enjoyment came to an abrupt end. Because both books had been turned to the end. What's next? The goddess of memory looked at the large blank space at the back, as if something was stuck in her throat, and couldn't wait to ask. "No more." Lorne spread his hands, very innocent. "No more." The goddess of memory, who was neither up nor down, was inevitably a little crazy and wished to pull out the unscrupulous author who stopped writing and beat him up. Who wrote it? Why didn't you finish it? Lorne coughed dryly, pointed at himself and the muses around him, and smiled helplessly. Sorry, goddess, I'm afraid it will take some time for us to finish the manuscript. You guys? Hearing this unexpected answer, the goddess of memory looked at the half-finished Theogony and Holy Word in her hands in surprise. Lorne nodded slightly, played the helpless role, and waited for the moment to make an offer. If you want me to arouse Apollo's hatred and solve your daughter's troubles, you should give me some actual rewards, right, madam? The cunning purple eyes flickered quietly, and the invisible gaze stayed on the goddess of memory for a moment, revealing a hint of deep meaning. In the Orphic religion, which is the original body of the Dionysian religion, Mnemosyne is one of the most important gods. Because memory has a special and fundamental meaning for Orpheus believers, the memory here is obviously not the memory of ordinary trivial matters, but the memory of the true origin and living conditions of human beings. Remember that humans have a part of the Titan's earthly possessions, and that this part hides the origin of humans' gods and their birth with cosmic significance. Just as the fragment of Petelia says, you must tell them, I'm the son of the earth and the starry sky, and I'm the offspring of the gods. You all know this. This memory is truly necessary, and can save the dead. Because, in Dionysus, humans were born from the ashes of the Titans, born with divinity, and they do not need to work for the gods. If you want to integrate this outrageous idea into the human soul and make it come true, you need to rely on the authority of the goddess of memory. Legend has it that Mnemosyne controls two holy springs. One of the springs can keep the soul eternal knowledge and memory, so that all the dead will not be defeated in life and will not die in death. So, whether it is the 9 muses who tampered with history or the goddess of memory who controls the holy spring, he chose to take them all. At this moment, after a mental struggle, Mnemosyne looked at the 2 manuscripts tightly in his hands, and finally made up his mind. Okay, you stay for a few days, I will forge the crown of spiritual thought for you here. Although for safety reasons, the daughters cannot go out to take risks, it is not a problem to give this outstanding author a part of their respective muse divinity, so that he can continue to complete these 2 masterpieces. Hearing the promise of the goddess of memory, the wolf who broke into the room continued to disguise himself as a harmless little white rabbit, showing a bright and sincere smile. Okay, listen to you. The muses on the side were also filled with joy, their eyes flashing with excitement. To forge the crown of spiritual thought, they need to use their divinity. Doesn't this mean that the mother has tacitly accepted the relationship between them and Lord Dionysus, agreeing to them getting close to each other? After analyzing this answer, the muses immediately cheered and rushed forward, holding hands or grabbing the corners of clothes, eagerly surrounding the upright and noble god of wine, excitedly taking him to tour the entire memory temple and chattering about the various collections in the temple along the way. These damn girls. Looking at the deserted main hall and the deserted surroundings, the goddess of memory couldn't help but shake her head, stretched out her hand to open the 2 volumes on the table and read them again with interest. A breeze passed through the hall, blowing one of the loose shoulder straps off the crystal skin, revealing the delicate collarbone and flawless white arms. Chapter 172. Madam's ingenious plan to bring peace to the world, but she lost her daughter and her army. A few days later, at night, Lorne sat at the desk in his bedroom, activated the fluorite lighting, and as usual, pulled out a few old magic books from the bookshelf that appeared on the side, and flipped through them eagerly. As the holy place of the goddess of memory, the collection of books and knowledge reserves here are undoubtedly the most complete library in the whole of Greece. In theory, as long as the goddess Mnemosyne nods, the visitor who is granted the right to use can check any information and books he wants. And these in front of him are basically the teaching materials he urgently needs at present, which can greatly supplement his magical knowledge framework. While reading, Lorne flipped through the magic book in his hand at a very fast speed, reading 10 or even 100 lines at a glance. But even so, as long as he put down the book and closed his eyes for a while, those obscure words and sentences can clearly emerge from his mind, as if they were directly engraved in the depths of his memory, turning into an immortal palace that will never fade. The crown of spiritual thought, the palace of memory. This is a blessing from the 9 muses and the goddess of memory. It is said that there was a Greek poet named Simonides who attended a banquet. After he passionately read a lyric poem praising the 2 gods Castor and Pollux in the banquet hall, he was called out by the oracle of the gods in the dark. At this time, the banquet hall collapsed, and no guests survived. The bodies were blurred, and relatives were difficult to identify. However, Simonides identified the bodies one by one according to the seats of the people in the hall, as if he had rebuilt the palace of memory with his hands under the inspiration of the oracle. Therefore, the Greeks believed that there was a palace in the depths of human memory that was governed by the goddess of memory. Whoever could open it could touch the source of knowledge and wisdom. Therefore, using it in literary and artistic creation, and continuing to write, theogony, and sacred words, was only the initial use. In order to give full play to one's learning ability, and make the speed of accumulating knowledge form a qualitative leap, it was a real way to open it. Relying on the blessing and search authority given to him by the goddess of memory and the 9 muses, Lorne frantically flipped through tens of thousands of books on the bookshelf. In just a few days, he almost swept through the entire library and built his own palace of knowledge in the depths of his mind. His knowledge reserves and magic level also made rapid progress. Unfortunately, the crown of spiritual thought was completed, which meant that he had no reason to stay. In theory, he was about to be kicked out by the goddess of memory. However, after flipping through the several magic books in his hand, Lorne took out a pen and paper from the side of the desk and wrote down 3 reading experiences today. The man who sells idols, the fox and the grapes, and the lion and the wild donkey. Soon, with the blessing of the muses' spiritual thoughts, 3 stories were vivid and interesting, and the language was humorous and humorous. After reviewing it, and confirming that there were no taboo words, Lorne dried the ink with satisfaction, stuffed 3 pieces of parchment filled with reading notes into the magic book he had finished reading, and prepared to hand them over to the goddess of memory tomorrow. According to the practice of the past few days, after receiving the returned magic book and reading his reading notes, Mnemosyne would most likely praise his learning attitude and generously extend his stay in the Temple of Memory, allowing him to continue to work hard. After all, history has proven the enduring cultural lethality of Aesop's fables. Moreover, this is still in a world of the age of gods full of conspiracy and fighting. Some fables that are far from grand narratives and have unique content are simply a wonderful seasoning for Mnemosyne, who likes reading and knowledge. It is for this reason that the goddess of memory turned a blind eye and acquiesced to Lorne's stay. After completing tomorrow's update, Lorne was also refreshed and comfortable. There is no way the author's life is always so simple and pure. Happiness comes with manuscripts, and pain comes with no manuscripts. Just as Lorne stretched his body and prepared to go to bed to meditate and rest, the door was quietly pushed open, and a sneaky and graceful figure squeezed in at night. Erato? Looking at this lively and lovely muse, Lorne was stunned and asked subconsciously, "Come to me so late, what's the matter?" "Discuss poetry." Erato tightened the wax board in her arms, her burning eyes fell on Lorne in front of her, and the bed behind him, and she couldn't help licking her moist cherry lips. By the way, she is in charge of love poems. As the temperature around him rose, Lorne immediately understood, moved his dry throat, and asked Erato to sit down by the bed, ready to discuss with her the true meaning of love. And for such illusory things, understanding is the best teacher. Obviously, the muse who took the initiative to sit over also agreed with this. But just as the two cultural enthusiasts wanted to go a step further and start a literary discussion, 2 figures squeezed in from the half-open door. "Thalia, Melpomene, what are you doing?" "Talking about the script. Coaching the lines." The 2 muses in charge of comedy and pastoral, and tragedy and elegy, explained the reason with a vague look, and at the same time, looked at the sister who appeared here on the bed. But before the 2 of them could speak, 3 more figures squeezed into the room. They were the 3 sisters of the 9 muses, the eldest sister Calliope in charge of heroic epics, the second sister Clio in charge of history, and the third sister Euterpe in charge of lyric poetry. Then, the door that had just been closed was pushed open from the outside to the inside. Polyhymnia in charge of odes and rhetoric, Urania in charge of astronomy and astrology, and Terpsichore in charge of chorus and dance also came in. In the narrow doorway, the 9 muses gathered together and looked at each other, their faces showing embarrassment and subtle expressions. Lorne coughed dryly, breaking the strange silence, and asked the 6 new muses carefully, "You are here to discuss the script as well." "Script? What script?" The 3 older muses were confused when they heard this. "We heard from our mother that you are leaving soon, so we came to see you off." "Yes, because of our mother's order, I'm afraid we can't leave the memory temple together and accompany you." "I'm leaving? Soon." Lorne realized that this was a perfunctory remark made by the goddess of memory. She had indicated to him yesterday that he should update more and slack off less. It is estimated that she was probably too embarrassed to pretend to be fair and had no pie transactions with him and deliberately put on a distant attitude. By the way, let those muses keep a distance from him before the problem is solved. It was just that these muses, who were daughters, believed it to be true and thought that the 2 sides were about to part, so they squeezed in and wanted to cherish this last time together. Realizing that this was a misunderstanding, Lorne smiled and spoke a good word for the goddess of memory. "It's okay, I can understand the difficulties of Mnemosyne. That's just the mother goddess's opinion, it doesn't represent our thoughts." At this time, the muses heard this, but they became more worried and held Lorne's arm excitedly, saying seriously, "No matter when and where, we are willing to be with you, and we definitely don't mean to abandon you." Seeing that their thoughts seemed to be going astray, Lorne subconsciously wanted to correct them. However, the 9 muses looked at each other as if they had made a certain decision and spoke solemnly. "Tonight, let us fulfill this promise in our own way." Fulfill the promise? Just when Lorne was somewhat at a loss, 9 arms grabbed his arms, hugged his shoulders, lifted his head, or pressed on his chest. A pair of lively, steady, gentle, or serious eyes all stared at that handsome face, and the burning gazes spread out, igniting the air in the bedroom. In this situation, Lorne immediately understood what the 9 muses meant by keeping the promise. Without waiting for him to speak, the fiery and impulsive love took the lead and pounced on him, lowered its head to seal his lips and teeth, and gave him a fierce long kiss. As Erato took action, the remaining 8 muses were not to be outdone and aired up, filling the entirety of this opposite-sex god with themselves. Muses are 9 goddesses with different personalities, but at the same time, because of their common literary priesthood, they can also exist as a whole thought. Crack the fluorite shattered, and the room fell into darkness. With the 9 muses' repeated respect and support, the new head of the muse could no longer bear it, and stood up, filling up the 9 portions again and again, and leaving his own mark. At the same time, in the core of the memory temple, Mnemosyne, who was sitting in front of the desk, looked at the swaying bookshelves around her, and the faint sounds of the deep temple. Her face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. But in the end, she looked at the 3 copies of the book review in her hand, and could only write a few hermetic lines with her fingers in a sullen manner, isolating herself in a quiet environment, and continued to flip through the manuscripts in her hand. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 173. You are forbidden to open a silver party. 42k, 7k a day. Please vote. Bang. The door of the memory temple suddenly opened from the inside, and a figure was thrown out of it, rolling all the way to the foot of Mount Helicon like a cannonball. Then, the door was closed heavily, and the entire Rubik's Cube-like temple turned into foam, and disappeared into thin air. Lorne, who was at the foot of the mountain, got up from the ground, spit out the grass debris in his mouth, and looked at the disappeared memory temple on the top of the mountain with a helpless look on his face. There was no way. Since the muses took the initiative to devote themselves on the first night, they tasted the sweetness of the union of the 2 sexes, and began to eat the sweetness of the marrow, dragging him to open silver parties every day. Excessive demands were secondary. The key was that his update time was seriously occupied, and even the energy and quality of writing manuscripts were not as good as before. So, after 9 days and 9 nights of hard work, Mnemosyne was furious and kicked him out of the temple as the culprit of the defilement. Of course, 9 days and 9 nights was not the limit for him and the muses, but the goddess of memory could not stand the noise they made day and night. Well, I'll learn from my experience and take it easy next time. At least, I won't go too close to him. After a deep self-examination, Lorne rubbed his aching buttocks, sat on the grass, and began to think about his next plan. At present, the 9 muses have devoted themselves to him, and have taken the initiative to devote themselves to him, and become his subordinate gods. The goddess of memory, who was hung up by famous works such as Sacred Words, Theogony, and Aesop's Fables, also turned a blind eye to this, and was unknowingly dragged into the pirate ship by him. Therefore, this corner of Apollo was successfully pried off by him. Then according to the plan, the next step is the aftermath process. After a brief thought, Lorne stretched his waist, bent his fingers on the ground, to outline a huge magic circle, injected divine power into it, and called the long-lost name of the god. At the same time, the projection of the goddess of hunting appeared in the magic circle map, and looked at her lover in surprise. Lorne? What's wrong? Something happened. I need to report to you. Lorne sighed, and told the story of Apollo's breakup with the 9 muses in a way that was 70% true and 30% false. After listening to her lover's narration, Artemis couldn't help but frown. Apollo is too much. In any case, Lorne and the 9 muses followed her instructions, and went to Thessaly, to visit him with concern. Moreover, Lorne and the 9 muses saved the life of their stupid brother at the critical moment. In terms of emotion and reason, Apollo should not have humiliated those who had done him a favor, because of groundless speculation and bad words. Who would be willing to be with him in the future, if he was so indiscriminate? No wonder no one was willing to stand up and say a fair word for him when he was in trouble. At this time, looking at the not so good face of his lover Artemis, Lorne took the initiative to take the blame and showed his 18-stage art. Thessaly is not safe. I originally wanted the muses to stay with Apollo and protect him secretly, but I didn't expect that it would lead to a split. I was not thoughtful enough. What's your fault? However, before her lover finished speaking, Artemis waved her hand to interrupt the other party's blame, and couldn't help but scold the brother who made her worry. It's his own fault that things turned out like this. Now is not the time to pursue responsibility. Let's not talk about this for now. Lorne stopped his girlfriend from going crazy and continued to play the role of a good brother-in-law who cared for his brother-in-law. He looked back in the direction of Thessaly and spoke worriedly. Apollo's situation seems to be a little bad. Hearing this, Artemis suppressed her anger and nodded gloomily. That's right, those giants appeared too coincidentally. Moreover, it happened to be when Apollo and Poseidon were serving their sentences. Hearing the meaningful murmur of the female hunter, Lorne nodded quietly without making a sound. That's why he dared to tell Artemis about it, because the appearance of those giants really had nothing to do with him. At least, he and the muses did not do anything to offend the god of light on the surface, but were victims who were wronged. Since the motives of his and the muses' actions were impeccable, then, who should be blamed for this? Who might use the giants to harm Apollo and Poseidon who were serving their sentences? You think so, Zeus? As for whether it was done or not, does it matter? Lorne smiled playfully in his heart, looked up at Artemis who was already convinced of this conclusion in the magic circle, pointed to the holy mountain of Helicon in front, and spoke in a deep voice. After those muses broke up with Lord Apollo, they ran back to the Temple of Memory in a rage. I chased them all the way here, thinking about whether I could do something to remedy it. Then, the online green tea master put on an expression of guilt and helplessness, and sighed faintly. But they said they would never return to Apollo, and only gave a compromise after my persuasion. What? Artemis asked immediately after hearing this. After this exile, Apollo's power was at its most vulnerable and lowest point. The coincidental appearance of the giant in Thessaly was an extremely dangerous signal. If it was the father's intention, it meant that, if he stepped on him at this time, he might not be held accountable afterwards. Now, in this turbulent period, even his 9 subordinate gods have abandoned him. Moreover, it was because they wanted to help him, but were slandered by their own main god. Once these news spread, it was still unclear whether his stupid brother would come back, and how much power he would have after he came back. Seeing the nervous look on the hunting goddess's face, Lorne didn't want to keep it a secret and directly explained the conditions of the muses. They can continue to serve as Apollo's subordinates in name, or they can return to Olympus, but they will not accept his command. At most, they are willing to accept my custody temporarily and wait and see what happens. After listening to her lover's explanation, Artemis breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not the worst result. Artemis, who was unwilling to accept the command of her brother Apollo and only willing to obey the dispatch of her lover Lorne, expressed her understanding of her brother's crisis. After all, Lorne was responsible for taking care of the muses during the 3 years that Apollo was exiled. Therefore, the two sides maintained a good relationship, having just broken up with their main god, whether to avoid revenge or to avoid being bored with each other. Handing them over to Lorne, the middleman, for custody is undoubtedly the best choice. In any case, there are also the 4 words wait and see what happens. After suffering such a great injustice, this group of muses are still willing to maintain superficial harmony and continue to help Apollo consolidate his divine power. In addition, this sentence is enough to give face to Apollo, the old master. Thinking that most of the troubles she was worried about were solved, Artemis couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, temporarily put aside her worries about her brother, and looked carefully at her reliable lover. However, after a closer look, the goddess of hunting found a large number of scratches on her lover's body and couldn't help asking, "What happened to you?" Lorne scratched the back of his head, blushing. "I was thrown out by Mnemosyne. You've suffered so much." Artemis bit her lip and looked at her lover with a deep sense of guilt. It seems that the process of persuading the group of muses to change their minds must have been very difficult. Obviously, he was the most innocent one in the whole incident, the one who suffered the least loss and impact, but because of Apollo's involvement, he went to beg for help and was thrown out of the temple in public. Thinking of this, Artemis was immediately furious. "When I get back, I will teach Apollo a lesson and let you vent your anger." "No need." Lorne shook his head gently and smiled at the projection in the magic circle. "After all, he is your brother. If he is fine, you will be safer." Lorne. Hearing her lover's considerate answer, Artemis was immediately moved and made a secret decision that after the situation calmed down, she must reward him as compensation. Feeling the rising temperature in the eyes of the female hunter, Lorne subconsciously pressed his aching lower back and quickly reminded him, "By the way, although I have convinced Muse, Lord Apollo may not know it yet, and according to his temperament, he may not agree easily. Don't worry, I will go to Thessaly later and convince Apollo in person." Artemis smiled and comforted her hard-working lover. Although her words were gentle, there was a crisp sound of finger bones behind her. "I have to say that this sound is very convincing." Lorne secretly made a cross on his chest and mourned for the god of light for a few seconds. But then, he straightened his face and told Artemis a new hidden danger. "There is another thing. Asclepius went to Cyprus and may be involved in the conflict between Ares and Aphrodite." Hearing where her nephew was going, the hunting goddess' face changed slightly. "Didn't you stop him?" "I tried to persuade him, but he didn't listen." Lorne was helpless. A series of troubles followed one after another, and Artemis, who was a little overwhelmed, was suddenly angry and annoyed. This father and son, one or two, are all stubborn donkeys that make people worry. Lorne nodded in agreement and was very sure that, although the mother of the future god of medicine had cheated during pregnancy, the god of medicine himself was definitely Apollo's offspring. After all, this donkey temper that doesn't listen to advice is inherited 100%. However, this is also an opportunity. Lorne's eyes flashed, and he took the initiative to speak. "Let's do this. Now that the affairs of Thessaly and Mount Helicon are over, I will go to Cyprus to ensure the safety of Asclepius." "No, it's too dangerous." Artemis shook her head and refused immediately. Obviously, in her heart, although her nephew is important, he is far less important than her lover. However, Lorne was still unwilling to give up this opportunity. "It doesn't matter. It's not like we haven't been to Cyprus before. Besides, my purpose is just to secretly protect the safety of Asclepius. It is not necessary to really confront those two head on. Not only because of the value of the god of medicine itself, he also has another plan. Cyprus is imperative. Seeing the firm eyes of her lover, Artemis was still a little hesitant after some consideration. Now that the muses are gone, I rely on you alone. What should I do if I really encounter trouble? If you are really worried, give me something to increase my divine power or something to ensure safety. Lorne smiled and dispelled his lover's doubts, muttering to himself. For example, the sun chariot. That's right, this is why he was willing to let Apollo save his son. The divine power of light, the white horse that carries the sun. At present, this thing is in the custody of his old lover Artemis. If he doesn't take the opportunity to pull it over, it would be a shame for the donkey temper of the father and son. Sure enough, under Lorne's guidance, Artemis' eyes lit up, and she immediately handed something to her lover. Yes, why didn't I think of it? This is for you. As his hand sank, Lorne looked down, and his expression of confidence and victory froze slightly. Because what he saw was not a white horse, but a piece of pig skin with colorful and bright fur. Skin tearing, brain boiling, head pain, and other not so good memories all flooded into Lorne's mind. Don't worry, since the last time, I have used my divine power to wipe out the demonic nature of this thing and engrave some of the power into it. Once Asclepius gets into trouble, you can put this on and kill Aphrodite's lover. Artemis said, wiping her neck with her hand, her silver eyes flickering faintly, full of ill intentions. Even Lorne saw a hint of excitement in it. Well, this girlfriend of his who has madness engraved in her bones is indeed not a kind-hearted believer. What's more, the other party is Ares, the son of Hera, and Aphrodite, the goddess of lust, that the virgin goddess hates the most. In this regard, Lorne naturally stood firmly on the side of his lover, and decisively took over the task of protecting the fur of the magic pig and the future god of medicine. After the arrangement was completed, the projection in the magic array left a deep kiss on Lorne's forehead, and then reluctantly withdrew all the divine power and cut off the connection. There was no other way. She had to rush to Thessaly immediately to confirm the situation and persuade her stupid brother. She really didn't have time to continue to be affectionate with her lover. As the hunting goddess completely disappeared from his sight, the golden wheel behind Lorne emerged. The huge hunting god's divinity and power contained in the magic pigskin in his hand flowed into the golden wheel like 100 rivers into the sea, turning into the shadow of a wild boar stomping and roaring. As the last trace of charm was outlined, the golden oracle of the 12 blasphemy in his mind turned the pointer to the 4/12 process. Lorne couldn't help but open his eyes and looked at the magic pigskin in his hand with satisfaction. It must be said that his little moon was generous. Although he didn't give him Apollo's sun chariot, the divinity and power contained in this magic pigskin also allowed him to directly manifest the fourth incarnation. As the saying goes, losing in the evening, gaining in the evening. This is probably the case. Just as Lorne was about to calm down and study the role of the fourth incarnation, his chest suddenly felt hot. He immediately pulled out a bronze emblem with the Gorgon emblem from his chest, looked at the floating and flickering light patterns on it, and his face changed. Something happened? What a crow's mouth. With a depressed curse, Lorne turned into a fierce gust of wind and disappeared in front of Mount Helicon. Chapter 174. If you have the guts, come and talk. Yes. 47k. Cyprus. A thin silver-haired boy, holding a bag in his arms, stumbled and ran fast in the dense forest. Severe scratches on his arms and thighs, a forehead oozing blood, and a bronze arrow piercing his left shoulder blade. All these traces showed that he was fleeing from a hunt. Escape. Can you escape? A gloomy snort came, and a middle-aged man with messy red hair and a red beard, wearing a Thracian-style green robe, carrying a wooden spear, followed the silver-haired boy slowly, not in a hurry to end the chase, and seemed to be simply enjoying the process of hunting and killing. Seeing the pursuers behind him approaching again, the fleeing silver-haired boy, or the future god of medicine Asclepius, gritted his teeth, and reached into his bag, took out 2 pottery bottles, and threw them behind him. The red-haired middle-aged man raised his hand, and touched his cheek. His eyes were covered with cloth and there was a faint smell of black and smelly blood. He swung the wooden spear with a grim smile. Little bastard, you have used this trick before. The blood-colored light pattern shot forward and smashed the 2 flying pottery bottles in mid-air. At the same time, the scarlet divine power spread, and in an instant, it burned violently like a flame, completely burning the fragments of the pottery bottle and the flying powder in it. Seeing that his last means of self-preservation was easily resolved, Asclepius, who had already lost too much blood, looked even paler, and a ray of despair rose in his heart. Originally, he just accepted the invitation of Adonis, the prince of Cyprus, to come here to treat his hidden illness. But who would have thought that after he cured Adonis and was sent out of the city by him, he actually ran into a madman head-on. After learning that he was the doctor who cured Adonis, this guy chased him all the way with a spear without saying a word. Although he took advantage of his unpreparedness and used a makeshift poisonous potion to seriously injure his eyes. But this not only failed to make him retreat, but also aroused his ferocity and tyranny. He continued the game of chasing with a cat and mouse mentality, forcing the injured Asclepius to flee. Once the prey resisted, the more excited the expression of the pervert behind him was, the more cruel he would be. The dozens of wounds of various sizes on Asclepius' body were left by the pervert behind him. If he was not an excellent doctor who could heal himself, he would not be able to hold on for long, and the divine blood in his body would be drained, and he would be exhausted to death in a cruel way. But even so, Asclepius was almost at his limit. Not only were the potions and divine power in his body consumed, but even his physical strength and mental will were on the verge of collapse. Realizing that it would not be long before he would die in humiliation on this road of escape that was destined to be short, Asclepius gritted his teeth and stood still and looked back. Fight with him. However, seeing that the weak prey dared to turn around and show its claws to him, the red-haired man immediately showed displeasure on his face and knocked the wooden spear in his hand to the ground. Run. Little bastard, run. The scarlet divine power shot forward with the red-haired man's cold snort, brushing against Asclepius' cheek, arm, and hair, leaving terrible deep pits around. But even so, Asclepius in front of him remained motionless, and instead pulled out the half-broken cane from his waist, posing a resolute posture. Seeing this, the red-haired man suddenly lost interest, and his eyes, which were bleeding under the cloth, looked at the prey in front of him, and a trace of cruelty flashed. Want to die? Then this king will grant you your wish. In the gloomy cold shout, the red-haired man swung his arm and threw the palmwood spear in his hand forward, like a red meteor, tearing through space and falling to the position where Asclepius was. Asclepius, who was almost suffocated by the violent and turbulent divine power, immediately realized how ridiculous his desperate fight was. The gap between the two sides was like heaven and earth. Once the man stopped teasing, he couldn't even block the other party's attack. As the dazzling scarlet color quickly filled his vision, Asclepius closed his eyes helplessly. However, after waiting for a few breaths, the expected pain and death did not come as promised. Instead, an arm with some warmth patted his shoulder. Boy, how long are you going to be stupid? Why don't you leave? The old voice echoed in his ears, and Asclepius subconsciously opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the voice. Suddenly, he saw a blind old man who was 2 meters tall and had long silver gray hair. He was holding the scarlet spear with his right hand raised high. His muscles were bulging, and the golden divine power gushing out of his body was constantly wearing away the divinity on the scarlet spear. Homer? Looking at the blind old man's exaggerated muscles that looked like cast iron, and the majestic divinity bursting out of him, Asclepius couldn't help but be stunned. Is this a poet? Haha, I just happened to be bored, and here comes another person to die. At this time, seeing someone successfully block his spear, the red-haired man laughed instead of getting angry, and the blood on his body became more intense and violent. He immediately turned into a scarlet blood shadow with a burst of air and rushed forward. Seeing this, the blind old man's heart trembled, and without thinking too much, he immediately kicked behind him, and his free left hand quickly drew a series of hermetic characters in the direction where Asclepius fell. Go to Athens, don't look back. With a deep roar, the last hermetic line was drawn, and the magic circle was activated instantly. As the light flowed, Asclepius, who fell into it, was transferred dozens of miles away. Sensing that the breath did not approach the battlefield again, the blind poet Homer, or Lorne, who came to the rescue in a vest, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally listened to the advice. At the same time, without any worries, he did not hesitate to throw away the spear whose divinity he had exhausted, and his hands turned into fists, and he struck forward with all his strength, and collided heavily with the blood-red figure that rushed forward. Boom. Thunder-like explosions exploded in the air, forming terrifying layers of sonic booms. The surrounding ground was instantly cut down by dozens of meters by the powerful impact, and smoke and dust filled the air. Moo. Then, accompanied by a dull roar of a bull, the blood-red figure was thrown out like a cannonball. Bang, bang, bang. After the red-haired man wrapped in blood and energy broke dozens of giant trees in succession, he finally let go of the remaining strength and stood still in the flying wood chips. Not bad, not bad. I finally met a character worth fighting. In the midst of excited laughter, the man raised his head, his eyes covered with cloth stared straight at the unimaginably burly old man in front of him, and the phantom of the bull emerging behind him, with a rare solemnity on his face. You are qualified to know my name. I'm the king of Thrace, Lycurgus. Hearing the other party introduce himself, Lorne looked at the red-haired man in front of him who claimed to be the king of Thrace and his iconic war divinity, secretly shaking his head at this brother's straightforward lying skills. In Greek mythology, the ancestor of the Thracians was Tireless, the son of the god of war Ares, who was said to be the first to move to that area. Due to their martial arts, Ares is the most important god of the Thracians, belonging to their unique cultural and belief symbols, and there is even a saying that this god of war originated in Thrace. The Thracian kings of all generations called themselves the king of the sun and the one blessed by Ares, the god of war. As for Lycurgus in front of us, he is a legendary last Thracian king of the sun. In Homer's epic, he is described as the son of Boreas, the god of the north wind. In Herodotus's history, he is described as a descendant of Ares. Lycurgus carries multiple chaotic legends, and no one knows the truth, but in any case, he is truly divine. After that, the grand dynasty of the god of wine was established, the sacrifices and sects changed, and the glory of the ancient gods passed away. After that, the rebels ascended the king's steps, and extinguished the last remaining fire of the god of war. From then on, Thrace was shrouded in carnival. Yes, he and Lycurgus are destined to be enemies. According to legend, when the god of wine Dionysus wanted to pass through Thrace, he was rejected by Lycurgus, and launched a surprise attack on Dionysus and his followers at night. He rushed into the forest of Nasorm, and attacked the crazy woman who was a follower of Dionysus. There is no doubt that this was a great victory, so much so that Dionysus turned into a bull and fled, and was driven into the sea. Haha, how could he be just a mere city builder king who could force the god of wine, who was already one of the 12 main gods at that time, to this point? I'm afraid that, even if he is not the deity of main god, he is also a human container for the consciousness of a main god. So, you lied so badly. Do you really think I don't know who you are? If you have the guts, go to the big toilet and speak. Yes. While Lorne righteously rebuked this shameless behavior in his heart, he answered without changing his expression. Homer, a poet, I was just passing by. The king of Thrace on the opposite side heard this, and his face turned black. Poet? And passing by? Are you kidding me? Looking at the blind old man who was obviously lying, yes, who was on trumpet, was too lazy to talk nonsense. He snorted coldly, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the wooden spear that fell to the side, then ignited the blood-colored divine flame on his body, and shot it towards the opponent, who made him excited. In an instant, the temperature around him rose sharply. The air was burning, the world was burning. Everything he saw was hot and scarlet, and Lorne seemed to be in a world that was being destroyed. The sacred tree of Bendis is also a branch of the world tree, great palm wood, in Thracian mythology. After Thrace was conquered and assimilated by the Greek gods, Ares, who occupied that land, made it into a javelin as his own weapon. Great palm wood has disappeared without a trace, and this javelin is the last remnant of a dead world tree. Feeling the pure will of destruction, Lorne's face immediately became stern, and he used all his strength to materialize the phantom of Bull, while singing the words of God, urging his power to the extreme. I'm the strongest, and I hold all the victories in my hands. No matter gods or evil beasts, I'm the one who can defeat all enemies. I will defeat any enemy who stands in my way. Bull with shining golden horns, protect me. The shadow of the Cretan labyrinth. like a fortress, rose up in front of Lorne, and with the roar and butt of the bull, they jointly resisted the erosion from the dead world. However, accompanied by a roar of crushing withered and rotten, the labyrinth, born on the earth only lasted for a moment before it collapsed. Puff. The next moment, the blood-red spear with a fierce momentum pierced through the bull's neck, making a tearing sound like a sharp blade into flesh. The golden bull burst into a wail and shattered. Lorne, as the main body, suddenly felt a domineering and violent force and a life-destroying death will, which was torturing and churning in his body. He was immediately struck by lightning, and a wisp of golden red blood flowed out of his mouth, and he was extremely shocked. Damn, how could this happen? Exclamation mark. At this moment, before Lorne could think about it, the blood-red figure with rich combat experience took the opportunity to rush forward, and the palm wrapped in blood-colored divine power fiercely grabbed his throat. Bang! The thick palm passed through the air and crushed a giant tree. Hallucination? Ayres looked at the broken phantom in front of him, and the vines entangled under his feet, frowned slightly, and the blood-colored divinity gushed out, instantly burning the surrounding vines. That brought intoxication and frenzy. With the strong aroma of wine in the air, he rolled his eyes, glanced through the cloth, and glanced at the figure who was trying to regulate his breath 100 meters away, and the goat that appeared behind him, and grinned excitedly. Found you. To be honest, he hated those flashy tricks the most. As a warrior, only by relying on the natural body, using pure speed and strength, and experiencing a fist-to-flesh duel, winning and standing, losing, and falling, this is the most refreshing thing. Are there any goats that can increase your speed? See how long you can run. Ayres grasped the wooden spear with his fingers, and rushed forward with a fierce smile. In the land of Thrace, he was not only the god of war, but also the god of hunting. Similarly, hunting wild boars and killing evil wolves were also the necessary tests for successive Thracian princes before inheriting the throne. It was an ancient ritual and blessing inherited from the ancestor of the Thracian tribes, the god of war Ayres. By killing evil wolves and wild boars, one can show his bravery and at the same time gain concepts and strength from them. The so-called evil wolves and wild boars are not just simple beasts. Evil wolves are cunning and fierce, hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to try to take the head of the king of the sun. Wild boars are ignorant and crazy, born in dampness, reckless, and always in an indescribable madness. What the Thracian prince really hunts is the black beast that symbolizes these evil and crazy things. They may be heretical villains, possessed demons, or savage monsters. Defeat them, and then learn from them. Draw wisdom from cunning, exercise decisiveness from ferocity, understand determination from ignorance, and breed courage from frenzy. At this moment, Lycurgus, who was leaning over by Ayres, had a very high resistance and restraint effect on the power and strength derived from the concept of the divinity of these animals. In battle, he can peel off, filter, and purify these fragments that he regarded as evil and frenzy, bit by bit, and learn corresponding combat skills from them. The fragments of the cunning turned into a storm of wisdom, surrounding the body, and blowing away illusions. The fragments of the fierce turned into the thunder of courage, roaring in an instant, accumulating and exploding. The fragments of the foolish turned into the flames of determination, with endless strength, burning and healing wounds. The fragments of the frenzy turned into the glow of courage, illuminating himself and dispelling darkness. Therefore, the true Thracian king, the true god of battle, cannot be polluted by power, and the only way to defeat him is direct confrontation. At the same time, Lorne, whose whereabouts were exposed, looked at Ayres, who was not affected by frenzy, and rushed straight towards him. His heart sank, and he looked at the ordinary spear in his hand with fear. There is something wrong with that thing. It must not be touched. Almost at the moment of making this decision, Lorne raised his right hand without hesitation, and drew quickly in front of him with his fingers bent. Hermetic text, linear divine patterns, tightened sacred words, primitive letters, and other sacred symbols that existed or appeared in the Greek age of gods and possessed transcendental power appeared densely in front of him, like stars in the sky. At this moment, he finally remembered another field he was good at. The great witch Zeus was his enlightenment teacher. The witchcraft goddess Hecate was his extracurricular tutor. The magic goddess Athena was his sparring partner. The goddess of knowledge and memory Mnemosyne personally baptized his spiritual thoughts. The 9 muses were his subordinates and vassals. He studied in the temple of memory and read almost all the mystical knowledge in Greece. Lorne looked at the warrior god who was rushing towards him, and did not hesitate to use the power of goat to pull away, while waving forward, with a humorous thought in his heart. Sorry, in addition to being a warrior, I'm also a wizard. In an instant, dense and various divine patterns shot forward like a meteor shower, and the violent explosion and dazzling fire instantly submerged the menacing figure. Chapter 175. The mage knows martial arts. Even gods can't handle him. Buzz. The earth trembled, the ether hummed, and a fiery bloodlight shot up from the center of the explosion, igniting the surrounding air. The hermetic texts, linear divine patterns, tightened sacred words, and primitive letters that shot out one by one were instantly dispersed by the bloodlight as soon as they approached. Even the large-scale magic, witchcraft, ritual spells, and other large-scale spells formed by the combination of spells and spells could not harm it. After those magic powers came into contact with Lycurgus, who was possessed by airs, it was not so much resisted as it was instantly annihilated by the pure and domineering war divinity. Even if a few fish slipped through the net and barely passed through the burning blood-colored brilliance and fell on the body of the Thracian king, it was just like sparks splashing on steel, and it was difficult to leave any obvious marks on that steel frame. Full magic resistance. Damn it. Seeing the bloody figure rushing out of the sea of fire and approaching him quickly despite the bombardment of a large number of magic spells, Lorne, who had become a wizard, could not help but curse in his heart and immediately use the speed of goat to increase the distance again. For a mage, distance is life. This allows a caster to have enough reaction time and give them a sense of security. Want to run? Coward. Ayres looked at the fleeing figure with a disdainful sneer, then leaned back, his arm holding the wooden spear straightened, and the muscles bulged exaggeratedly under the skin, and his whole body was like a longbow with a full bowstring. Seeing the other party make this move, and the wooden spear ignited by the bloody war divinity, Lorne's hair stood on end instantly, and he immediately pushed the power of goat to the extreme, and his body moved between the mountains and forests, splitting into dozens of afterimages. Almost at the same time, Ayres swung his arm forward, and the blood-red wooden spear shot out. A series of sonic booms exploded one after another, almost piercing the eardrums. The next moment, the violent and swift blood-red torrent tore apart and annihilated all obstacles on the path. Even the nearly 100-meter-high mountain top was instantly pierced, not to mention the rocks, trees, insects, fish, birds and beasts along the way. Bang, bang, bang. The differentiated figures shattered one after another, and the entities that were forced out sensed danger and turned their heads sideways urgently. Puff. In the end, the blood-red burning wooden spear brushed past Lorne's cheek by a millimeter, with a wisp of golden red blood, and sank into the stone wall behind, with the tail trembling violently. TSK. It was almost there. Seeing that the confident attack failed to achieve the expected effect, Ayres raised his hand forward unhappily and retrieved the artifact again. Lorne reached out to wipe the blood from one side of his cheek and used the golden divine blood as ink to quickly draw the hermetic script that he was best at in front of him. Dozens of magic arrays of different sizes were formed in an instant, like interlaced gears, reconstructing the surrounding space and even the world. For a moment, the soil moved, the wind danced, the waves rolled, and the flames gathered. Still not giving up. It's useless. Ayres looked at the 4 elemental forces surging and attacking wildly around him, sneered and waved the blood-colored spear in his hand. Once hit by the wooden spear, no matter how sophisticated the magic was, or how huge the elemental aggregate was, it would collapse and disintegrate. In the ancient Thracian mythology, like most ancient myths in southeastern Europe, the world is composed of 4 elements. That is air, earth, water, and fire. And the earth, fire, wind, and water converged into one, and the original mountain, representing the origin, was forged, and the world tree, big palm wood, was also born. As Thrace was conquered, the concept of the world was erased, and the death of the world tree, great palm, began with the passing of the concept of the four element that constituted the world, and ended with the disintegration of the core of divinity. As a wreckage that symbolizes the death of the world, this divine spear containing the will of death can easily disintegrate those so-called magics that are based on element, reconstruct the world, and reproduce miracles. This is also the reason why he, as the king of warriors, has such a strong magic resistance. Have you had enough fun? It's my turn. Ares waved his spear, shattering the magic spells that swarmed around him, and then grinned and strode towards the prey 100 meters away. However, as soon as he took a step, his body froze, and he slowly lowered his head, and his smile solidified. As far as he could see, circles of light patterns were lighting up under his feet, densely packed into one. Boom boom boom. Before he could react, a violent roar came, and Ares was caught off guard and thrown high into the air. Opportunity. At the same time, Lorne narrowed his eyes, and the speed of the goat was instantly accelerated to the extreme. His body soared into the air and crashed into Ares, who had nowhere to get support in the air, at a speed faster than the blink of an eye. The extremely fast goat disappeared and was replaced by a huge demon pig with sharp fangs and colorful hair. The wild boar is a top-level beast endowed with the power of the god of hunting and the embodiment of destruction in the mountains and forests. Legend has it that it can crush anything with a single blow and will continue to destroy before the target turns into dust. Its irritable personality and fierce attack power make even tigers, leopards and lions retreat. Bang. At the same time, Lorne's fists were like a siege hammer, smashing into the target's open chest. Crack. Accompanied by a tooth-grinding sound of bones breaking, Ares fell heavily into the ground like a meteorite falling from a high altitude. Suddenly, his eyes went dark, and dark red blood spurted out of his mouth. Just as Ares' consciousness was in chaos, the figure who launched the shameless sneak attack followed closely like a thorn in the bone, and stepped heavily on his chest, further deepening the injury of the god of war. Damn it. Using the pain to concentrate a little attention, Ares was furious. He immediately grabbed the opponent's ankle with one hand, and waved the wooden spear in his hand with the other hand, trying to regain the initiative. But the opponent decisively kicked him away, leaving him no chance to fight back. Then, Ares crashed all the way to the back, and fell to the ground. But before he could land, the opponent who was following him like a shadow had already used the power of divine speed to appear in advance at the place where Ares fell, and hit the body that hosted the will of the god of war with straight punches, hooks, sweeping legs, and whip kicks one after another. For a while, crackling explosions, like thunder, rang out. Ares, with a dizzy head, was like a piece of dough thrown on a chopping board, enduring repeated beatings and ravages. But finally, the large amount of divine blood that was thrown turned into scarlet flames and burned fiercely, successfully forcing the opponent to retreat. Ares, whose body was twisted beyond recognition, slowly climbed up from the deep pit. Under the bloody flames, the broken bones automatically reset, and the flesh and blood grew again. Even the head that turned behind him was straightened by his hands. The impactful scene in front of him was full of horror, like an evil ghost returning from hell. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lorne suddenly had a headache. Just now, he used magic, power and scheming to induce Ares to step into the trap he set up, revealing a flaw, and then got close to him, activated infinite martial arts to bring the fighting skills he learned to the extreme, and successfully suppressed the opponent. But as soon as he relaxed, the monster was resurrected with full health on the spot with a lot of fatal injuries, and even its momentum was rising steadily. As expected, the main god who surpassed immortality and entered immortality was quite difficult to deal with. Even if it was just an incarnation, it was far beyond the ability of ordinary gods to deal with. Therefore, it must be killed with one strike. The fierce look in Lorne's eyes flashed. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.